Chapter 1, Marriage for All. Dasha, Jinsha City, Jinsha No. 1 High School. There is a thatched house on the playground of Jinsha No. 1 High School. It is not big, and there is a gilded plaque on it with 3 big characters "marriage room" written on it. There is a podium next to the marriage room, with several teachers sitting on it and more than 300 energetic students sitting below the stage. A young woman in a white shirt, black skirt, and glasses stood on the podium. She held a notebook in her hand and was reading it carefully. The notebook contained detailed information about the students of Jinsha No. 1 High School. Zhang Qingqing, who graduated from Jinsha Normal University, is a new teacher at Jinsha No. 1 High School. She is tall, with fair skin, a proud bust and exaggerated hip curves, which will make people fall in love with her at first sight and find it difficult to extricate themselves. The salary of a teacher's job is not high at all for Zhang Qingqing. The real reason why she came here to be a teacher is not for the salary, but because an accident occurred during her marriage, which resulted in her being single now. She wants to find her ideal partner among her students. Zhang Qingqing didn't expect to be favored by a powerful nobleman, because such a man was most likely a playboy. Even if he wasn't, she wouldn't be happy because of the difference in status. Her real target is students whose families do not have much money but who have great talents. Zhang Qingqing looked at the crowd below with a sweet smile on her face. "Hello everyone, I am the host of this graduation marriage ceremony, Zhang Qingqing. If you meet a marriage partner that you are not satisfied with, you can come to the teacher to complain." Hearing Zhang Qingqing's words, Principal Li Zhang and several teachers sitting on the podium showed helpless expressions, while the more than 300 graduates below were extremely excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. "Teacher Zhang, I love you. I don't want to go into the marriage room. I want to marry Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang is the only one in my heart." Lu Yan's face was also full of excitement, but the object of his excitement was not Zhang Qingqing, but the thatched cottage next to Zhang Qingqing, the wedding room. After traveling through time for 3 years, he has been reading psychology books seriously every day. The purpose of doing so is to find his ideal partner in the marriage room today. This is a world of matchmaking for all. After everyone reaches adulthood, they can enter the matchmaking room and choose a partner. This is also a very dangerous world, similar to the online games that Lu Yan played in his previous life. The biggest difference from online games is that there is no resurrection after death here. This world is full of dungeons and secret realms. They are extremely dangerous, and once you enter one you may not be able to get out. But even if you stay away from dungeons and secret realms, you will encounter all kinds of monsters in the wild. Therefore, if you want to survive in this world, you must either hide in the city and be protected by others, or improve your own strength and have the power to fight against monsters. If you want to have the strength to fight monsters, the most convenient way is to enter the marriage room to choose a partner and awaken your profession. Everyone has a chance to enter the marriage room after adulthood. There are many rooms in the marriage room, and there is a person of the opposite sex in each room. There is a very small probability that the same sex will appear. An accident happened in the room chosen by Zhang Qingqing. Her marriage partner is a female rabbit person. The opposite sex in the room can be of any race in the world, but the specific race is unknown. Once the door is opened, you must become a partner with the opposite sex in the room. After becoming a partner, the corresponding profession will be awakened according to the racial talents of the partner. The strength of a profession is directly linked to the race of one's marriage partner. The stronger the race of your marriage partner is, the stronger the awakened profession will be. If the race of your marriage partner is weak, the awakened profession will be weak. The racial strength of the marriage partner is of paramount importance. If you are lucky, your marriage partner is a rare elf, an awakened elf archer of the bow and crossbow system, or a nature-friendly of the mage system. If he is strong and good-looking, you will live a happy life. If you're unlucky. Previously, there was a man named Park Bansheng in the Peninsula country. His marriage partner was a giant. He entered the female giant and never came out again. In Sakura country, there was a man named Yamamoto Jiro, whose marriage partner was a salmon, a species of fish with 3 heads, which contained a lot of radiation. Yamamoto Jiro was killed by radiation, and his whole body peeled off and ulcerated when he died, which was extremely cruel. There are many more things like this. On the podium, the principal and teachers were watching attentively. Zhang Qingqing called out the names of the students who were about to leave the marriage room one by one and read out their married partners. Zhou Yun, marriage partner ordinary pig-headed human. When they heard about the pig-headed people, the students all showed sympathetic looks on their faces. It's over. Zhou Yun is dead. Pig-headed man? I'll burn some incense first. Goodbye, brother. If he can survive 7 days, I will do Sice horse riding dance for everyone right there. Zhao Feng, your marriage partner is a rare elf. As soon as the elves appeared, the students in the audience showed envious looks. The elves are a very special race. They have handsome men and beautiful women, and their looks are extremely high. Not only that, the elves also possess very sophisticated combat skills, and marrying them will surely awaken professions and skills that are outstanding in combat. You bastard, why is Zhao Feng so lucky? Damn, I'm so envious. Is this the legendary overnight success? When will I be so lucky? The marriage continues. There was a man standing next to Lu Yun. He was Lu Yun's best friend, Zhao Qingsong, who had lived with him for 3 years. Lu Yun, I'm so nervous. What race will my future true love be? Zhao Qingsong asked nervously. Random marriage, which almost determines the fate of the rest of your life, is conducted in a way similar to opening a blind box. Anyone would feel nervous. Zhao Qingsong was like this, as were the other students, and Lu Yun was no exception. Although he is a time traveler, he does not have a golden finger. Once he enters the marriage room, he can only rely on fate and luck. On the podium, Zhang Qingqing looked in Lu Yun's direction, still with that sweet smile on her face. Lu Yun, it's your turn. I'll go first. After saying something to Zhao Qingsong, Lu Yun stood up and responded to Zhang Qingqing, Teacher Zhang, I'm here. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Yun entered the bridal chamber. From the outside, the bridal suite looks like a one-bedroom apartment, but once you get inside, you'll find that it's incredibly large. A corridor about 2 meters wide, with doors of different colors on both sides. Behind these doors are the marriage partners of the couple. Lu Yun couldn't see what was inside the room. What you can observe is the color of the door, the smell surrounding the door, and the self-introduction hanging on the door. Next one, Zhao Qingsong. Lu Yun vaguely heard Zhang Qingqing calling Zhao Qingsong. As Lu Yun went deeper, the connection between the marriage room and the outside world was gradually cut off. Walking on the endless corridor, each door has its own characteristics, and the words on the door will constantly change with the mood of the people in the room, which makes Lu Yun dazzled. Come and love me, I have been waiting for you for a long time. You are so impatient, is there an ugly monster inside that no one wants? I won't be fooled by you. You can come or not, I don't need a man like you, humph. Are you a tsundere? No matter how pretty or not, you need strength to conquer her. If she is not easy to tame, look at other rooms. Lu Yun walked past several wedding rooms and looked at the words on the doors, but he was not in a hurry to make a choice. Marriage partner is a major event that determines the rest of your life. He must make good use of the knowledge he has learned in these 3 years to find the partner that suits him best. I am 18 years old, lively, and cute. You can get rich prizes if you marry me. This is an introduction with pink font and a cute little rabbit head at the end. It should be a lively and cute rabbit man, right? Chapter 2 Detection System. Lu Yun's eyes lit up. He had already seen more than 70 doors, but only this door's self-introduction aroused his interest. Just as I was about to open the door and enter, I heard a voice. It is detected that the host has started to marry, and the detection system is activated. System. Lu Yun was stunned when he heard this, and then he was ecstatic. He had waited for 3 years but never sought his golden finger. Today it finally appeared, but he never expected that the activation condition of the system would be when he got married. System Dad, you finally came to take care of me. Do you know how I have been through all these years? While feeling happy, Lu Yun immediately began to understand the functions of the system. The system was also very conscious and directly passed its information to Lu Yun. Report to the host, this system is an auxiliary system that can help the host see through disguises and analyze the weaknesses of weapons, equipment, and monsters. The host is requested to learn about other functions in subsequent use. So that's how it is. Lu Yun felt secretly happy. Although this system is not as invincible as in the novels of the previous life, it is also a very good cheat code. In this dangerous world, if you can see through disguises, you can avoid all kinds of dangers. You don't have to spend money to identify those unidentified equipment, you can directly use the system function to analyze the value. Thinking of this, Lu Yun suddenly had an idea. He looked at the pink door in front of him and said, System, help me analyze it. Analysis begins. Analysis completed, the people inside the door are rabbit people. It really works. Lu Yun was ecstatic. In this way, you can choose the best marriage partner and get a head start. Moreover, my guess was correct. Behind this pink door, there is indeed a cute rabbit girl. The 3 years of reading psychology books have paid off. Wouldn't it be great to be a partner with a bunny girl? Age, 18. Appearance, 13 out of 100. Combat power, rare level. Evaluation, a fat, chubby, freckled sausage-mouthed rabbit human. Ah, this. Listening to the system's analysis, Lu Yun shuddered. Isn't this too fucking ridiculous? He quickly took a few steps back. Originally, this youthful and playful-looking pink door made Lu Yun stay away from it. Thinking about how he almost opened the door just now and had to live with this rabbit man for the rest of his life, Lu Yun couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, he had the help of System Dad, otherwise his life would be ruined. It's better to leave such a blessing to others. Turning quickly, Lu Yun arrived in front of a green gate. A useless little tree spirit. A very concise self-introduction. She doesn't seem to want to get married, or maybe she doesn't have confidence in herself? With the system, Lu Yun started analyzing directly. Analysis completed, the person inside the door is a tree spirit. Age, 218. Appearance, 86 out of 100. Combat power, rare level. Evaluation, this little tree spirit who just transformed is very easy to fool and coax. She is the best choice for the host to go to the harem. The disadvantage is that her breasts are too small. If the host chooses her, the child may not have enough food in the future. Listening to the system's evaluation, Lu Yun was upset. What does this have to do with anything? This is a girl with a high appearance score of 86. And it's a tree spirit. By marrying her, it is possible to awaken the summoning druid and the manipulation forest elder, which are very rare professions. Leave it for observation first. After a little thought, Lu Yun left a mark on the green door and then walked forward. There is no end to the number of marriage rooms. With the system at his disposal, Lu Yun has too many choices. Naturally, he will choose a better one. There is no need to rush. Keep going. After skipping over a few boring words on doors, Lu Yun arrived at a blue door. This blue door is different from the other doors. There is a strange pattern carved on it, which seems to be a dandelion, and it is very abstract. Don't come in, I don't want to get married yet. Interesting self-introduction, let us take a look. Lu Yun smiled. System analysis. Analysis begins. Analysis completed, there is a zombie girl inside the door. Age, 1145. Appearance, 891 full score 100. Combat power, excellent. Zombie girl. Lu Yun became excited instantly. This is an extremely interesting race. Zombie girls can stay in a sleeping state all the time. When they are sleeping, their physical development is also stagnant, so they look very young. The longer the zombie girls sleep, the stronger they are. Among the thousands of races, some zombie girls are as strong as dragons. There was once a man who married a zombie girl and obtained the profession of corpse driver, which is a combination of summoning and control. He controlled dead monsters and even bosses, traveled through dungeons, and completely reached the peak of his life. However, what does this fluctuation in appearance mean? The lowest was only 8, and the highest reached 91. Evaluation, this zombie girl has an excellent appearance and a perfect figure. The only drawback is that her head is not solid and there is a risk of it falling off at any time. She will not die, but it is like this when she becomes a zombie and cannot be repaired. If the host chooses her, please be mentally prepared. So that's how it is. No wonder the fluctuation of appearance value is so great. Lu Yun took a deep breath. He chose this zombie girl intentionally. It was fine on weekdays, but when I thought about the time when she was doing naughty things, it was too intense and her head fell to the ground. Lu Yun immediately dismissed the idea. The little tree spirit Lu Yun also left a mark. This zombie girl, forget it. Keep going. Not long after walking, Lu Yun was attracted by a red door. There was nothing special about this door. However, there was a huge amount of heat coming out from inside the room, and even through the door, Lu Yun still sweated profusely. He looked up curiously. Don't bother me, go away. Have temper. Seeing such a simple and direct self-introduction, Lu Yun immediately became interested. He likes to see something different. As for whether the people in the room are willing or not, that is not up to her. As long as Lu Yun opens the door, the other party must become Lu Yun's marriage partner and cannot disobey. System, start analysis. Analysis begins. Analysis completed, the fire dragon princess is inside the door. Dragon. After hearing the system's analysis, Lu Yun's eyes lit up. In this marriage world, dragons are definitely one of the most powerful races. There are huge benefits to marrying a dragon. There are more than a dozen rare professions including dragon blood warrior, dragon tamer, dragon magician, etc. In addition, by signing a marriage contract with a dragon, the person who signs the contract can directly obtain 20% damage reduction. This damage reduction covers all damage, including physical attacks, magical attacks, and even true damage. Lu Yun was extremely excited. System analysis completed. Age, 3261. Appearance, 97 out of 100. Combat power, mythical level is only the limit of the system, not her limit. Evaluation, perfect figure, powerful strength, although she has a bad temper, she is pure by nature. She is a stay-at-home dragon who has never left the house. Please, host, take her down quickly. Chapter 3, Marrying a Dragon, the whole school is shocked. On the playground of Jinsha No. 1 High School, the wedding ceremony is still going on. Zhao Qingson, marriage partner and excellent zombie girl. Zhao Qingson walked out of the bridal chamber triumphantly, with a slightly pale arm folded over his. Looking up, I saw a beautiful face with a yellow talisman attached to it. At this moment, there was a blush on her face because she had found true love. That face, more beautiful than the stars on the screen, drove the students below crazy. I'm so angry. Why is Zhao Qingson so lucky? Zombie girl, my zombie girl. With a beautiful girl and a good career, Zhao Qingson is no longer the same as us. Brother Son, let's make friends and take me to kill some monsters? Zhao Qingson's initial thought was that it would be good enough to marry a rare level rabbit girl, or even an inferior slime girl would be fine. Unexpectedly, his luck exploded and he married an excellent level zombie girl. Zhao Qingson was very proud of himself at this time. He walked out of the marriage room and looked around. He didn't see Lu Yun. Then he looked at Zhang Qingqing in confusion. Teacher Zhang, Lu Yun hasn't come out yet? Zhang Qingqing shook her head. No, he should still be struggling with it. Lu Yun is an orphan whose parents died while exploring a secret place. Before they died, they left a house to Lu Yun. Zhang Qingqing lives opposite this house and sometimes visits Lu Yun's house. In addition, Lu Yun has excellent cooking skills, and Lu Yun and Zhang Qingqing soon became good friends. As Lu Yun's best friend, Zhao Qingson naturally knew about it. He has been preparing for this wedding ceremony for 3 years. This cautiousness is indeed in line with his character. Teacher Zhang, you go ahead and do your work. I'll go downstairs and wait for Lu Yun. After politely greeting Zhang Qingqing, Zhao Qingson left with the zombie mother. Okay. Zhang Qingqing responded after recording Zhao Qingson's marriage race. Next one, Zhao Si. Here it comes. Below, a bald man trotted excitedly into the marriage room, but within a few minutes he came out with a sad face. Next to him was a rabbit man whose width was taller than his height and whose face was covered with pockmarks. My dear husband, from now on we will be a family that will never leave each other. The rabbit man looked at Zhao Si and said gently. Her voice was quite sweet, but it was totally inconsistent with her image. Hearing this, Zhao Si's heart spurted out a mouthful of blood. He looked up at the sky, his eyes full of tears. Why is Zhao Si's luck so bad? Zhang Qingqing has presided over 3 weddings. In every generation, there are many men and women who marry someone who does not meet their ideal needs. This is very normal. Only a few people can find their ideal partner. Not to mention that the marriage partner was not what she wanted. She had also seen Zhang Qingqing, who had died as a result of participating in a marriage ceremony. Such a small scene as Zhao Si's could not even cause any emotional fluctuations in her heart. Zhang Qingqing quickly talked about Zhao Si's marriage record and said, Zhao Si, your marriage partner is a rare rabbit man. Next, Lu. Zhang Qingqing's words were interrupted by waves of heat coming from the marriage room. The scorching heat wave spread in all directions like a flood. In the blink of an eye, the temperature of the entire school rose by more than 10 degrees. Such an abnormal change instantly aroused people's doubts. Why is it so hot all of a sudden? Is the sun too strong? Next to the matchmaking room, the principal Li Zhang, Zhang Qingqing, who was in charge of the matchmaking, and several teachers looked towards the direction of the matchmaking room with serious expressions. They were experienced and naturally noticed where this strange change came from. Li Zhang frowned. Could this strange phenomenon be Li Zhang was excited and his eyes showed anticipation. If it is really as he thinks in his mind, then Jinsha number 1 high school will firmly take the lead among all the high schools in Jinsha City. Zhang Qingqing nodded. At least it's an epic race, it's not impossible that it's a mythical race. Two teachers also spoke up, and one of them said, according to this vision, this student's marriage partner is probably the three-headed dog of hell. Another teacher denied, I think it should be the lava man. The discussion between Zhang Qingqing and the two teachers was heard by the sharp-eared students and then passed on to the ears of others. The whole school was in an uproar. Someone married a mythical race? A mythical race wants to be his dog? Someone is serving as a dog for a mythical race? Did you eat my instant noodles last night? You fucking. The rumors became more and more outrageous, and in the end, some people even said that the marriage partner was this blue star, and they would have a stepfather in the future. As the temperature around gets higher and higher, the direction of the wedding room has become the focus of the entire school. Just then, two figures walked out of the marriage room. After seeing the person coming out, Zhang Qingqing widened her eyes and covered her lips with her hands. Zhao Qingsong also widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Lu Yun? That's right, it was Lu Yun who caused this sensation. To be more precise, it was the fire dragon princess beside him, Long Qir. As a homebody, Long Qir absolutely doesn't want to leave her cave. But now she not only had to leave the cave, but also marry a human, which made her very annoyed. However, she was bound by the marriage contract and had to become Lu Yun's marriage partner, so she could only express her dissatisfaction by radiating heat. So beautiful. This is the first time I've seen someone more beautiful than Teacher Zhang. Long Qir's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention, and the chaotic playground exploded even more. The scene was even more exaggerated than when Zhao Qingsong brought out the zombie girl. For a moment, the students in the audience were only concerned with appreciating Long Qir's beauty, and even ignored Lu Yun, who was standing next to Long Qir. Everyone, look, what's on her head? After being amazed, some sharp-eyed students discovered that Long Qir was different from humans. Long Qir was wearing a red dress, with two horns on her head and a pair of dragon wings behind her that were swaying rhythmically. Dragon horn? Not only the dragon horns, but also the wings are dragon wings, they are just smaller. Some students gave their own insights. Putting the pieces of information together, they came to an extremely terrifying fact. Mythical Dragon Clan. Zhao Qingsong looked at Lu Yun, his mouth trembling, and spoke after a long while. Lu Yun, your marriage partner is actually a mythical dragon. Chapter 4: Awakening the Dragon Knight. Human, I am the noble fire dragon princess, you have to call me Lady Long Qir. Long Qir's big eyes were full of regret and resentment. The temperature around her gradually rose along with Long Qir's emotions, causing Zhao Qingsong to step back repeatedly. It's no wonder that Zhao Qingsong was so surprised, it was because Long Qir's appearance was so stunning. She stood behind Lu Yun, like a goddess who was isolated from the world and holy and could not be desecrated. Such a beautiful lady can exude a noble and inviolable aura that no one can approach. Zhao Qingsong glanced at the shy zombie girl beside him and instantly felt balanced. Although it is not a mythical creature, at least it does not conflict with me. Seeing the two of them like this, Lu Yun said to Long Qir apologetically, sorry, my classmate is not very good at speaking, please calm down first. Long Qir stamped her feet, turned away and stopped talking. She possesses terrifying strength, but can only obey her husband Lu Yun in a frustrated manner. Zhao Qingsong gave Lu Yun a thumbs up. Lu Yun noticed the zombie girl with her head shaking behind Zhao Qingsong and said in surprise, you are lucky. Your marriage partner is actually an outstanding zombie girl. Marriage partners can be divided into the following categories according to their racial level: common, rare, excellent, epic, legendary, and mythical. Although the zombie girl is of the excellence level, her combat power is close to that of the epic level, and she has great potential. Just thinking about the zombie girl's fluctuating appearance, Lu Yun lit a candle for his brother in his heart and mourned silently. This is probably the case of blessing and misfortune going hand in hand. As for Long Qir of the Dragon Clan, she is a top-level existence among the mythical ones. Zhang Qingqing came over with a smile on her face. Student Lu Yun, congratulations. A large group of people followed her, the most conspicuous of whom was the principal, Li Zhang. Li Zhang smiled and said, is this classmate Lu Yun? I didn't expect that there is a unicorn like you in number 1 middle school. Very good. This is the first time that our Jinsha number 1 high school has matched a mythical race. Other teachers also sighed. Student, your future is limitless. Student Lu Yun, have you received the reminder for awakening your profession? You should start awakening your profession by now. Li Zhang slapped his forehead and stared at Lu Yun with burning eyes. Yes. It's time to awaken the profession. Our Jinsha No. 1 middle school is about to welcome the first mythical professional. Awakening career. This is another turning point in life that is no less than finding a marriage partner. The race of one's marriage partner determines one's development potential. If the marriage race is mythical, then the awakened profession level must also be mythical. This is an iron rule. But the professions in the mythical level are also varied. Recently there was news about the death of a mythical professional. He was a god-level pharmacist with no combat power. When he went to a dungeon to collect herbs, he was careless for a moment and was slapped to death by the dungeon boss. It's best to awaken a combat profession, and close combat professions are the best. The survivability of life professions, mages, assassins, archers, priests and other professions is too poor. While Lu Yun was thinking, the person who was going to marry first had already begun his career awakening. Zhou Yun said with a pale face, "Wild boar breeder? This is also considered a combat profession? Breeding a group of wild boars to attack? I can't stand pigs, right? Are you kidding me? Teacher, I apply to be retrained." Woo woo woo. I feel sorry for you. I was so jealous when I saw Lu Yun's marriage partner. As soon as you came out, I felt better immediately. Thank you for your time, brother Zhou Yun. You will always be the strongest chicken soup for me when I am confused. Damn it, Zhao Feng has awakened the elf archer. It's one of the most popular rare-level professions. This profession has a huge output in dungeons, and also has a high dodge ability. Brother Feng, please bring him along when we go to dungeons. The corners of Zhao Feng's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. If Lu Yun and Zhao Qingsong were not married yet, he would definitely be happy to hear these compliments. But with these two outstanding figures before them, the elven archers seemed too mediocre. Gradually, more and more people have awakened to their profession. There was a lot of discussion on the playground. Oh my god, I have awakened the priest of light. I am so strong, you want me to be your nanny? Stone Knight, the most powerful tank at the rare level. I need output dads, priests, and moms to team up with me. I can't defeat the monsters by myself. Beside Lu Yun, Zhao Qingsong's light flashed. Awakening successful. Zhao Qingsong said excitedly, Necromancer. Lu Yun, I have awakened the strongest necromancer among the excellent level mages. I have also learned to summon skeletons, and I can summon skeletons to help me upgrade. Brother, I am invincible this time, haha. Lu Yun congratulated, brother, awesome. Suddenly, a transparent panel appeared in front of Lu Yun. The marriage ceremony has ended. Congratulations. Your marriage partner is Fire Dragon Princess Longcore. The personal attribute panel has been opened, and the marriage partner attribute panel has been opened. Lu Yun. Age, 20. Occupation, none. Physical strength, 11. Strength, 12. Agility, 10. Spiritual power, 11. Marriage partner, Longcore, Ivy, Hylia, Fire. Age, 3261. Combat power, mythical level. Level, 119. Stamina, you cannot watch because the opponent's value is too high. Strength, you cannot view because the opponent's value is too high. Agility, you cannot watch because the opponent's value is too high. Spiritual power, you cannot watch because the opponent's value is too high. Bloodline, daughter of Dragon God Ivy. Needs marriage to awaken the blood of the Dragon God. Skills, Fire Dragon Incarnation, Dragon God's Fury, Dragon's Greed, Flame Dragon Breath, Dragon King's Might, Dragon's Blessing, Dragon God's Daughter Shia's Life Gift. The attribute panel flashed by, and it was finally his turn to awaken his profession. Because the marriage partner is a mythical race, the corresponding mythical class library has been opened. Host, please choose one of the following professions as your awakening profession. 1. Dragon Mage, 2. Dragon Slayer, 3. Dragon God Priest, 4. Dragon Knight. The awakening of mythical professions is not randomly assigned according to the world rules, but one of 4 is chosen? Lu Yun was surprised. The detection system also automatically starts and begins to analyze each profession. Analysis completed. 1. Dragon Language Mage, a mage class, also known as Dragon Language Forbidden Spell Master. Dragon Language magic is classified as a forbidden spell by mages because of its power to destroy the world. Because of its overly powerful magic, it is often included in the enemy's first kill list. Lu Yun shook his head. Master Long Yi is very powerful, but this comes with the fear of others, which is inconsistent with his original intention. Pass. 2. Dragon Slayer, a swordsman-type profession. There was once an ancient race called Dragon Eaters. They ate dragons, wore dragon skins, drank dragon blood, and used dragon bones as ornaments. They killed dragons everywhere, causing the dragons to have no life. It happened that the dragon god Ivy rose up and killed all the dragon eaters. Later, someone learned the art of slaying dragons from the Dragon Eater cemetery. Dragon Slayers have a 300% damage bonus against the dragon blood race. They are the mortal enemy of the dragon race. Chapter 5: The Terrifying Dragon Knight. It was a terrifying job introduction, and Lu Yun was itching to try it. But thinking that it would hinder my relationship with the girl Longkir, I could only pass it. 3. Dragon God Priest, a priest-like profession. As a professional serving the dragon god Ivy, he is favored by the dragon god Ivy. At the same time, he is also the spiritual leader of all dragon races. You can bless and strengthen your companions. His own combat ability is weak. Wet Nurse. Although a mythical nurse is definitely not ordinary, no matter how awesome a nurse is, she is still a nurse. Pass. 4. Dragon Knight, a knight class. The strongest knight of the human race. Possessing far superior physical strength, power, and agility than other knights. At the same time, a dragon knight blessed by the dragon god is also a famous melee mage. Special, a dragon knight with a dragon mount is a true dragon knight. In the dragon mount state, the mount will share 80% of all attributes with the knight. In the dragon riding state, the mount will share 80% of all attributes with the knight. Without hesitation, Lu Yun decisively chose the profession of dragon knight. I simply want to have 80% of the attributes of a mount, and I have absolutely no intention of riding a dragon girl. Absolutely not. Job transfer successful. Your current job is Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight attribute bonus has been updated. Attribute panel has been updated. Learn skills: Blazing Dragon Breath Slash, Dragon Scale Body Protection, Life Regeneration, Dragon Charge. A powerful force surged into Lu Yun's body out of nowhere, and Lu Yun closed his eyes to feel this power. When Lu Yun opened his eyes, Zhao Qingsong was still beside him, muttering, "My necromancer is invincible. Killing a monster has a chance to summon the spirit of the dead. As long as I kill enough monsters, I will be an army by myself. Absolutely invincible." Lu Yun pursed his lips and smiled. "Then you are invincible. I, a dragon knight, can never beat you." Li Zhang, who had been paying attention to Lu Yun, couldn't help but ask, "Wait a minute, what profession? Dragon knight? Is he really a dragon knight?" Zhang Qingqing also looked at Lu Yun nervously. Lu Yun nodded. "It's the dragon knight." All the teachers started talking excitedly. Dragon Rider. The dragon knight who is known as the strongest knight class? Hiss. It turns out to be this profession. It really matches his marriage race. The teachers were talking to each other, staring into Lu Yun's eyes as if they were looking at a giant panda. Zhao Qingsong asked, "Teacher Zhang, what is the profession of Dragon Knight?" Zhang Qingqing looked at Lu Yun, her eyes sparkling, and explained, "Dragon Knight is known as the ceiling of the knight profession, no doubt about it." You may not know the significance of these 3 words yet, so let me give you an example. There is a god of war in Gaul, who is also the idol of all the people in Gaul. He once swept through 36 countries with his horse and spear, killed several knight orders, and made no one dare to invade the Gaul border for 10 years. He was known as the best knight in the world. His profession is Dragon Knight, and he is the only Dragon Knight so far. But what makes him most regretful is that he has never found a suitable Dragon Knight mount. Hiss. Zhao Qingsong took a breath of cold air instantly. So cool? This sounds much more awesome than his own group of chickens, dogs, and little skeletons. Other students also said. Doesn't this mean that Lu Yun may become the world's #1 knight in the future? Brothers, is it too late to become sworn brothers with Lu Yun now? Brother Yun. Bah. Father Yun. I, Zhao Si, have been wandering for half my life, and I only regret that I have never met a wise master. If Father Yun does not abandon me, Zhao Si is willing to be your foster father. Zhao Si, you shameless bastard, why did you steal my father? Lu Yun. Principal Li Zhang left in a hurry and asked for Lu Yun's contact information before leaving. Zhang Qingqing said, "Students who have awakened their professions can go to dungeons to level up, and those who are capable can also level up in the wild." In addition, teaming up is a much better way to level up than fighting alone, both in terms of efficiency and safety. The teacher would like to remind you here that you must not challenge monsters that you cannot defeat. If you do not listen to the reminder, the consequences will be at your own risk. Everyone, disperse. Wow! As soon as Zhang Qingqing finished saying disband, a large group of people rushed towards Lu Yun. Dad Yun, help me level up, and I'll be your slave from now on. Brother Yun, take me with you, my milk supply is crazy. When Zhang Qingqing heard that a girl had contacted Lu Yun, she became very worried. After hesitating for a moment, she took Lu Yun's hand and walked away from the playground. Arriving at the school gate, Zhang Qingqing smoothed her hair and asked, Lu Yun, do you need me to help you level up? The teacher is a level 40 professional. The summoned marriage partner will be affected by the laws of this world, and his level will be forced to be adjusted to the same level as the partner. Although Long Kier is level 119, she cannot help Lu Yun upgrade. Lu Yun hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, Teacher Zhang, no thanks. I'm going to practice in the low-level wild monster area first to get familiar with my skills. I hope you can help me when I play difficult dungeons in the future. Okay then, teacher will wait for your call. After saying that, Zhang Qingqing looked reluctant, turned around, and stepped on her high heels, deliberately making tapping sounds, leaving behind an elegant back, and gradually walked away. You like this type? Long Kor looked at Lu Yun, who was staring at Zhang Qingqing's back, and said inappropriately, why don't you two just be together? I've just become an adult, and I'm at a disadvantage. We're not suitable for each other. Lu Yun glanced at his rather eye-catching wife in a red dress and laughed, you are over 3,000 years old, and you still say you have just come of age? It would be a loss for a super young man like me to fall into the hands of an old witch like you. Besides, I respect teachers, okay? She is my teacher. Long Kor looked at Zhang Qingqing's perky buttocks and asked meaningfully, Zhang Dao? Which Dao? Lu Yun? You homegirls are so scary. He dragged Long Kor and ran straight into the wild. Jinsha City Level 110 Training Area, Suburban Woods. After looking around, Long Kier shook her head in disappointment, such a boring place, not fun, not fun. Lu Yun, then let's have some fun together tonight, okay? Long Kor put her slender arms in front of her chest and shook her head repeatedly, no. I'm still a virgin. Lu Yun continued to deceive, then I'll take you to eat delicious lollipops, okay? Hearing that there was something delicious, Long Kor struggled for a while, then said reluctantly, then I will think about it. I repeat, if you bully me, be careful or I will bite you. Lu Yun said, okay, just promise not to let me die in the wild. After entering the wild monster area, he began to be cautious. As he went deeper, he finally saw the first monster, a wild boar. Try this skill first. Lu Yun stepped on the ground, and dust flew everywhere. The person flew out as fast as a cannonball. Dragon strikes. Dragon Strike, invoke the power of a dragon and launch an uninterrupted charge. The target will be stunned for 6 seconds and will be knocked back according to the difference in power between the two sides. After the dragon roar, Lu Yun ran into a big tree along the wild boar trail. A bloody line of words appeared on the wild boar's head. 221. A level 1 wild boar with only 20 health points was killed instantly. Successfully killed a wild boar, experience +1. Chapter 6, Blazing Dragon Breath Slash. Continuing forward, 3 more wild boars appeared and were easily killed by Lu Yun one by one. 53. 49. 51. Successfully killed a wild boar, experience +1. Successfully killed a wild boar, experience +1. Successfully killed a wild boar, experience +1. Isn't it too easy to level up by beating monsters? Just keep killing them instantly. Charge. When he saw a wild boar, he rushed up and punched it, then rushed to the next wild boar without looking back. Long Kier sneered, humph, boring man. Then he bent down and began to grope among the pile of corpses out of curiosity. Then, he touched her faster and faster, and her eyes lit up. A series of prompt sounds rang in her ears. Collect wild boar carcass X1, harvest wild boar steak X1. Collect wild boar carcass X1, harvest wild boar steak X1. Collect wild boar carcass X1, harvest wild boar steak X1. A total of 69 wild boar carcasses and wild boar meat steaks were collected. Wow! So much fun! Lu Yun kept moving forward and encountered more and more wild boars. Successfully killed a wild boar, experience +1. Successfully killed a wild boar, experience +1. Successfully killed a wild boar, experience +1. Behind him, Long Kor continued to collect wild boar carcasses. When Lu Yun was killing fiercely, a reminder sound rang out. Congratulations, your level has been upgraded, your attribute values have been upgraded, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Lu Yun LV2. Age, 20. Occupation, Dragon Knight. Physical strength, 36. Strength, 31. Agility, 25. Spiritual power, 24. It's already level 2, and the wild boars are tired of playing, so let's go take a look ahead. Taking Long Kor, they avoided the gathering place of wild boars and groped their way forward. Saw a level 4 pheasant and a level 6 hyena. We didn't stop until we reached the level 8 wolf area. Wolves are social animals, living in groups of 3 or 2 or as many as dozens. It's good to live in a group, so I don't have to attract monsters. With a clenched fist, Lu Yun charged towards the nearest group of wolves. While charging, release the Dragon Knight's defensive skills Dragon Scale Protection and Life Regeneration. Dragon Scale Body Armor LV1, activate the power of the dragon, forming a dragon scale armor on the body surface. In the next 10 minutes, the damage taken is reduced by 20%. The highest level of damage reduction is 90%. Life Regeneration LV1, the Life Dragon protects every dragon companion. In the next 10 minutes, you will recover 5% of your health every second. The highest level is 50% per second. Currently, 14 points per second. The status is full. Dragon strikes. A wild wolf howled, and then was knocked against a rock by Lu Yun. 257. Flash sale. When the 7 wolves saw their companions die, they became furious and launched an attack. Claws. Lap. Bite. 7 injuries appeared on Lu Yun's body at the same time. 15. 19. 21. Plus 14. 22. 14. 11. Plus 14. 20. There are also 2 life regeneration recovery effects in the middle. With 700 health points, it will take a while to kill me. This is the confidence that the knight profession brings me. With the output of the wild wolves, he threw a few punches and killed 7 wild wolves. Successfully killed the wild wolf, experience plus 200. Successfully killed the wild wolf, experience plus 200. Successfully killed the wild wolf, experience plus 200. Long Kor quickly collected materials from the wolf's corpse. Collect wild wolf corpse X1, harvest wolf skin X1. Collect wild wolf corpse X1, harvest wolf skin X1. Collect wild wolf corpse X1, harvest wolf skin X1, harvest spear white weapon X1. The equipment has been released. Lu Yun, we have some equipment. Long Kor happily threw the spear to Lu Yun. Ordinary spear LV2. Occupation, Knight, Warrior. Attribute, Strength plus 2. Evaluation, a blank weapon for new players. As the saying goes, it's better to have something than nothing. It's really a blank slate. Equipped. Long Kor asked with a smile, this princess has good luck, right? Why don't you praise this princess quickly? Lu Yun rubbed Xiaolong Nu's dragon horn and said, well done, you can enjoy your lollipop more times plus 1. Long Kor jumped aside like a frightened deer, blushing as she refused, don't touch my dragon horns. Those are the twin ponytails you'll never get. Lu Yun. He suddenly thought of a saying, dragons are inherently lustful. Even though Long Kor is a young girl, she drives better than anyone else. She has such a dirty mind. No fun, keep killing monsters. In just one afternoon, the wild wolf pack suffered a devastating disaster. Hundreds of wild wolves were killed by Lu Yun, and his level also rose rapidly like a rocket. Reach level 8. The attribute values kept soaring, and his physical strength would automatically increase by several points when he leveled up. Strength, agility, and spirit were slightly less, but they were also increasing. There are 35 free attribute points saved. During this time, several white cloth armors, leather armors, protective gear, and weapons also exploded. At this time, Lu Yun came to the deepest part of the woods in the suburbs and met several student groups wearing uniforms from other schools. Suddenly, there was a noise. Then a large group of students rushed towards Lu Yun from a distance, howling like ghosts. Run! The monsters in the core area of the Golden Sands Forest have somehow run into the low-level leveling area of the suburban forest. A large group of level 15 high-level monsters and bosses are rushing over here. Cover the priest and mage behind us. Damn it, Jung-ho, you are a thief, are you running so fast? Cover classmate Shirshir behind us. She is far behind. Get lost. You're a knight, why don't you act like a tank and cover classmate Shirshir? Why are you leaving me to die? I'm just a squishy rogue, that high-level monster can kill me with one slap. I'm a tank, but I'm only level 8. How can I stop those monsters? I'm not a god. The two looked at each other and fell silent. The speed of their feet increased a bit. Given the current situation, slowing down even a little could result in fatal danger, not to mention going back to save people. That's pure suicide. However, when they passed by Lu Yun, they still kindly reminded him. Dude, run quickly. The ones behind you are all high-level monsters that have mistakenly entered the low-level leveling area. Run as fast as you can. If you die, don't blame us for not warning you. The two men's voices were filled with sorrow and self-blame, and it was obvious that they were not without conscience. Well, let me take another look. Lu Yun nodded. He looked at the group of monsters rolling like snow in the distance and swallowed. So many monsters. There are probably nearly 1,000 of them, right? And they were all of the same species, level 15 snow wolves. So many high-level monsters, packed so closely together. They look like cute balls of experience points. Long Kier swallowed and said, wow. So many materials. The thief named Ho glanced at Lu Yun, saw the level 2 white spear, level 4 white knee pads, and level 3 white cloth in his hand, and shook his head. You really don't know what's important and what's not. You deserve to die. Laoli, you should take care of yourself first. Let go of your desire to help others and respect their fate. The fleeing crowd kept brushing past Lu Yun and Long Kor. In a blink of an eye, the entire fleeing team had gone far away. They could hear the rumbling sound of monsters stomping on the ground, women praying, and people cursing. The white wolves rubbed their sharp claws together, and smelly heat waves gushed out of their bloody mouths. Chapter 7 Explosive Skill Book. Zhang Shirshir is a student at Jinsha No. 3 Middle School and a genius among geniuses. She just completed her job change yesterday and is now a level 10 mage. The reason why she was able to level up so quickly was because her profession was a legendary lightning Taoist priest. Thunder Taoist legendary mage occupation. Basic class skill 1, Thunderfall, a bolt of lightning falls from the sky and strikes the enemy, causing horrific single target damage and paralysis. Basic occupational skill 2, Listening to Thunder, your resistance to thunder increases by plus 50%, and your thunder damage increases by 50%. As a legendary wizard, naturally there are a lot of classmates willing to team up with her to level up. Out of confidence, she led a group of classmates into the territory of a level 10 monster, but unexpectedly the monsters suddenly rioted. A large group of monsters above level 10 rushed into the low-level training area like crazy. In order to increase the efficiency of leveling, Zhang Shirshir put all the attribute points into mental strength. The agility attribute was only a pitiful 15 points. The slowest in the team. As they fled in all directions, she was quickly left behind and ended up at the bottom. She fled in panic, her voice filled with fear. Can anyone save me? I'm so scared. Everyone was running for their lives and no one noticed her shouting. Even if they heard it, they pretended not to hear it and no one responded to her. This is a low-level training area, and usually no experts come here. In such a place, who can stop the overwhelming tide of beasts? Boom boom. Boom boom. The wolves approached, their bloody mouths wide open, and the snow wolf had already pounced on her head. Zhang Shirshir closed her eyes in despair. At this moment, a knight without a mount, facing thousands of snow-white monsters, holding a worn white spear in his hand, suddenly launched a charge. The white spear was raised high into the sky, and flames condensed at the tip of the spear, transforming into a 30-foot-long red edge. The moment Zhang Shirshir closed her eyes, a ball of flame spread from behind her and cut through the skin of the snow wolves. The flames spread in a line. Flame Dragon Breath Slash. The fire was blazing, and dozens of horrible injuries floated up at the same time. 678. 758. 711. 622. 653. 749. Flame Dragon Breath /LV1, slash out a terrifying flame containing the breath of a giant dragon, burning nearby enemies within 50 yards, causing huge damage of strength 10 plus mental power 10. and inflict burning damage lasting 20s on the enemy, and a knockback effect. The snow wolf is an agile creature with high attack power and fast movement speed, but low health. Lu Yun used the dragon breath move, and large groups of wolves fell down like they were being mowed, without even having time to utter a single wail. Jiang Shirshi's pupils suddenly widened and she turned her head to look blankly. I saw a handsome young man with a smile on his face, waving a spear. He and his spear were like a god of war, rushing towards the powerful pack of snow wolves. The upright figure is like a towering mountain. Jiang Shirshir discovered that the boy was only level 8, so she warned him, "Don't go forward. There are too many monsters. If you go any further, you will die." But the young man seemed not to hear her and still rushed towards the group of monsters. Is he crazy? There are thousands of monsters here. How can one person kill them all? Lu Yun really didn't hear her talking. His attention had already been drawn away by the massive amount of experience level increase notification sounds and the sound effects of level increase. Successfully killed LV-15 Snow Wolf, experience plus 500. Successfully killed LV-15 Snow Wolf, experience plus 500. Successfully killed LV-15 Snow Wolf, experience plus 500. Congratulations, your level has been raised to level 9. With one skill, I can instantly kill a group of level 15 monsters and level up directly. Aren't the thousands of monsters in front of him experience pools waiting for him to mine? There is no such good thing in the world. Isn't it nice to get promoted all at once? During the charge, Lu Yun added all his extra free attribute points to physical strength. His physical strength instantly reached a terrifying 117 points. Coupled with the Dragon Knight's terrifying 20-fold blessing, Lu Yun's health points directly soared to 2,000 points. After he activated the life regeneration skill, his life recovery had reached a terrifying 110 points per second. This amount of recovery is already more exaggerated than the recovery skills of many nurses. Then, Dragon Scales protect the body. Dragon Charge. Lu Yunren flew out like a cannonball, and his spear deeply penetrated the neck of a snow wolf, nailing the wolf to the stone. 472. The snow wolf fell into a daze. Then follow up with a punch, killing him instantly. Successfully killed LV-15 Snow Wolf, experience plus 500. As an agile monster, the snow wolves were extremely fast. More than a dozen of them surrounded Lu Yun in an instant. Then several attacks came down at the same time. The snow wolf has bitten you, and you have been given a defense breaking effect. The defense effect of your armor has been reduced by 50%. Lu Yun shook his head. He was only wearing a piece of cloth armor and didn't even have a shield. The defense breaking effect was useless to him. His core defensive skill is Dragon Scale Body Protection. 98. Plus 110. 100. 99. 105. 109. 97. Plus 110. This is the horror of agile monsters. His attack frequency is extremely fast and his attack power is high. If it were anyone else, they would have been killed instantly by this terrifying output. But Lu Yun's health was too high and his recovery was very strong, so it was not that fatal. Start, counterattack. Fiery Dragon Breath Slash. A terrifying, huge wave of flames spread from the tip of his gun. In an instant, the bodies of the snow wolves were cut open. A large number of horrifying damage values emerged from the corpse. Lu Yun was like a god of war, charging and flying among countless wolves. The spears were swung like dragons and snakes entering the sea. Wherever they rushed, countless snow wolves fell. As Lu Yun charged forward, piles of rare materials, equipment, and jewelry fell out. Then, a beautiful girl in red high heels jumped happily behind him and packed up the materials and equipment. This white wolf tooth necklace is so beautiful. Well, this can be made into clothes, and this can be made into food. A great harvest. Wait a minute, a rare blue equipment, a wolf bone spear? Suddenly, Long Kier's eyes lit up and she discovered the treasure. Then he picked up the skill books scattered around. Skill book, Spear Mastery. Night class, when using spear weapons to attack, damage is increased by 40%. Learn the basic spear techniques: pierce, stab, smack, attack, entangle, circle, block, grab, pounce, tap, flick, dance. Lu Yun, I'll give you 2 good things. Lu Yun took the Wolfbone Spear and skill book thrown by Long Kier, and his eyes lit up. Wolfbone Spear, required level, LV9. Occupation, Knight, Warrior. Attributes: Strength plus 10, Agility plus 5. Features: Sharp. Damage increased by 3%. Compared to weapons, skill books are more useful to me now. Next, Lu Yun's output reached a new level. One dragon breath slash after another. After fighting for half an hour, nearly 100 snow wolves were killed by guns. Lu Yun's level also reached level 10. Chapter 8 Silver Boss, Snow Wolf Lord. Congratulations, your level has been raised to level 10. Obtained professional skill, Justice Taunt. Lu Yun LV 10. Age, 20. Occupation, Dragon Knight. Physical strength, 121. HP, 2420. Strength, 59. Agility, 51. Spiritual power, 54. Skills: Blazing Dragon Breath Slash, Spear Mastery, Dragon Scale Body Protection, Life Regeneration, Justice Taunt. Justice Taunt: interrupt the opponent's skill reading, forcing the opponent to attack you with basic attacks. At the same time, the taunted target's damage to you is reduced by 70%, which lasts for 10 seconds. A whimper was heard. Jiang Shirshi's face suddenly changed. Oh no, the boss is here. Lu Yun also noticed the wolf pack's rear. A snow wolf with a crystal white body and more than 2 meters tall is coming. Lu Yun said in a deep voice, "System, analyze the boss." Parsing completed. Snow Wolf Lord Boss, level 15, rank, silver, rarity, 2 stars. Attack power, 295. HP, 5000. Skill 1, Wolf King's Fury, the Snow Wolf Lord howls, increasing the attack of all surrounding snow wolves by 50%, speed by 50%, and critical strike chance by 50%. Skill 2, Savage Fury, a passively triggered skill. When the Snow Wolf Lord's health drops to 40%, his attacks will cause triple damage. Weakness: the Snow Wolf Lord was injured in his left leg while protecting the child. Evaluation: this is a mother wolf who just lost her cubs. She is now in a state of rage. But please put away your mercy. Your kindness will only cost you your life. Such a powerful attribute? Is this the boss? Lu Yun rubbed his hands together. This was his first time fighting a boss. A little nervous, but also a little excited. He swept towards the Snow Wolf Lord's left leg, where there was a huge bloody scar. It must be a weakness. Based on the skills of the Snow Wolf Lord, Lu Yun quickly came up with a set of tactics. I will definitely kill this boss. A level 10 professional dares to challenge a level 15 silver boss alone? And the boss has hundreds of followers around him? If someone else told Jiang Shirsher this, Jiang Shirsher would definitely think he was talking nonsense. But everything that happened before her eyes was actually happening in front of her. Impossible. Agile bosses are one of the most unlikely boss types to be killed alone. Their high agility and high burst can deal tons of damage in a short period of time. Without a systematic high-level tank front line and a strong and professional healing team, it is impossible to stop the boss's output. If you are not careful, the whole team will be wiped out. Jiang Shirsher's analysis is very objective. The limitations of individual professionals are well known, and teamwork is the way to survive in this world. But the more she watched, the more confused she became. Because Lu Yun really rushed to the boss alone, aimed at the Snow Wolf Lord's left leg, and shot him hard. The spear pierced the Snow Wolf Lord's left leg with incredible precision. Critical hit. 259. The Snow Wolf Lord cried out in pain and raised his claws to fight back, but was gently pushed away by Lu Yun, and at the same time, the fiery dragon breath slash was aimed at the same position. Another critical hit. 1157. The Snow Wolf Lord's health dropped rapidly, decreasing by nearly 1/3. At the same time, the snow wolf that wanted to rescue him was killed by the flaming dragon breath, giving Lu Yun a brief vacuum time to attack. The Snow Wolf Lord claws 3 times in a row. 254. 231. 267. Plus 110. Plus 110. Lu Yun did not block and attacked the Snow Wolf Lord frantically. Injury for injury, blood for blood. The Snow Wolf Lord has high HP and high attack. But Lu Yun's HP recovers quickly, he has dragon scales to reduce damage, and he only attacks weak points every time. 70%. 65%. 60%. Suddenly, the Snow Wolf leader opened his mouth and prepared to roar. Lu Yun knew that this was a sign that the Snow Wolf was about to use a skill. Skill 1, Wolf King's Fury. The Snow Wolf Lord howls, increasing the attack of all surrounding snow wolves by 50%, speed by 50%, and critical strike chance by 50%. This skill is quite terrifying. It can instantly multiply the output of the wolf pack several times. Moreover, the surrounding empty battle area has already been filled with wolves. Now, Lu Yun sneered. His health was much lower than that of the Snow Wolf Lord. If the Snow Wolf Lord could hold on for a few more seconds without using his skills, he would definitely be defeated. Unfortunately, wolves are ultimately no smarter than humans. The skill that I have been holding on to for many seconds is finally no longer hidden. Justice mocks. Instantly, the skill interruption special effect mechanism of Justice Taunt was triggered. The reading skill of Wolf King's Fury was interrupted. The Snow Wolf Lord failed to cast the spell and began to launch basic attacks on Lu Yun. But after the triple damage reduction of Taunt, Protective Gear, and Dragon Scale Protection, the basic attack is still not as fast as Lu Yun's life regeneration speed. Lu Yun's health. Plus 110. 97. Plus 110. 91. Plus 110. 86. Plus 110. Lu Yun's health, which was about to hit the bottom, finally stabilized. 1 shot. 2 shots. Nearly 300 points of damage continued to explode on the Snow Wolf Lord's left leg. The Snow Wolf Lord's left leg was already covered in blood and was almost severed by Lu Yun. At this time, the wolves finally came to attack Lu Yun, but all this was within Lu Yun's calculations. Snow Wolf Lord's health. 60%. 50%. 40%. The Snow Wolf Lord's second skill passive skill, Savage Fury, is triggered. Double the attack. The output of Snow Wolf Lord in this form is extremely ferocious. Lu Yun raised his spear and continued to stab the Snow Wolf Lord's left leg. Dragon Strike skill activated. The Snow Wolf Lord was knocked out of the wolf pack by Lu Yun, and then nailed to a big tree. 996. At the same time, the Snow Wolf Lord was stunned by Lu Yun for 6 seconds. 6 normal attacks on weak points. The moment the Snow Wolf Lord woke up, the CD of Dragon Breath / finally cooled down. Wow! The Snow Wolf Lord just opened his eyes. A huge output floated above his head. 1219. The Snow Wolf Lord closed his eyes and died. Oh! Jiang Shishir's cherry lips slowly opened, enough to fit a goose egg. How is it possible? He really defeated the boss alone? Is he really a level 10 professional? What a strong, powerful knight. She stared at Lu Yun in a daze. In these few short minutes, Lu Yun shocked her more than anyone else. Suddenly, he felt how insignificant he was compared to Lu Yun. His legs went weak and he sat on the ground in confusion. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the silver level 2-star boss, Snow Wolf Lord. Experience plus 150,000, your level has been raised to level 12. Congratulations on getting the title, Beginner Boss Hunter. This title can only be obtained by killing a boss of a higher level. Title features: after you kill a boss, you can get an extra piece of equipment of the boss's corresponding level as a reward. Luck plus 10. Congratulations on receiving the equipment reward, Silver Level Equipment Hunter Helmet. At the same time, the Snow Wolf Lord exploded violently. A lot of equipment and materials were revealed. The other snow wolves had already disappeared without a trace due to the death of the Snow Wolf Lord. Wow, there are so many things. Can I touch all these corpses? Chapter 9, Magic University. Long Kor, who had been watching the battle for a long time, squeezed over and looked at Lu Yun in a flattering manner. Lu Yun rolled his eyes. You touched the body, so what should I touch? Long Kor opened her eyes in confusion. Touch me? Ahem. She then said, husband, can you let Long Air touch you? Is that okay? The delicate little girl pulled Lu Yun's arm and buried his arm in the waves and swayed. She blinked her eyes pitifully, as if her little pearls were about to fall out. Her pleading eyes were like autumn waves, rippling back and forth. Seeing Lu Yun nod helplessly, Long Kor immediately smiled and began to take things out of the corpse one by one. Snow Wolf Shield Equipment, a secondary weapon for knights and warriors. Rare blue grade, increases physical resistance. Wolf King's Skin X2, Wolf King's Pride X1, Wolf King's Heart X1. Quest card item, Snow Wolf Lord's Last Wish. Mission description: the level 20 silver boss Iron Arm Ape Lord snatched away the Snow Wolf Lord's newborn son. The Snow Wolf Lord was furious and gathered his men to attack the Iron Arm Ape territory despite his injuries. However, he was unexpectedly struck by a disaster and was beheaded by a mysterious person who passed by before he could even start. Before he died, he was still thinking about his abducted son, and his stubborn will turned into this token. Mission content: go to the Iron Arm Ape territory, defeat the Iron Arm Ape Lord, and take back the Snow Wolf Lord's child. Reward: writing pet, young Snow Wolf. After Lu Yun collected all the spoils, he made a summary. This time I gained 11 pieces of equipment from leveling up. Among them, 1 silver, 2 blue, and 8 white. 1 skill book, spear specialization. Props, 1 mission card. Some materials. The level was raised from level 1 to level 12, and a professional skill, Justice Taunt, and a personal title were obtained. In just one afternoon, I can say that I gained a lot. Lu Yun, go home. Long Kier, go home, go home. Go home and eat lollipops. You said you would reward me with delicious candies, you can't go back on your word. As soon as he left the leveling area and entered the city, Lu Yun's phone signal was restored. Ding ding dong. The WeChat notification sound came from his mobile phone. Lu Yun quickly opened WeChat, and this old phone was almost frozen by the overwhelming messages. Li Zhang, classmate Lu Yun, I just reported your information. The city has decided to exempt you from the professional examination and send you to the highest institution of learning in Dashamoa University. Direct admission? Exemption from professional examination? Lu Yun knew about the Magic and Martial Arts University, which was known as the cradle of the god of magic and the saint of martial arts. Most of the most powerful men in Xia country and the god of war who shone in the national war came from this school. It is truly a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers hide. Unexpectedly, one day, he would have the opportunity to study in this school. And he was recommended. Lu Yun replied immediately. Lu Yun, thank you, teacher. I will never bring shame to our Jinsha No. 1 middle school. Li Zhang, this is what you, a legendary professional, deserve. Come to the school later to handle the formalities. Lu Yun opened the dialogue box with Zhang Qingqing. Teacher Debo Zhang Qingqing, how efficient is leveling in the wild? Do you need help from the head teacher? Female teacher in a professional suit holding a pointer.jpg. Lu Yun, thank you for your concern, teacher. It's okay. It would be better if the teacher could accompany me. Teacher Debao Zhang Qingqing, shy expression.jpg, next time the teacher will take you and let you experience what it means to take off on the spot while sitting still. Lu Yun, then I'll leave it to you, teacher. The rest are all good classmates. Zhou Yun, godfather. I am your son, godfather. Where are you? My child is already level 4. Please praise me. Although he knew his classmate was joking, Lu Yun couldn't help but reply. Lu Yun, that's awesome. Zhou Yun, thank you for the compliment, godfather. What level are you at? Are you at level 5? If you are at level 5 or above, you can sign up for the professional exam. Lu Yun, no need, the principal told me that I was admitted to Moa University. Zhou Yun, nest. Father, if you have anything to say in the future, just tell me. I just ask you not to forget that you have an unfilial son like me. Ah, Mo, I wouldn't dare to dream of such a big thing. Godfather, your life is my dream. Who understands the pain of a wild boar breeder? Lu Yun. He really didn't understand the pain of the wild boar breeder. After all, he was a noble dragon knight. After reading a few messages, Lu Yun went straight to the class group. At this time, many students who had successfully married and awakened their professions were already showing off in the group. Suning, guys, I'm already a level 4 swordsman, and will be level 5 soon. Wangi, TSK, you're only level 4 as a warrior? I'm teaming up with the elf archer Zhao Feng, and we're already level 5. He. It feels so good to cling to someone powerful. Suning, wow, buddy, you are really lucky. Wangi, oh, who made me a priest? He. Brother Feng is already level 6. That upgrade speed, that damage. A bunch of slimes are killed with just a few arrows, so awesome. Suning, Brother Feng, please form a team. At Zhao Feng. Kaisu, Brother Feng, I am a knight, I can play basketball, and I can resist damage. When will you take me with you? Just when a group of people were bragging about Zhao Feng, Zhao Qingsong spoke up. Zhao Qingsong, I just arrived. Xiao Feng is pretty good. He is already level 6. He is indeed a rare class. There was silence in the class group. Everyone knew that Zhao Qingsong was an excellent professional, and he was obviously trying to show off by suddenly speaking. Therefore, everyone tacitly chose to keep their mouths shut. The situation was awkward for a moment. After a moment of silence, a message suddenly appeared. Lu Yun, brother Song, what level are you at? Zhao Qingsong, I'm only level 8. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. I still need to work hard. After all, I'm an outstanding professional. With such a small achievement, I really feel ashamed of my marriage partner. Seeing Zhao Qingsong's sarcastic remarks, everyone in the group wanted to punch this guy. Who asked Zhao Qingsong what level he was at? Didn't he know he was just showing off? Everyone thought angrily and looked at the person who asked the question. LD, Lu Yun. Absolutely amazing. His good brother is showing off, but no one is there to support him. If Lu Yun doesn't help, who else can he help? Lu Yun continued typing on his phone. Lu Yun, it's really not worth mentioning. Xiaoson, you have to work harder and don't waste your talent. Don't learn from me. I have a mythical profession and a mythical wife, but I'm lazy and don't want to upgrade. I played for an afternoon and I'm only level 12. You have to work hard, let's encourage each other. At Xiao Qingsong, Nest? Level 12? Bro, you don't care about your dignity? You leveled up 12 levels in just one afternoon, and you're saying this? Zhou Yun, my godfather played for an afternoon, and it was okay for him to reach level 12? My godfather was even recommended to Magic and Martial Arts University. Suning, what? Admission to Magic and Martial Arts University? Wangy, brothers, I admit that I am jealous. Why is the gap between people so big? Kai Su, it's okay. When you feel sad, just think about Zhou Yun's skills and wild boar breeder. Zhou Yun, are you polite? JPG. Chapter 10, he's already level 12 after not seeing you for a long time? Zhao Feng had been working hard all afternoon, shooting arrows and killing monsters, and he was almost paralyzed from exhaustion. I finally got a break, chatted, showed off, and watched my friends in the group bragging about themselves. It was quite comfortable. Until Zhao Qingsong and Lu Yun came in, the tone of the group chat changed, and he couldn't be happy at all. The more I watch, the more sour I feel, and the more jealous I feel. Mobi University is a paradise for job changers. Why do all the good things belong to Lu Yun? Why is it that every time I am happy, Lu Yun pops up? I really want to throw up. While Lu Yun was chatting, Long Kor was sucking on 2 lollipops and licking them happily. She was very good at playing tricks. Sometimes she licked it, sometimes she sucked it hard, and she never bit it with her teeth. After playing for a while, Long Kir's delicate little face came up to Lu Yun and watched him fiddling with his phone. Lu Yun, what is that iron cube in your hand? Why does a person appear one moment and words appear the next? Lu Yun, eat one more lollipop tonight and I'll tell you. Long Kir smiled happily. Okay, there is such a good thing? Lu Yun, I find that you are actually a very nice person. Jinsha No. 1 Middle School, Principal's office. Principal Li Zhengzhang is chatting with a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit. Li Zhengyan smiled, but the middle-aged man's expression did not look good. Principal Li, isn't it a bit too arbitrary to give the admission qualification to Mobi University directly to the students of your school? Our No. 3 middle school has finally produced a genius with a legendary profession. This is so unfair, said the man in the Zhongshan suit. Li Zheng smiled and said kindly, Principal Wang, I don't have the final say on this matter. It was decided by the higher-ups. Besides, although legendary classes are rare, they are still inferior to mythical classes. Don't you think so? He could actually understand Principal Wang's feelings. Legendary professions are also quite rare. In previous years, if a school gave birth to a legendary genius, it would definitely be a 100% recommendation. It's a done deal. But this year, a genius like Lu Yun appeared, who emerged out of nowhere and directly awakened a mythical profession that is seldom seen in a century. That's not necessarily true. Principal Wang disagreed when he heard Li Zhang say that his students were not as good as others. There are many types of mythical professions. Some mythical professions may not be as powerful as legendary professions. And no matter how important the profession is, the key is still personal strength. What if a person has a mythical profession but cannot level up as fast as a legendary profession? Li Jiang was slightly stunned. Because, in fact, this kind of situation has really happened, and it is not uncommon. Seeing Li Jiang wavering, Principal Wang immediately said, "Oldly, I'm not unreasonable. You said your student is a combat profession, so how about we make a bet? Our school's legendary profession is also a combat profession, and he went from level 0 to level 10 in one day. As long as your school's mythical profession can do it without help, I will give up this quota and personally compensate him with 100 gold coins." Li Jiang frowned, upgrading so quickly? For a new professional, the hurdle of level 08 is actually not difficult. But it is more torturous to upgrade from level 8 to level 10. As the level of the professional increases, the experience given by lower level monsters becomes less. But when fighting high level monsters, the risk becomes higher and the efficiency becomes lower. He sighed, "Old Wang, this admission quota was given directly to my student by the higher-ups. You found the wrong person. I don't care. I promised my student that she will definitely get a recommendation. How can I save my reputation if you do this?" Principal Wang was furious and a bit shameless. "You must let me meet your student today and talk to him face to face." After saying that, he picked up the phone and called out, Sure, is your leveling going well?" "It's okay, I'm glad you're okay. Well, I have something to talk to you about. Please come to Jinsha number 1 middle school later." After hanging up the phone, he looked at Li Jiang and said, "I have called the geniuses from our school over. We will know which child is better after a comparison." Li Jiang. After a while, a girl wearing a wizard's attire, with slightly disheveled clothes and confused eyes, entered the office. Principal Wang immediately began to praise the young girl highly. "Thunder Taoist priest, do you understand? Sure from our school can kill monsters of the same level in 1 second with one skill, and she levels up very quickly. In the later stage, she is a walking nuclear warhead. She will blow up whatever she points at." "Ahem, sure, why are you so absent-minded? Wait until that student from number 1 middle school comes, don't let him outshine you." Jiang Sure came back to her senses and shook her head. "It's okay, teacher. I just have something on my mind." As soon as he finished speaking, Luyan pushed open the door and walked in. When he saw the principal, he nodded slightly and said, "Principal, I'll go through the procedures." Jiang Sure looked at Luyan's figure and felt like she was struck by lightning. The opponent's figure charging through high-level monsters began to emerge in his mind. Challenge the boss alone, kill the wolfhound, and attack ferociously, just like Shura. Just thinking about it, Jiang Shure's calves couldn't help but go weak. She lowered her head and buried her cheek in her own softness. Principal Wang said to her, Sure, this person stole your admission quota. You should compete with him later and try to get the quota back. In an instant, Jiang Shure's legs became even weaker. Thinking of the corpses scattered all over the ground, I almost fell to my knees. Jiang Shure raised her watery eyes and looked at her own principal, shaking her head in fear. "Principal, no. Please let me go. I'm scared. I don't want that position anymore." After Jiang Shure finished speaking, she covered her face, lowered her head, and left as if she was escaping. This made Principal Wan look very confused. It's really strange. How come the proud girl of our school is like a quail who has lost its soul when she sees this boy? Is she so timid? Principal Li Jiang stared at the top of Lu Yun's head. After staring for a while, a sentence suddenly popped up. "Lu Yun, what level are you?" Lu Yun replied, "Just level 12. "What's wrong, Principal?" Li Jiang laughed out loud, very happily. In half a day, without anyone to guide him, he reached level 12 by himself. This is Jinsha's genius. The real leveling king. He hadn't laughed so happily for a long time. He restrained his smile after a while and said in a deep voice, "Very good, you are worthy of being the first genius in our number 1 middle school to awaken a mythical profession, a mythical professional dragon knight Lu Yun." Chapter 11 I, Lu Yun, am upright and aboveboard. Li Jiang suddenly turned around and looked at Principal Wang. "Old Wang, Lu Yun is already level 12. I think there is no need for a bet, right?" Principal Wang walked quickly to Lu Yun, took a serious look at him, and asked quietly, "Did you practice this, by yourself?" "Lu Yun, just now I encountered a riot of level 15 wolves in the level 10 area and killed a wave of them." Principal Wang was speechless for a long time. After a while, he sighed and said, "Alas. Legendary classes are ultimately inferior to mythical classes. Young man, I lost these 100 gold coins to you. Principal Wang took out a bag of gold coins and handed it to Lu Yun. Lu Yun looked at Li Zhang, not understanding what he meant. Li Zhangdao, you keep it. Come, sign this agreement and report to Mo University in a week. After Lu Yun filled out the form, Li Zhang straightened his clothes and solemnly handed over a letter. On the envelope was written, Mo University, Special Admissions Channel, Admission Notice. Li Zhang, I don't know how many heroes, knights, wizards, gods of war, gods of arrows, and kings of assassins have been born in the University of Magic and Martial Arts. I hope you can become one of those legends. Lu Yun took the admission letter and walked out of the principal's office. At the door of the principal's office, Long Kir lowered her head and played with Lu Yun's cell phone. She doesn't know how to play, she just gestures randomly. Suddenly, the screen jumped to a chat group named Singles Taoism Training Group. Wait a minute, give me back my phone. Lu Yun's face changed drastically and he shouted. Long Kor didn't react. A picture of a scantily clad female creature with a human face and a horse body popped up. When Long Kir saw the content of the chat, her pretty face immediately turned red. The fragile cell phone flew out of her hand and she quickly covered her eyes with both hands. Ah! Rogue! My eyes are dirty. Lu Yun took the phone, speechless. It's not his fault. Which teenage boy in the world has a clean cell phone? If so, it is recommended to see a psychiatrist. Lu Yun, listen to me. Long Kor, I don't want to listen, you big pervert. Lu Yun shook his head. It was easy to get away with this matter. After all, it was Long Kir's first time in the human world. Lu Yun accused, hey, you insisted on watching this, it has nothing to do with me. Long Kir's fingers quietly opened a crack, and she pouted and said, isn't it your phone? Lu Yun, but the picture was posted by someone else. There is freedom of speech on the internet. How can I stop people from speaking through the internet? I can only stay alone and away from filth. I am an upright man. Long Kor looked at him suspiciously, really? Lu Yun said calmly, of course it's true. If you don't believe me, try it at night. I will never touch you. I just warned you, but you insisted on watching. I tell you, the human world is very dangerous. You will only be safe if you stay with me. Long Kor looked at Lu Yun blankly. Come on, come home with me and I'll treat you to a lollipop. Ah! There's a steel monster eating people. How scary. Can it hypnotize people? Why is no one resisting? That's a car, a mount made of materials. Oh, that girl on the street is wearing so little, she has no shame at all. Oh? Why did she ask you to go in and play? What are you going to play? Play some small games that can only be played at night. What organization are those people floating around on the street wearing yellow uniforms? They look so cool. Can I join them? They are the takeaway men. Ah. Gulp, so sweet. Unable to bear Xiao Longnu's curious questions, Lu Yun bought 2 lollipops and stuffed them directly into Long Kir's mouth. Seeing her cheeks filled and a look of enjoyment in her eyes, Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Back home, Lu Yun was responsible for cooking while Long Kir was responsible for playing with her phone. He is responsible for washing the pots and dishes, and she is responsible for playing with her mobile phone. He was in charge of filling the bathtub with water, and she was in charge of playing with her phone. Although she has developed very well, she still has the mentality of a girl. Lu Yun certainly knew how his classmates found their marriage partners, but his Long Kor was obviously different, so he had to proceed step by step. Lu Yun snatched the phone and said, go take a shower. Long Kor said impatiently, Humph, why are you so fierce? 5 minutes later, a fearful voice came from the bathroom, I have no clothes to wear, Lu Yun. Lu Yun, wear a bathrobe, I just bought it for you. Long Kir responded weakly, oh. After a while, the bathroom door was slowly opened, and Long Kir walked out with her little feet curled up, wearing slippers that were obviously one size too big. Lu Yun looked at Long Kor and his eyes lit up. The girl had just finished taking a shower and had not yet wiped off the water stains on her body. Her tooth-white toes were sparkling with sparkling water droplets, exuding the unique pure scent of a girl. The 2 slender legs timidly tried to move together, and the skin was as white and tender as mutton fat. Although she was thin, her hips and breasts were well defined, making her loose bathrobe slightly lift. The wet hair fell down like a waterfall, covering the pretty face that made Lu Yun's heart beat fast. She lowered her eyes, as if she had sensed the ambiguity of the situation at the moment, and did not dare to look into Lu Yun's eyes. Lu Yun. Where should I sleep? Lu Yun pointed to the only bedroom. Just sleep in the bedroom. As an orphan, his home certainly couldn't be luxurious enough to have 2 bedrooms. Long Kir, then, where do you sleep? Lu Yun patted the pillow beside him and said, I'll sleep on the sofa. Long Kir breathed a sigh of relief. Then I feel relieved. After leaving the marriage room, the two were already husband and wife. But Long Kor had never thought about marriage, and she was still a young girl, so she was very afraid of having sex. Long Kor returned to the room, wrapped in a quilt. The scent on the quilt was very similar to Lu Yun's. Suddenly the door opened and a figure slipped in. Long Kor was horrified. Aren't you sleeping on the sofa? Lu Yun said calmly, there are mosquitoes outside, squeeze in. I said I'm a gentleman and I won't touch you. Long Kir felt relieved. Oh, then you have to keep your word. Then her pretty face turned red, and she felt her feet being held by hands. Lu Yun, don't worry, I won't go in. 2 hours later, Long Kir looked at the ceiling and clenched her teeth. Now she didn't believe a word Lu Yun said. Chapter 12. You want to ride me? Lu Yun pulled his arm out from under the delicate body, turned on the bedside lamp, got out of bed and stretched, thinking to himself, I still underestimated the fighting power of the Dragon Clan. Lu Yun left the bedroom, ordered takeout, then turned on his phone and browsed the news on the app. Jinsha News. Yesterday, wild monsters in our city's low-level training area rioted. Fortunately, a job changer passed by and no one was injured in this disaster. Longwa Morning News. The Magic Martial Arts University is about to open, and the first batch of job changers to be admitted has been preliminarily determined. There will be 100 legendary job changers and several mythical job changers joining, and this generation will shine. International News. Her Highness Akagi Sakurako, the 189th level female sword god of Sakura country, plans to visit our country in 3 months to compete with old sword godly. At this time, the bedroom door opened and Long Kir walked out of the bedroom. Unlike the formal dress she wore yesterday, today she was wearing Lu Yun's plaid shirt and shorts. Long Kir sat opposite Lu Yun, her pretty face frosty, and a series of nouns came out of her mouth: rogue, liar, dragon liar. Lu Yun looked embarrassed. Don't be angry, I'll buy you your favorite lollipop tomorrow. When talking about lollipops, Long Kir's face turned green. Lu Yun, I will never eat lollipops again, it's disgusting. Special, a dragon knight with a dragon mount is a true dragon knight. In the dragon mount state, the mount will share 80% of all states with the knight. The two were eating. Lu Yun looked at the information on the system panel, his eyes fell on Long Kir. Why are you looking at me? Long Kor asked, feeling Lu Yun's gaze. Lu Yun, Kor, you know that knights need mounts, right? Long Kir, no, what does it have to do with me? Lu Yun spoke word by word, I am a dragon knight. Long Kor was puzzled at first, then her face froze and she became furious. She jumped up and stepped hard on Lu Yun's foot. I finally prepared myself mentally to be your wife, but you actually want me to be your mount? Lu Yun. This cannot be blamed on Lu Yun. The mount will share 80% of all status with the knight, and no one can resist such temptation. Lu Yun, just for once. Long Kir, don't even think about it. Jinsha City, Professional Exchange Center, Trading Area. This is the most prosperous area in Jinsha City. Lu Yun seldom comes here. The things for job changers are too expensive and he cannot afford them. Today was the day he and Zhang Xingxing had agreed to level up. Before leveling up, Lu Yun still had something to do here. Team up. Team up. Rare class changers above level 20, add me and go fight the Spider's Nest dungeon together. A student group, all of whom are girls above level 5, and a beautiful thief at level 7 leading the team. Looking for a knight to be the tank. Boys are also welcome. Take a look, a newly released skill book, Spear Mastery. Only 500 gold coins, first come first served. Not 998. Not 499. Just 188. Take the silver level broadsword home. As soon as Lu Yun came in, the girl who was calling for the student group came over and said, handsome guy, are you a knight? Do you want to join our team? We are all girls here, you just need to take the damage, we have a level 7 thief. Lu Yun was stunned and looked over when he heard that. There were only 4 girls, a mage, a priest, a shooter, and a thief. The level 7 thief is wearing leather armor and has a thin build. There are 3 output professions and 1 auxiliary profession, and the only thing missing is one who can pull monsters head on. Sorry, I have a team. Lu Yun refused without even thinking about it. Oh. Hearing this, the girl nodded in disappointment. The level 7 thief side, forget it, let's just go with the 4 of us. I'll be in charge of killing the monsters, and we'll concentrate our firepower to kill them instantly. Xiaoxin, you just need to heal me. Xiao Xian beside Lu Yun was shocked, this is too risky. If you encounter a group of wild monsters, you will be in danger. The thief girl glanced at Lu Yun and said calmly, it's useless for you to please him. He doesn't think highly of us. Lu Yun smiled. This thief girl was quite fierce. He really looked down on this team. The gap in strength was too big. It would not be good for anyone to get together. However, Lu Yun still said, I suggest you wait a little longer. This configuration is very inefficient. Stop looking down on us. The thief girl snorted coldly and left the trading area with the 3 girls. Lu Yun shook his head, spread a piece of newspaper on the ground, and took out his trophies, wolf skin, wild boar steak, and several pieces of white equipment. Chapter 13, The Bond System is Open. Lu Yun began to imitate him and shouted, low-level white equipment 8 gold coins each, low-level materials wholesale, large quantities are discounted. Only 10 minutes, no more waiting after the expiration date. Countless people looked over after hearing this. 10 minutes later, Lu Yun clapped his hands. After selling all the items, I got 247 gold coins. With the 100 gold coins given by the principal of number 3 middle school, I have a small asset now. Lu Yun casually glanced at the other stalls, didn't see any equipment he liked, and just left. The Jinsha Beach defense line is a leveling area for levels 20-30. This is the entrance to the same area as the Golden Sands Grassland 010 leveling area. There were quite a few people at the entrance. From a distance, Lu Yun could see a sexy female swordsman with a short sword on her back, a high ponytail, and exquisite armor. The female swordsman has a pretty face and an even more perfect figure. The proud chest bulged up the top of the armor, but the waist was tightly bound by the cloth strips, forming an exaggerated and ridiculous curve. Teacher has a great figure. Lu Yun praised. The female swordsman was Lu Yun's teacher Zhang Qingqing. Seeing Lu Yun arrive, Zhang Qingqing waved gracefully, let's go. I'll help you level up. Lu Yun walked up quickly and said, Teacher, I'm going to ask you for help today. Zhang Qingqing patted her chest confidently, causing a wave of excitement, leave it all to the teacher. Today you just need to lie down and the teacher will help you level up. When you become famous in the future, the teacher can also brag that this number 1 dragon knight in the world was once my student, and I even helped him level up. Thanks for your good words. While chatting and laughing, the two stepped into the defense line of Jinsha Beach. When Lu Yun entered the Jinsha Beach defense line, 4 people were discussing with each other facing his back. Hey! It's the knight who doesn't want to team up with us. How does he get into the level 20-30 maps? No wonder you didn't want to team up with us? It turns out your level is so high. Impossible. Shindashan, the proud son of our school, is only level 9 now. He was almost killed instantly when he entered the level 15 map yesterday, and ran out in disgrace. No matter how powerful he is, can he be stronger than Shindashan? They are the 4 female students that I met at the Professional Exchange Center. When talking about Shindashan, all 4 of them calmed down. Female thief, look at his equipment. Many positions are empty. The level cannot be too high. I think it is probably some rich young master who paid a lot of money to help him upgrade it. The priest lady who had a good impression of Lu Yun said, but if the output, damage taken, and treatment are all insufficient, wouldn't the experience gained be very little? In that case, it would be better to gain more experience by killing low-level monsters. The world rules have many checks and balances on the issue of high-level players helping low-level players level up. The amount of experience gained from the death of a monster is allocated entirely based on the combat core data. That's why 4 people went to the dungeon together. As a result, the female thief reached level 7, while the young priest was still level 5. The female thief was speechless. The archer suddenly said, they must have some special way to level up. If we learn it, we might be able to kill monsters above our level. The female thief's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Some people have used the terrain to their advantage to level up. For example, they climbed up a pillar so that monsters couldn't attack them, but they could still use their ranged skills to attack them. They leveled up very quickly. They must have found a similar way to level up before they dared to enter this leveling area. What if they learned this leveling method? The female thief raised her lips and said, "Let's see if he dares to look down on us again in the future." As the absolute core of the team, once she made a proposal, no one else had any intention of objecting. The four of them quietly entered the Jinsha Beach defense line. Although the female thief is aggressive and arrogant, she is quite cautious in her actions. She asked her teammates to follow her from a distance while she surveyed the map environment. Not far away, I saw a group of fishmen lying on the ground with tragic deaths. No one survived. It's safe ahead, there are only corpses of wild monsters. Be careful when you follow us, and don't make any noise. If there are any monsters coming, run to the safe zone immediately. The female thief gave some instructions and continued on her way. At this moment, she heard the sound of noisy fighting ahead. The clang of weapons colliding, the roar of magic exploding, and the strange cries of the murlocs. Found it! I saw dozens of short men in front of me, with gills on their mouths and fins on their backs and arms, stepping on the waves, brandishing their weapons, and making a fierce sound. Ulu oh oh oh! Walla moo moo moo! Brutal fishman, LV-22, common monster. Ding! An elegant female swordsman entered the scene, and with a flick of her dagger, one of the fishman's arms flew into the sky. With one sliding step, he walked through the crowd of fishmen on the mud and sand. The dagger was swung several times, and the sharp swordlight pierced through countless fishmen, causing blood to splash. The health of more than a dozen fishmen dropped by 1/3. Zhang Qingqing put away her sword, and when the merman rushed over angrily, she had already rushed towards another group of mermen. Soon, another group of murlocs were chopped to pieces by her swords, which successfully angered them, and they joined the murloc army chasing her. A group of murlocs, two groups of murlocs. 7, 13, 46, 85. 97. Slowly, a group of fishmen appeared behind Zhang Qingqing. She didn't move very fast and adopted a roundabout tactic. While ensuring that his own health did not drop too much, he also attracted the hatred of all monsters and did not let a single murloc leave the team halfway. This is the professional monster pulling technique. The female assassin was stunned. Before she understood the meaning of the female swordsman pulling so many fishmen, Zhang Qingqing had already drawn an arc and inserted diagonally towards Lu Yun, who was standing on the edge of the beach. Then he jumped lightly, bypassed Lu Yun and left. Lu Yun was exposed to the eyes of all the fishmen. When the army of fishmen was at a loss, Lu Yun picked up a handsome shield and inserted it vertically into the mud pit. Release skills, Justice Taunt. In an instant, a group of fishmen rushed over, trying to drown him. Countless ordinary attacks fell. The mountains were filled with ferocious fishmen, who attacked one after another. The terrifying attack frightened the female thief, who was hiding nearby and watching so much that her legs went weak. If she was the one who suffered these injuries, she would definitely be torn to pieces by these level 22 murlocs. But Lu Yun just raised the shield with one hand, and various special effects on his body flashed, and he took almost all the damage. If it was yesterday, Lu Yun would definitely not be so vigorous. But today, after opening the properties panel, I suddenly received a prompt. Successful wedding night with a mythical partner, the mythical bond system has been unlocked. Current bond unlocking degree, 20%. 10% bond reward, Dragon Fortress level 12 platinum has been issued. 20% bond reward, blood boiling legendary night skill has been issued. Chapter 14, this time, I made a lot of money. Although he didn't know why the bond was only 20% after spending a night with Longcore, these two rewards were really powerful, and also gave Lu Yun a deeper understanding of the mythical level marriage partner. The first is the Dragon Fortress, which is an exclusive shield for the knight profession. Dragon Fortress offhand weapon for knight and warrior professions. Level, platinum, level requirement, 12. Attributes, strength plus 30, stamina plus 30, agility plus 10, mental strength plus 10. Special 1, Solid Barrier. When you use Dragon Fortress to block, the physical damage you receive is reduced by 50 points without distinction. The magic damage is reduced by 10 points without distinction. Special 2, Shield Slam. When using Dragon Fortress to attack the enemy, there is a 10% chance of causing a 1-second stun effect on the enemy. Introduction, a shield once used by a Dragon Knight, which fell from the Dragon Realm to the human world at some point in time. With such powerful attribute bonus, it is hundreds of miles better than the bronze equipment on you. After adding the physical strength of the Dragon Fortress, Lu Yun's physical strength directly reached a terrifying 150 points. The total health value is increased to 3,000. The most powerful attribute of the Dragon Fortress is the special effect of the first one. Solid Barrier. All physical damage received is reduced by 50 points without distinction. It is simply the top artifact in the Novice Village. With this special effect, plus the terrifying damage reduction of Dragon Scale Body Protection and Justice Taunt, the attacks of these ferocious fishmen are just like tickling. It doesn't hurt at all. And the other skill is also a magical skill. Blood Boiling. Activate the life magnetic field hidden in your body, increasing your maximum health to 150%, duration 10 minutes. Combined with his life regeneration, the word tank is no longer enough to describe Lu Yun at this stage. He is a living blood cow, or a blood demon. Now Lu Yun can probably sweep all the wild areas below level 30 without any problem. 33. 38. 29. 21. 34. Plus 225. 28. 30. 31. Plus 255. Dense groups of red little guys popped up above Lu Yun's head. Then a green quality number quickly appeared, filling up his health. Killing monsters at full health after 10 levels. This is the sense of security that the Dragon Knight profession brings him. After adding all the extra attribute points to strength, Lu Yun raised his spear. Sweep it hard. A Murloc, all health removed. Fiery Dragon Breath Slash. Dragon Strikes. Hundreds of points of horrific damage exploded wildly on the fishman's head. Lu Yun waved his spear, madly harvesting the lives of the fishman army. His own experience bar was rising rapidly, and it reached level 13 in a moment. The wild monsters had not been cleared yet when Zhang Qingqing's slender figure suddenly appeared over there, bringing nearly 100 new wild monsters. One of them pulled the monsters while the other killed them, without stopping. There is a small detail: Lu Yun and Zhang Qingqing did not form a team. Lu Yun always relied on the skill, Justice Taunt, to attract monster hatred instead of the team system. This allowed him to consume almost all of the wild monster experience. Without the need to evenly distribute the experience bar is rising like crazy. Leveling up is possible this way? The female thief was stunned. They need to make various plans and analyze various situations to kill level 6 monsters, for fear of unexpected events. I have never seen a scene like Lu Yun killing high-level monsters so quickly. She couldn't understand how this happened. The 3 female companions leaned against her side at some point, looking at Lu Yun with stars in their eyes. So handsome. As handsome as a god of war. Stop being so crazy, he doesn't think highly of us. Look how handsome he is. We, lying in the sand, look like 4 poor civets. Who do you think is better, Shen Shuaba or him? Jimei, are you crazy? Shen Dashan? I don't know him well. I just think this classmate is the coolest. The female priest Xiao Xian pulled the female thief's arm and said aggrievely, "Sister, we really can't learn this leveling method." "Don't look at it, go back and continue leveling up," sighed the female thief. Before leaving, he looked at Lu Yun deeply, as if he wanted to imprint his face in his mind. I fantasized in my mind, if he is willing to take me to level up, my experience will definitely soar like a rocket. He is also very handsome, and I don't know if he needs a girlfriend. 4 hours later. Lu Yun shot through the last fishman's head. The corpses of the fishmen under his feet piled up into a 10-meter high hill. The rare materials, white equipment, and blue equipment that exploded were so numerous that it was dazzling. Faintly, you can see some lights of other colors. Lu Yun took a look at the level prompt information. The dense prompts made him feel a little intensive phobia. Successfully killed the ferocious fishman, experience plus 2,100. Successfully killed the ferocious fishman, experience plus 2,100. Successfully killed the ferocious fishman, experience plus 2,100. Congratulations, your level has been upgraded, your attribute values have been upgraded, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Successfully killed the ferocious fishman, experience plus 2,100. Congratulations, your level has been upgraded, your attribute values have been upgraded, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Your level has reached 15, and you have obtained the basic skill of the Dragon Knight profession, Dragonlance Triple Strike. Successfully killed the ferocious fishman, experience plus 2,100. Congratulations, your level has been upgraded, your attribute values have been upgraded, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Reminder, your level has reached 17. So many hints. The level 22 ferocious murlocs on the Golden Sands Beach defense line were almost all wiped out. If she continues to kill monsters on the spot, Zhang Qingqing will need to run far away to pull the monsters. Not only is it inefficient, but the monsters will also easily lose their aggro. The loss outweighs the gain. Teacher, take a break. Zhang Qingqing wiped the sweat from her forehead and sat down with her back to back with Lu Yun. The hot body was soft and tightly pressed against his back. Lu Yun closed his eyes in enjoyment, smelling the fragrance emanating from the woman behind him. Let the teacher see what good equipment has been dropped. Zhang Qingqing casually picked up a piece of equipment, and when she saw it, her eyes lit up. Nice bronze. Traveler's wristband. Required level, LV16, quality, bronze. Attributes, strength +5, stamina +10. Special, the damage you receive from normal attacks is reduced by 2 points. She immediately continued searching excitedly. There's also this, Traveler's Pendant, Traveler's Knee Pads, and Traveler's Armor. I'll give you a set. But, the drop rate is too high, isn't it? I've never seen such a drop rate when I go out to fight monsters. Lu Yun slapped his forehead and remembered a very crucial attribute of his. 10 points of luck, this is the special reward when he obtained the title of Junior Hunter. After putting on 4 pieces of bronze equipment, Lu Yun was no longer a rookie. The remaining blue equipment, white equipment, and materials that exploded could bring in several hundred gold coins if sold in bulk. This wave of profit is crazy. Chapter 15 Diamond Level Boss. Zhang Qingqing circled around Lu Yun, and suddenly her face came close to him, staring at Lu Yun. Lu Yun froze for a moment, not knowing what to do. Zhang Qingqing said in a gentle voice, "You have already graduated and are a 20-year-old adult. When you go to the capital, you will forget your teacher, right? We have such a close relationship, how is it possible?" Then, Zhang Qingqing hesitated to speak. Lu Yun was puzzled. What do you want to say? Zhang Qingqing hesitated. I submitted my resignation letter. Lu Yun was shocked. Why? Zhang Qingqing raised her eyebrows. Want to know? If I want to fall in love, would you believe it? Fall in love? No matter how stupid Lu Yun was, he finally came to his senses. Zhang Qingqing was teasing him. Lu Yun, teacher, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Yun reached out and grabbed Zhang Qingqing's hand. Zhang Qingqing's hand was soft, boneless, and smooth. Zhang Qingqing pulled her hand back instantly, her cheeks flushed. What are you thinking? How dare you take advantage of the teacher? I'm just teasing you. She refused bluntly, but she rubbed her hands together in a very awkward manner. Just then, a group of people came behind them. The level of this group of people is above level 30, and they all wear the same union epaulets on their shoulders, a golden quicksand staff. As they walked, the group shouted, "Golden Sands Magician Guild, clear out the area. Everyone outside, get out of the way." The leading man saw Lu Yun and the others and said, "Excuse me, this place has been taken over by the Jinsha Magician Guild. Please withdraw from the Jinsha Beach defense line." Zhang Qingqing frowned. Such a large leveling area, can you take it all? The leading man did not comment. We will only take over for an hour, after that you can do whatever you want. That's all I ask, I hope you two will give me some face. Zhang Qingqing said to Lu Yun in a deep voice, "Lu Yun, let's retreat." Seeing Lu Yun's silence, she added, "The Jinsha Magician Guild ranks among the top 5 in Jinsha City, with more than 200 people." "Teacher, I know." Lu Yun replied, "I've heard of your great name for a long time. Let's go now." The Jinsha Magicians Guild is an established local guild that has existed in Jinsha City for decades. He has lived in Jinsha City for 3 years, so how could he not know about it? The leading man said, "Thank you for your understanding." After saying this, he led his men away. Lu Yun and Zhang Qingqing walked out. On the way, Zhang Qingqing said, "That person is Chao Menglong, the chief knight and vice president of the Jinsha Magician Guild. He is a level 45 job changer." Lu Yun commented, "He is so high-ranking, yet he is so polite to us. He is quite an important person." They left the Sands Beach defense line and entered the rest area. Soon, more and more job changers were invited out by the Magicians Guild. They were not as good-tempered as Lu Yun and the others. Someone opened his mouth and cursed, "The Magicians Guild is so overbearing. The leveling area is not theirs. Why are they chasing us away?" "That's right. I finally managed to wear down 2 murlocs until they were almost dead, and I was about to kill them, but that Chao Menglong actually kicked the murlocs back into the sea. The Magicians Guild is shit. We can't even make the top 3 on the guild rankings. I think we'll be taken care of sooner or later. Humph, do you still need to rely on others? When I reach level 50, I will go to the Magicians Guild myself and kidnap their president Faye Bingru and take her home to be my wife. Several people were talking and cursing at each other, and bursts of laughter occurred from time to time. Lu Yun curled his lips and planned to stay away from these people. As soon as he turned around, a cool fragrance hit him in the face, and before Lu Yun could react, he collided with a delicate body. Feel sorry. Lu Yun looked up and saw a tall figure wearing a milky white robe with gold-plated patterns. She is tall and slender, over 1.8 meters tall, half a head taller than Zhang Qingqing. The figure under the robe was tall and straight, with a section of calves exposed at the bottom of the robe, which were slender and straight. Her legs are unparalleled and her temperament is free and easy. Nothing. She was wearing cloth boots with golden patterns, with a cold face, and responded softly. Then she turned to look at the person who was abusing her and asked, I am Faye Bingru, who wants to take me home to be his wife? That cold tone seemed to freeze people. The cursing voice just now stopped abruptly. The man who was talking nonsense turned pale. People around him turned away and kept their distance from him. Faye Bingru said in a cold voice, everyone, a high-level diamond-level boss has been refreshed on the Jinsha Beach defense line. Its range of activity is the entire Jinsha Beach defense line. We are clearing the area to deal with this boss. If you are not afraid of being killed by it, you can come in. After she finished speaking, her whole body gradually faded away until she disappeared. After a brief silence, exclamations rang out. The skill of the epic professional Void Mage Flash. She is really Faye Bingru. Fuck. I actually saw the goddess in person. She's so beautiful. I must join the Magicians Guild. A diamond-level boss has appeared in our Jinsha city? The Magicians Guild is going to make a fortune. I'm not sure if the Magicians Guild can defeat them. The bosses above the gold level are more difficult to deal with than the other. I'm afraid that many people from the Magicians Guild will die this time. There's going to be something interesting to watch. Chapter 16, Level 40 Diamond Boss. Zhang Qingqing smiled evilly, soft. I saw you bump into it. Lu Yun. Zhang Qingqing curled her lips, it's a pity that there are some knowledge that I can't teach you, unless. Lu Yun, unless what? Zhang Qingqing flirted and said, unless you are brave enough to help the teacher take a holiday. Lu Yun couldn't stand this stimulation. He grabbed Zhang Qingqing's hand. The other party struggled for a few times but finally failed to pull it back. Time passed slowly, and from time to time, people wearing golden quicksand staff shoulder badges passed by the two of them. The people who went in looked nervous, and some of those who came out were supported, and some were carried out. It can be seen that the battle was brutal. Information about the boss of the Jinsha Beach defense line also gradually spread. It is a fire creature named Firebird, a level 40 diamond level boss. It's been almost an hour, it should be over. Zhang Qingqing said. Lu Yun nodded. Just then, there was a loud noise. A man ran out with blood all over his head, and he shouted, oh no! The boss has evolved, and Brother Raptor has fallen. The boss evolved? Chao Menglong fell? Everyone looked towards the Golden Sands Beach defense line, where more and more people were withdrawing, most of them with injuries. Lu Yun noticed a man in the crowd who was wearing heavy armor and had a strong physique. He was carried out, his armor was covered in blood, and his hair was burnt and stuck to his face. Isn't this person Chao Menglong, whom he just met once? Is the diamond level boss so powerful? No way. The Jinsha Magician Guild has more than 100 people. How can such a large number of people fail? The Sands Magician Guild is no good. They can't even defeat a level 40 boss. Bullying newbies is fine, but when you meet a boss. Upon hearing this, a fleeing union member turned around and yelled at the person who was speaking, bullshit. We took it down right away, and the boss actually evolved. Not only is his health full, but he also has many more skills. He became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and even shed tears. I have a brother with 5,000 HP. He was killed instantly by the boss's skill. The boss dealt group damage, and used skills without spending any money. He couldn't even pull aggro. How can we fight? We can't fight at all. He closed his eyes slightly, as if he remembered a horrific scene, his body trembled, and he turned and left. What kind of boss is this? And he's F-King evolving? That's way off base. 5,000 HP for one skill? No wonder even Chao Menglong couldn't stop it. Zundu is fake? Why don't I believe it? Dude, this is the Jinsha Magician Guild. No matter how weak they are, the average person is at level 30. I just did a rough calculation and there are still more than 20 people who haven't come out yet. I'm afraid they will never come out. I've told you guys a long time ago that bosses above gold level are harder to kill, not to mention this is diamond level. The Magician's Guild deserves it. Lu Yun was shocked as he listened to everyone's discussion. Is a diamond level boss so strong? Even such a large guild can't take it down? Zhang Qingqing pondered, didn't they say the boss evolved? Maybe its level or grade has increased. Monsters can evolve, but it's rare for a diamond level boss to evolve. I can only say that the Magician's Guild is very unlucky. Fei Bingru finally came out of the leveling area. She was still wearing a soft white mage robe, but her eyes were filled with a hint of sadness and anger. Before leaving, she glanced at the entrance to the Golden Sands beach defense line and sighed, the Magician's Guild is doomed. The two left the rest area and Lu Yun said goodbye to Zhang Qingqing. This time of leveling up, Lu Yun's level was raised to 18, he gained a few more pieces of equipment, and also gained more knowledge. He was particularly impressed by the diamond level boss, the fire-weaving bird. One skill can instantly kill a job changer with 5000 HP. Lu Yun opened his own panel. Lu Yun LV 18. Physical strength, 275. Strength, 177. Agility, 120. Spiritual power, 135. Total HP, 5500. I am now qualified to be killed instantly by this boss. 5500 HP is the effect after he puts on the equipment. Without considering the defense attribute bonus, you can barely withstand one skill of the boss. As for arm wrestling with the young firebird, that is absolutely impossible. Improving our strength is imperative. When I got home, I saw Long Kor wearing an OL uniform. The white shirt on her chest was slightly raised, and she was wearing a hip skirt, shiny pantyhose, and open-toed high heels. As expected, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Just by changing her clothes, she turned from an elegant princess into a white-collar worker in the workplace. Noticing Lu Yun's dull gaze, Long Kor raised the corner of her mouth and said with a smile, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen an elegant and beautiful princess? But speaking of which, your human clothes are really beautiful." Chapter 17, Lin Ying, a student at the Magic University. As she said that, Long Kor reached out and rubbed her smooth thighs. Especially these strange socks, they are comfortable and beautiful to wear. I also bought white, black, and letters on them, hee hee. In addition, I also bought a few beautiful little skirts. She kept taking out various clothes, socks, and shoes from the house like she was presenting treasures. There were Lolita style, campus style, and more of them were expensive dresses. Lu Yun's face became darker and darker. Where did you get the clothes? Do you have money? It's from an app called Mateone. They delivered it very quickly. What's the money? Do these things cost money? He snatched the phone and checked the bill. Today's consumption, 167 gold coins. Account balance, 13.2 gold coins. Oh. He doesn't lack the more than 100 gold coins now, and there is still money from selling materials in the warehouse. But he was used to living a hard life, so he was always very frugal. He had never spent money so lavishly before, and now all his savings that he had accumulated over the years had been squandered. He found it a little hard to accept. Noticing that Lu Yun was in a bad mood, Long Kor lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake, and her princess's pride was completely gone. Lu Yun, did I do something bad? No. You only said 2 words to me. You must be angry with me. It's not a big deal. Lu Yun patted Long Kor's smooth cheek. No matter how much money he spends, this is still the little wife he brought from the bridal chamber. In the sense of world rules, the two are an absolute pair, an inseparable combination. Long Kor stood on tiptoe, her delicate nose rubbing against Lu Yun's hair, and whispered in Lu Yun's ear, at most I can be generous once tonight and reluctantly, agree to let you sleep with me once, then don't be angry. There is a hint of tea in her coquettish tone. Lu Yun couldn't help it anymore, he hugged Long Kor and walked into the bedroom. Aha, I haven't taken off my clothes yet. No, I want you to wear this outfit and sleep with me. Nee? Why, idiot. The skirt should be taken off, why are you lifting it up? My new socks. What are you doing? Damn it, damn it. In the evening, Lu Yun took a shower and climbed back into bed. On the other side of the bed, the girl curled up like a fragile cub, wrapped in a space quilt. Lu Yun stroked the girl's hair and untied her spiral bun. The two braids hung down like snakes, and he untied them one by one. The black hair fell down, and the girl tilted her head comfortably in her sleep, with the corners of her mouth curled up happily. She buried her face in the silky hair spread out on the curtain and fell into a deep sleep. After Lu Yun finished doing all this, he took a look at the system interface. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. The mythical bond system has changed again. The affection between you and your spouse has increased, and the compatibility of your souls has increased. The bond system is being updated. Current bond unlocking degree, 30%. 30% bond reward, Flame Dragon's intimacy passive skill. Intimacy of the Flame Dragon, the daughter of the dragon god, Long Kier Ivy Hylia Fire, gave the characteristic of flame favor to her husband during a soul fusion with her husband. She is the supreme of fire and does not allow any flame in this world to harm her lover. Effect: the damage of your fire magic and combat skills increases by 70%. You are 70% immune to the damage of fire magic and combat skills. The damage of fire magic and combat skills is increased by 70%. 70% immunity to damage from fire magic and combat skills. Lu Yun read the introduction of this skill over and over again. Supermodel. Powerful. If those fire mages saw this skill, wouldn't they just skin him alive? Enhance fire skill damage? What a coincidence, Lu Yun's main AoE damage skill, Fiery Dragon's Breath Slash, is of the fire element. The damage is directly increased by 70%. With one strike, he can probably deal 2,000 points of group damage. What does 70% damage reduction mean? A 100 damage fireball will only tickle him, and a 1000 damage pyroblast will only scratch his skin. The meteorite storm with 10,000 damage can only take away half of his health. From now on, he is the humanoid self-propelled fire nemesis and the public enemy of fire mages. Thinking of this, Lu Yun wanted to find a leveling area full of fire monsters, do some butterfly swimming in the fire pit, and teach those fire monsters a lesson. I sent a message directly to Zhang Qingqing, "Teacher, is there any map with more fire monsters?" Zhang Qingqing quickly replied, "There are 3. In the Jinsha honey farm, there is a leveling point with level 15 fiery bees, but the experience given is not very high. There is a group of level 25 fire goblins stationed on the wild stone slope, and that was also one of the leveling points where I plan to take you to level up. The third one is more difficult. It is a dungeon with an average of 40 level monsters. The name of the dungeon is Prelude to the Extermination of the Fire Elemental Elves. It is full of fire elemental elves and a level 45 gold boss. The first leveling point was too low and Lu Yun didn't even look at it. The second leveling point is quite suitable, but it doesn't highlight the advantages of his new skills. On the contrary, in the third copy, although the monsters are of a high level, but they are all fire monsters, so Lu Yun has a lot of room for development. Teacher, can you give me a copy of the specific data of the fire elemental spirit and the fire elemental boss? Soon, Lu Yun received a form. Fire Elemental Elf, LV40, skill damage, 1120. Elite Fire Element, LV42, skill damage, 1650. Fire Elemental Lord, LV45, skill damage, 2700. The damage wasn't that high, he could definitely afford it. After gritting his teeth, he said, "Teacher, shall we go to this map to upgrade tomorrow?" Zhang Qingqing, "Ah? How about, reconsider it? Isn't it too risky?" Lu Yun, "It's okay, I'm prepared." Zhang Qingqing, "Do you want me to call a few teachers to help? Let's team up and go down together?" Lu Yun, "No need." Zhang Qingqing, "It's good to see the advanced dungeon. After all, it's in the dungeon, much safer than in the wild area. If it's too difficult to beat, we can just exit the dungeon, and the teacher will protect your safety." Lu Yun, "Thank you, teacher." The female teacher was really nice to him. Zhang Qingqing, "It's awkward to say thank you. The teacher is so tired every day. Just remember to compensate the teacher in the future." After Lu Yun pondered for a moment, he typed, "How do you compensate me? Should I let you take maternity leave?" Zhang Qingqing, "Little pervert, do you want to try? The teacher also wants to take a vacation." Flirting selfie.jpg. Chapter 18 Is Lin Xiao trying to kill himself? Lu Yun closed Zhang Qingqing's chat window. Zhang Qingqing is an experienced person. He doesn't have the courage to respond to some of the questions. If they continue the conversation, Long Kier will be the one who suffers. Switching to the class group, it was still as lively as usual. Suning, brothers, have you heard? A diamond-level boss has appeared on the Jinsha Beach defense line. Wangy, who doesn't know about this? The whole Jinsha has been going crazy. Suning, I heard that the Jinsha Magicians Guild suffered heavy losses because of this boss. Wangy, that is not the case. The president of the Jinsha Magicians Guild is a beautiful lady. I don't know how many people are vying to get in. If I don't do well in the exam, I will go to this guild. Kai Su, it's a diamond-level boss. I wonder what good stuff it will reveal. If I can kill it, I can probably reach level 20. Kai Su, do you think diamond-level equipment will drop? That stuff is priceless. Wangy, don't even think about it. No guild dares to take action against this boss now. The topic discussed in the group was what Lu Yun had witnessed in the rest area. He understood the horror of the diamond-level boss better than anyone else in the group. Zhao Feng, I have an inside information. Lin Xiu, the president of the Second Trade Union of Jinsha City, is planning to take action against this boss. Zhao Si, damn, is Lin Xiu trying to kill himself? Zhao Feng, the one who did it was not Lin Xiu, but Lin Xiu's cousin Lin Ing, the super genius who had been studying at Magic and Martial Arts University for 2 years. Lin Xiu told Lin Ing about the diamond-level boss, and Lin Ing agreed to take action, and also said that the equipment that was dropped would be given to Lin Xiu. Zhao Qingson, how did you know? Zhao Feng, I am not talented, but I have joined the Paladin Guild and become a reserve cadre in the guild. I heard this from Boss Lin himself. Eating with a group of people with guild medals on their shoulders. JPG. Looking at the chat content in the class group, Lu Yun seemed to be thinking about something. As the second largest guild in Jinsha City, the Paladin Guild is what all job changers in Jinsha City want to join. Lin Ing came out of this guild. He had an extremely rare light attribute profession. Later, he went to the Magic and Martial Arts University for further studies and also founded the famous Fast Sword Guild, which had terrifying strength. Lin Ying's outstanding experience has become the pride of Jinsha City. Lu Yun was not envious. As long as he was given time, his achievements would definitely not be lower than Lin Ying's. After turning off his phone, Lu Yun held Long Core in his arms. With the soft jade in his arms, he felt an unprecedented peace in his heart. He felt sleepy and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Yun found that he had nightmares all night long. In the dreams, he was strangled by a Cthulhu-like creature, and the feeling of suffocation lasted throughout the dream. Lu Yun frowned. The feeling of suffocation still existed and did not disappear when he woke up. Lu Yun lowered his head and saw that Long Kier's legs were tightly around his neck. Lu Yun's face was full of black lines. No wonder he felt suffocated. It turned out to be this guy's doing. I didn't expect that sleeping could be life-threatening. I have to be careful in the future, otherwise I might be strangled to death by her one day. Just then, Long Core rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up. She is particularly charming today, with a mature charm. Good morning. Seeing Lu Yun staring at her, Long Kier smiled slightly, which formed a great contrast with Lu Yun's tired face. Morning. Lu Yun replied depressedly, then got up and cleaned the room. The room was in a terrible state, even the newly bought hiss was broken into pieces. After they washed up briefly, Lu Yun took Long Core to the Fire Elemental Elves Genocide Prelude Dungeon. This is a high-level dungeon, with an average monster level of 40, which is not suitable for Lu Yun at his level. If Lu Yun wasn't immune to fire, he wouldn't have come here. The damage of fire magic and combat skills is increased by 70%. 70% immune to damage from fire magic and combat skills. Thinking of these two properties, Lu Yun became extremely excited and was determined to give it a try today. The copy is located in a jungle with no end in sight, and the trees here are different from ordinary trees. The trees were not green but scarlet red, and each one was burning with flames. Chapter 19. Playing with fire in front of me? This place doesn't look like a jungle, it looks more like a sea of fire. The flames burned, emitting a scorching force. The sparks merged together and shot straight into the sky, creating an extremely shocking scene. Even though he was still some distance away from the jungle, Lu Yun could already feel the suffocating heat. It's so hot that it's about to explode. Glancing at the empty dungeon entrance, Lu Yun laughed, no wonder there's no one here. Even a level 40 job changer wouldn't be able to get in if they weren't immune to fire. There were burning trees all around, and the temperature here had reached a terrifying level, so other job changers couldn't get in at all. But Lu Yun was different. Although he could also feel the heat, his 70% immunity to fire allowed him to ignore the terrifyingly high temperature here. As for Long Kor beside her, there is no need to mention it. As a member of the Fire Dragon clan with the attribute of fire, these flames are just like playing house in her eyes. The two of them went deeper into the copy together. The temperature outside the copy was already quite high, and as they went deeper, the temperature rose sharply. A red translucent barrier appeared around Lu Yun, isolating the restless flames around him. This barrier was the Flame Dragon's intimate Fire Elemental Spirit. Level, LV 40 grade, Gold rarity, 3 stars. Attack power, 500. HP, 6800. Skill 1, Fire Arrow Rain. The Fire Elemental Elf's bow is like a full moon, firing a rain of arrows, causing 50% fire damage, 50% critical damage, and 50% deceleration effect. Skill 2, Fire Elemental Burst. When the Fire Elemental Spirit's HP drops to 10%, it deals an additional 10% fire damage and gains a 60% blood-sucking effect. Weakness, Fire Elemental Spirits are afraid of destructive explosions. Evaluation, this is a monster that is good at hiding in a sea of fire. Flame is its cradle and the source of its power. At this moment, the system's analysis panel automatically appeared in front of Lu Yun. When Lu Yun saw the panel attributes, his expression suddenly froze. There was a sea of fire all around him, and he didn't see the so-called Fire Elemental Spirit. Is there something wrong with the system? Whoosh! Just as Lu Yun was thinking, a sound of breaking wind suddenly came from the hot space, and an arrow condensed by flames pierced through the sea of fire and headed straight for Lu Yun's eyebrows. At this moment, all the hairs on Lu Yun's body stood up. The arrow grew bigger and bigger in his pupils. At the critical moment, Long Kir stood in front of Lu Yun, stretched out her fair little hand and directly grasped the arrow in her hand. Although Long Kir was always passive when she was having a meeting with Lu Yun, she was unambiguous when Lu Yun was in danger. The flaming arrow seemed to be condensed from magma, filled with extremely strong firepower, and red light radiated to the surrounding space. If anyone else dared to hold the arrow with bare hands like this, their palms would probably be roasted on the spot. But for the little female dragon who controlled the power of fire, the firepower on this arrow was pitifully weak. There are monsters. Long Kor turned sideways and whispered to Lu Yun, then she exerted a little force with her palm, and the arrow condensed by fire was directly crushed into pieces. In fact, Lu Yun realized this without Long Kir's reminder, but when he looked around, he found nothing. This is a sea of fire, with flickering red flames all around, and no monsters in sight. Suddenly, Lu Yun thought of the interface prompt just now. Since the system has already prompted the other party's information, it means that the other party is nearby, but is hiding in this sea of fire. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, it's difficult to deal with. Lu Yun murmured softly. Whoosh! At this moment, another flaming arrow flew through the sea of fire and headed straight towards Lu Yun and Long Kir. After this arrow, several more arrows were released at the same time, like several flaming meteors. When the arrows passed through the air, they left a long tail flame, which was powerful and brilliant. Long Kor's face was full of indifference. She casually stretched out her slender index finger and waved it lightly forward. Whoosh! The power of fire condensed at the fingertips, turning into a long flaming whip that instantly smashed the flaming arrows into flaming fragments. Playing with the power of fire in front of me? Long Kor was a little irritated. The other party had not shown up for a long time, but had been hiding in the dark and shooting arrows at her. It was really disgusting. The little female dragon got angry and planned to do it herself, but was stopped by Lu Yun at the critical moment. Experience in the dungeon is distributed based on damage. If you kill the opponent, I will have no experience. Lu Yun naturally knew how powerful Long Kor was, but if he wanted to level up in the dungeon, he had to do it himself. Long Kor could only act as his bodyguard and take action in dangerous moments. All right. Long Kor nodded, then stood behind Lu Yun without saying anything else. Lu Yun took a step forward, his eyes scanning the surrounding sea of fire. He decided to use his brain to find the other party's trace. As long as he can judge the direction from which the arrow was shot, he should be able to find the opponent's approximate position. Then Lu Yun can take action and teach the opponent a lesson. But ideas are good and reality is cruel. Just when Lu Yun was looking for the other party, several arrows suddenly shot out through the sea of fire. But these arrows were shot from all directions, and it was impossible to find their exact direction. In desperation, Lu Yun had to defend himself and put on the Fire Dragon's Intimacy, which directly reduced the damage of fire attribute attacks by 70%. Then Lu Yun stood there and let the arrow shoot at him. With 70% fire reduction, even if he just stands here and lets the other party shoot at him, there probably won't be any problem, right? When Long Kor saw Lu Yun's actions, she wanted to say something but hesitated, and finally did not say it. She really wanted to say that although the Fire Dragon's Intimacy could reduce fire damage, the arrow itself also had physical damage. However, she felt that since Lu Yun decided to do this, he must have his reasons. Bang! The next moment, several flaming arrows shot at Lu Yun at the same time. 70% of the flaming arrows were blocked. The remaining 30% of the damage was almost no different from a tickle in the face of Lu Yun's powerful attributes. Only. Puff! The arrow shot at his body, with a huge impact force. Lu Yun's eyes suddenly widened and he almost vomited out the overnight meal. Chapter 20, A Man Riding a Dragon. The power of fire was blocked, but the physical damage was still there. Lu Yun felt his waist was numb. Fortunately, his basic attributes are strong and his defense is sufficient, otherwise this arrow would have pierced through his body. Lu Yun came back to his senses and felt a little scared, but Long Kor hesitated to speak. At this moment, a ball of fire in front suddenly began to jump, and a figure condensed by flames walked out of the sea of fire. The figure's facial features could not be seen clearly, and it looked more like a human-shaped ball of fire. In the figure's hand, he was holding a bow and arrow condensed from fire. Obviously the guy who launched the attack before was the other party. Fire elemental spirit? Lu Yun narrowed his eyes. Looking at the fire elemental spirit that walked out of her, Long Kor suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Lu Yun just stood there and let the arrow shoot at him. It turns out that he wanted to take the opportunity to lure the other party out. You are worthy of being a man riding a dragon. I never thought you could do this. Long Kor admired Lu Yun so much that stars almost popped out of her eyes. Long Kor initially hated humans and didn't like being married. As a stay-at-home girl in the Dragon Clan, she felt that a dragon's life was meaningful only if she stayed at home. But when she met Lu Yun and felt the joy of holding a small meeting, she realized how narrow her vision was before. For example, before, if she wanted to find the other party, she could only absorb all the firepower here and force the other party to show up. However, Lu Yun used a simple trick to make the other party show up on their own initiative. It was simply amazing. If Lu Yun knew what this little female dragon was thinking, he would definitely spit out blood. He wasn't thinking of any plan just now, he just failed to show off. After the fire elemental spirit came out of the sea of fire, it immediately drew its bow again and prepared to attack Lu Yun. However, Lu Yun did not give the other party a chance to do so and rushed out directly. A red ripple appeared on the surface of Lu Yun's body, and it turned into a fireball and rushed over directly. Dragon Charge! Bang! When Lu Yun bumped into the fire elemental elf, the opponent was forcibly stunned by the characteristics of the skill and stood there swaying. Just when the opponent was stunned, Lu Yun took out the Dragon Fortress again, holding a platinum-level shield, and directly hit the opponent in the face. Bang! The fire elemental elf hadn't recovered from the dizziness yet when it was hit hard on the head and almost turned into a small flame. After doing all this, Lu Yun felt that 6 seconds had passed. In order to prevent the other party from launching a fierce counterattack after waking up, he directly used Justice Taunt. After all, the opponent was dozens of levels higher than him, so Lu Yun naturally did not take it lightly and immediately used a set of smooth little combos. Buzz! A pale yellow light enveloped the fire elemental elf. The fire elemental elf had just woken up from its dizziness and immediately shot another arrow at Lu Yun. With the dual blessing of Dragon Bastion and Righteous Taunt, the red damage number finally jumped out. Critical hit 20. The fire elemental elf was completely stunned. My level 40 gold monster only did 20 damage even though it was a critical hit? After seeing the damage inflicted by the opponent, Lu Yun almost burst out laughing. At first, he was a little worried whether his actions were a bit abrupt. Although he can reduce 70% of fire damage, he is at least a level 40 gold monster. Now it seems that he was just worrying too much. The 70% fire damage reduction, plus his Righteous Taunt, coupled with the Dragon Fortress, the effect is really amazing. The level 40 fire elemental elf was just like a scraping monster in front of him. The 20 health points deducted were restored in a few seconds with the help of life regeneration. In other words, after Lu Yun took a head-on attack from a level 40 golden monster, he was still in full health. He is only level 18 now. If you tell others about this, I'm afraid no one will believe it. After reacting, the fire elemental elf attacked Lu Yun again. This time it was even worse. It didn't even trigger a critical hit and only dealt 15 points of damage. Lu Yun, on the other hand, relied on the Dragon Fortress to directly confront the fire elemental elf and slammed his head. 123. 125. 155. Although the opponent had 6,800 health points, he could not withstand Lu Yun's series of attacks. In less than a minute, the fire elemental elf was killed by Lu Yun. Lu Yun also gained some experience because of this. The experience of a level 40 monster was quite terrifying, and it directly brought Lu Yun's level to level 19. This made Lu Yun overjoyed. The prelude to the genocide of the fire elemental elves was really at the right time. For other people, this place was a place of death, but for Lu Yun it was just right. With the terrifying fire element reduction attribute, he can completely solo here. Lu Yun continued to go deeper and began to hunt other fire elemental elves. These fire elemental elves were very cautious. At first, they would only shoot arrows in secret and would not appear until they were sure that Lu Yun had been hit. But they never expected that the guy in front of them had such horrible defense, and their attacks couldn't cause much damage at all. When they show up, Lu Yun will rush up with a dragon charge, then activate the justice taunt and start his torture. In less than a few minutes, Lu Yun killed several fire elemental elves, but it was not clear whether it was due to the special properties of the copy, and no equipment was dropped. Lu Yun's level was still stuck at level 19. Although the fire elemental spirits could provide a lot of experience, they were slow to kill. After level 18, each level increase would require more experience. It seems that if I want to level up, I must hunt more fire elemental elves. In addition to fire elemental elves, there are also higher level elite fire elements and fire elemental lords. I should be able to gain a lot this time. Lu Yun thought so in his heart, so he quickened his movements. While Lu Yun was having fun killing, Zhang Qingqing was in a daze outside the copy. This brat, we clearly agreed to meet here at 9 o'clock, why is there no movement yet? Zhang Qingqing was still wearing a professional suit today. Although the professional attire is relatively conservative, it can still highlight the perfect body curves. The absolute area covered by the gray hip skirt is fascinating, the white thighs are of moderate thickness, and exude a heart-beating temptation under the wrapping of the hips. After waiting for a while, Lu Yun still did not show up. Zhang Qingqing suddenly thought of Lu Yun's marriage partner, Long Kor. Long Kor has the natural attribute of fire, just like a noble fire queen. The temperament in her every move is incomparable to Zhang Qingqing. In terms of appearance, Long Kor is able to suppress Zhang Qingqing. A single man and a single woman were in the same room, and the other party was Lu Yun's marriage partner. Could this brat have been playing all night? Chapter 21. It runs, he chases, it can't fly away even if it has wings. Zhang Qingqing suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but widen her eyes, and suddenly felt her breathing become a little short. If this is true, what should I do now? Go back directly? But she had already made an agreement with Lu Yun, so if she called directly, would it disturb them? After thinking for a while, Zhang Qingqing sent a message to Lu Yun. At the same time, outside the entire fire elemental extermination prelude, all the fire elemental elves were experiencing their most terrifying nightmare. One human being beat all of them and made them flee in panic. At first, Lu Yun was hunting the fire elemental elves alone, but later, seeing their own kind being hunted by the humans in front of them, the fire elemental elves collectively went berserk and appeared at the same time, wanting to strangle Lu Yun to death. Then they were horrified to find that their attacks on Lu Yun were just tickling. Then these elves became desperate and started playing hide and seek with Lu Yun. When Lu Yun saw that these guys were no match for him, he immediately ordered Long Kor to take action and directly sucked up all the fire from the surrounding area. Without the protection of the Sea of Fire, all the fire elemental spirits were exposed to Lu Yun and began to flee frantically for their lives. It runs. He chases. It can't fly away even if it has wings. My beloved, don't run. Let me love you well, hee hee hee. So, a group of level 40 fire elemental elves were chased all over the map by Lu Yun, who was only level 19. Anyone who saw this scene would cry. So miserable. Just when Lu Yun was having a great time chasing these elves, his cell phone suddenly rang. When I picked it up, I saw Zhang Qingqing's WeChat. Oh shit. Lu Yun exclaimed, no wonder he always felt like he had forgotten something. It turned out he had forgotten Zhang Qingqing. The two had originally agreed to meet outside the dungeon at 9 o'clock yesterday, and let Zhang Qingqing take him to level up. However, Lu Yun wanted to experience his newly acquired skills, so he rushed in by himself. Teacher de Bao Zhang Qingqing, Lu Yun, you haven't woken up yet? Lu Yun quickly replied, Teacher Zhang, I forgot to tell you that I have already started clearing the dungeon. Seeing Lu Yun's reply, Zhang Qingqing immediately panicked. Lu Yun was only level 18, and he actually came here to solo a level 40 dungeon. Isn't this nonsense? If you are not careful, it may be life-threatening. Lu Yun is now the treasure of number 1 middle school. He is a genius selected by the Magic and Martial Arts University, and a Dragon Knight who has signed a contract with the Dragon Clan. If anything goes wrong with him, it will be misfortune for the entire Xia country. Teacher Debo Zhang Qingqing, you should be outside now, right? Stay where you are and don't move. Ensure your own safety. I will come over now. Don't act rashly. Wait for me. After sending this message in a hurry, Zhang Qingqing rushed out into the copy with a pale face. At the same time, I keep praying in my heart. Don't get into trouble. Please don't get into any trouble. However, when Zhang Qingqing rushed into the dungeon at the fastest speed in her life, she was shocked beyond words by the scene before her. Bang! Zhang Qingqing's cell phone fell directly to the ground, and the whole person seemed to be frozen in time by the Sakura country's time-stopping technique. She stood there blankly, her charming face full of shock, her pink lips slightly parted, and some saliva flowing uncontrollably from the corners of her mouth. At this moment, the entire outer sea of fire had completely disappeared. A group of fire elemental elves were howling and were being chased all over the map by Lu Yun holding the dragon fortress. The key point is that Lu Yun was chasing while making an evil laugh. He, no matter how fast you run, you can't escape from my grasp. Even if you scream your throat out today, no one will come to save you. Long Kor had been following Lu Yun all the time. She felt a little jealous when she heard Lu Yun's words. This guy had never said such dirty words to her before. Dragons are inherently lustful, and she also hopes that Lu Yun can treat her in the same way. But as a girl, she couldn't say such words, so she could only look at Lu Yun with resentment. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly felt someone was staring at him. He stopped and looked behind him, and then he suddenly realized something. When did Teacher Zhang arrive? Teacher Zhang. Lu Yun scratched his head and awkwardly came to Zhang Qingqing to say hello with Long Kor. Zhang Qingqing also recovered from her shock at this time, took a look at the group of fire elemental elves that were still fleeing, and said with a strange expression, You are quite good at playing. Hey. Lu Yun smiled a little embarrassedly and said, I was just playing with them casually. Just play with them? At first Lu Yun was still very conservative, but he gradually discovered that these fire elemental elves were very afraid of him. So Lu Yun gradually let go and started chasing them all over the map. Just for fun? Zhang Qingqing took another look at the group of fire elemental elves who were fleeing. Although these elves had no facial features, their figures were indeed quite good. The front and back are protruding, quite hot. But it is impossible for ordinary people to have a private meeting with them, the sausage will be burnt to pieces. None of this matters. What matters is that although these elves have no facial features and cannot show facial expressions, Zhang Qingqing can still feel their fear. This made Zhang Qingqing ponder what on earth these level 40 monsters had experienced to be chased around by Lu Yun like this. Let's get back to the point. Do you know that what you are doing is very dangerous? You are now a student selected by the Inner Demon and Martial Arts University. If anything goes wrong, how will number 1 middle school explain to the higher-ups? Zhang Qingqing frowned and criticized seriously. Lu Yun also realized his mistake and said with a wry smile, Teacher Zhang, I was wrong. Seeing Lu Yun's sincere attitude in admitting his mistake, Zhang Qingqing didn't know what to say. She suddenly turned her wrist and took out a long sword from the storage space. The sword is 3 feet long and 3 inches wide. It is made of azure crystal and is translucent. The shape is quite unique and exquisite, and it actually exudes a faint icy power. The air in the copy was already quite hot, but when Zhang Qingqing took out the sword, the temperature nearby dropped a lot. This is the frozen sword, a weapon forged from the body of a level 40 monster with the ice attribute. Since it has the power of ice, it is naturally effective against monsters with the fire element. As Zhang Qingqing spoke, she handed the frozen sword to Lu Yun. Take this sword. I will help you level up now. Follow me later and watch how I kill these fire elemental spirits. You can finish them off from behind. How can you level up in this high-level dungeon without professional equipment? She went to Jinsha number 1 middle school early in the morning to apply for it and got this sword. It was specially prepared for Lu Yun. Otherwise, with Lu Yun's level, it would be too difficult to deal damage in such a high-level copy. Lu Yun reached out and took the frozen sword, feeling the cool touch of the sword in his hand, and felt indescribably moved. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. With this sword, I will be more proficient. Chapter 22. This is the art of fighting. If I really want to thank the teacher, words are not enough. How about inviting the teacher to have a few drinks afterwards? Zhang Qingqing blinked at Lu Yun with a smile on her face. Zhang Qingqing has a charming appearance and a voluptuous figure, like a mature flower. You can smell her refreshing fragrance just by getting closer. Lu Yun couldn't help blushing and nodded in agreement. Teacher Zhang specially prepared the frozen sword for me and personally brought me here to level up. It's only right that I thank him by having a meal with him. However, Lu Yun did not notice the sad look of the little female dragon next to him. Hiss with professional attire? So you like this? Long Care glanced at Zhang Qingqing, talking to herself in her heart, and clenched her fists. Although she was extremely reluctant when she married Lu Yun, she was still quite unhappy when she saw other women were interested in Lu Yun. In her opinion, the two of them had already had an in-depth communication, and Lu Yun was already her, Long Core's, property. She would never allow anyone to take Lu Yun away from her. Lu Yun did not notice Long Care's little look, because he didn't even realize that Zhang Qingqing was interested in him. He simply felt that Zhang Qingqing was too responsible and took too good care of him. Without further ado, follow the teacher and he will help you level up. Zhang Qingqing didn't waste any words. After saying hello, she took out the same ice sword and walked towards the fire elemental elf in front. Just looking at the trees around that had lost their flames, Zhang Qingqing was still somewhat confused. Why did the flames here disappear? Also, why are these powerful fire elemental elves being chased by Lu Yun? But she didn't think too much about it. She just thought that all this might be an accident. Some monsters in the dungeon would not actively attack. Maybe the fire elemental elf here is of this type, which is why Lu Yun is chasing it. This group of fire elemental elves had been chased all over the map by Lu Yun before, and they were already very angry. Now they saw a woman dared to bully them, and they were furious. What happened to the copy monsters? We also have thoughts and dignity. A fire elemental elf immediately stopped, and the bow was like a full moon. The fire element condensed an arrow in front of the bow and shot it towards Zhang Qingqing. Whoosh! When? However, before the arrow got close to Zhang Qingqing, it was split in half by Zhang Qingqing's ice sword. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun took a breath of cold air. As expected of a teacher at Jinsha number 1 middle school, Zhang Qingqing was not only beautiful, but her swordsmanship was superb. After blocking the arrow, Zhang Qingqing decided to strike while the iron was hot. Her long legs wrapped in black stockings suddenly burst out with powerful strength, and she rushed directly towards the fire elemental elf. At the same time, Zhang Qingqing's voice also rang out, "Watch carefully, the teacher will personally demonstrate to you what the art of fighting is." Lu Yun looked serious and stood there watching Zhang Qingqing's operations carefully. He has only awakened the mythical profession and become a dragon knight. In terms of combat experience, he is definitely not as good as Zhang Qingqing. After all, as a teacher at number 1 middle school, he has undergone a lot of systematic training, and there are many things that Lu Yun cannot compare with. In less than a few breaths, Zhang Qingqing appeared in front of the fire elemental elf and swung the icy sword in her hand forward mercilessly. Buzz! The fire elemental elf was unable to dodge and had one of its arms chopped off. The red arm jumped high into the air, then fell heavily to the ground and turned into flames before dissipating. Normally, fire elemental elves are condensed from fire elements and have no physical form. Their bodies are flames, and it is very difficult to cut off their bodies with ordinary means. But the frozen sword has its own ice attribute, which naturally has a restraining effect on them, which is why it achieves this effect. Seeing how fierce the woman in front of him was, the fire elemental elf was a little frightened, and quickly turned around and groaned to his companions. It's obvious that he wants his companions to help. But those fire elemental elves stood far away and had no intention of coming forward to help. Are you kidding? Lu Yun was still standing not far behind Zhang Qingqing. This ruthless man had chased them, a group of elves, all over the map, and had become an indelible nightmare in their hearts. With Lu Yun around, they didn't dare to fight back at all. In desperation, the fire elemental elf had to retreat while fighting with Zhang Qingqing. But Zhang Qingqing, as a swordsman, has already mastered the swordsmanship to perfection and is almost invincible in close combat. In addition, the fire elemental elf is only good at long-range attacks and was directly suppressed by Zhang Qingqing throughout the whole process. 555. 456. 666. In the fierce battle between the two sides, the health of the fire elemental elf began to drop rapidly, and in a blink of an eye it dropped by 1/3. But at this moment, the distance between the two sides finally widened a bit, and the fire elemental elf used his skills without hesitation. Rain of fire. Hundreds of flaming arrows fell from the sky like a rainstorm. After the 50% critical strike and 50% slowdown effects came out, the situation changed again. With the blessing of the critical hit, this attack had a very good effect and actually directly ignited the clothes on Zhang Qingqing's body. Although Zhang Qingqing put out the fire in time, her professional attire was still burned with holes, and her fair skin could be vaguely seen. This situation made Zhang Qingqing furious. She immediately held the ice sword and tried to get closer again, but the 50% slowdown effect was too abnormal. Zhang Qingqing's movement speed was severely affected and she couldn't get close to the opponent at all. But this did not pose a problem for Zhang Qingqing. She suddenly took the ice sword and swung it forward in the air. A sword shadow accompanied by a sound of breaking wind blasted towards the fire elemental elf, causing huge damage again. Seeing the fight between the two sides, Lu Yun was amazed. As expected of a beautiful teacher, Zhang Qingqing was extremely graceful when fighting, especially when she moved violently, the evil behind her would be ready to emerge. Lu Yun was watching with fear, fearing that the burnt cloth could not contain the powerful evil. But unfortunately, the fabrics were still very strong, and although they were about to burst several times, they finally managed to block the evil attack. Finally, after 5 minutes of fierce fighting, Zhang Qingqing successfully killed the fire elemental elf in front of her. But she herself was also exhausted and panting, her cheeks flushed, sweat dripping, and her originally smooth black hair was stuck together, as if she had just taken a shower. Did you see that? Zhang Qingqing put away the frozen sword and walked up to Lu Yun, saying with a smile, "This is the art of fighting. Although you are not a swordsman, a dragon knight can also play a similar role. Next, you can try it yourself. I will assist you. Even if you can't kill the fire elemental spirit, it's okay. After all, you are only level 18, so it's normal that you can't beat it." Chapter 23. Are you really only level 18? Good. Lu Yun nodded, then took a step forward with the frozen sword in hand. Seeing Lu Yun take a step forward, the many fire elemental elves in the distance looked as if they had seen a ghost. They all took 3 steps back in unison. Lu Yun twitched the corner of his mouth and took another step forward. The group of fire elemental elves retreated another 8 steps. Lu Yun. I'm not a man-eating devil. Do you have to be so afraid of me? It's also fortunate that the fire elemental elf can't speak, otherwise it would definitely have to greet Lu Yun's 18 generations of ancestors. We saw with our own eyes that our kind were killed by your set of skills, and now you despise us for being afraid? What exactly are we afraid of? Don't you know it yourself? Seeing the reaction of the fire elemental elves, Zhang Qingqing finally noticed something unusual. Why did it seem like these elves were very afraid of this kid? This guy is only level 18. Why do these level 40 monsters act like sheep seeing hungry wolves? Boom! At this moment, a fire elemental elf couldn't bear it any longer. It couldn't stand the feeling of being chased by Lu Yun anymore, so it bowed like a full moon and took the initiative to attack Lu Yun. Lu Yun was overjoyed and rushed forward like a dragon. Launch an uninterruptible attack and stun for 6 seconds depending on the strength of both parties. Before the fire elemental elf could launch an attack, Lu Yun forcibly stunned it on the spot. Lu Yun raised the ice sword without hesitation and slashed at the fire elemental elf. Bang! 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 Under the restraining effect of the frozen sword, Lu Yun inflicted even more explosive damage than before. After a few slashes, the opponent's health was reduced by nearly half. Seeing that the 6 seconds were about to expire, Lu Yun once again started his righteous taunting. A pale yellow light directly enveloped the fire elemental elf. Then the fire elemental spirit shot an arrow at Lu Yun. Caused up to 16 points of critical damage. And then nothing happened. After shooting the arrow, the fire elemental elf was hacked to death by Lu Yun with the ice sword. After doing all this, Lu Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead, holding his sword and smiling as he returned to Zhang Qingqing. Then he scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, I still haven't learned your art. I can only hack randomly." Hacking indiscriminately? Zhang Qingqing looked at Lu Yun and felt unwell all over. It's been less than a minute, and you actually killed a level 40 fire elemental elf in 1 second? It took her nearly 10 minutes to kill the fire elemental spirit before, and she had to use various sword techniques to kill it. Lu Yun directly controlled the opponent to death. Before the opponent died, he only dealt a total of 16 points of damage, and then was killed instantly. Is this still a human being? Is this the horror of a mythical profession? Are you really a level 18 Dragon Knight? Zhang Qingqing asked in shock after being alone for a long time. Level 18? Lu Yun shook his head, revealed a brilliant smile, and said, I'm level 19. Level 19? After Lu Yun's reminder, Zhang Qingqing realized that Lu Yun had indeed reached level 19, and she couldn't help but be even more surprised. What on earth did this kid do in the dungeon just now that he was able to level up so quickly? Zhang Qingqing suddenly remembered the scene when she had just entered the dungeon and saw Lu Yun chasing many fire elemental elves all over the map. She thought it was just an accident at first, but now she realized what was going on. A level 19 player was chasing a group of level 40 monsters. He did not think that a mythical profession could be so amazing, but believed that there was an unknown secret hidden in Lu Yun. Lu Yun naturally had no idea what Zhang Qingqing was thinking. After defeating the fire elemental elf with ease, he prepared to continue hunting the remaining fire elemental elves. Seeing Lu Yun's actions, Zhang Qingqing did not stop him this time. She had originally wanted to take this kid to level up and improve the relationship between the two sides. Now she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. This little guy was so scary, but she was still brandishing swords and guns in front of him. It was really embarrassing. Teacher Zhang. Lu Yun was about to continue hunting the fire elemental spirit, but suddenly he seemed to have thought of something and blushed as he reminded her, you should change your clothes first. Zhang Qingqing looked down and realized that she had exposed herself, and she couldn't help feeling embarrassed and angry. Although she usually looks charming, she is actually quite conservative. Many parts of her body are exposed now, and those who don't know would think she is wearing interesting clothes when she goes out. Zhang Qingqing had a storage space, and she immediately took out a new set of professional attire from the storage space and put it on. It was also thanks to the fact that she usually liked to store clothes and other things in the storage space, otherwise she would have had no choice but to go out like this today. Lu Yun was a little disappointed when he saw that Zhang Qingqing had changed her clothes in just a moment. Why do you look so unsatisfied? Zhang Qingqing noticed Lu Yun's expression, smiled charmingly, and ignored Long Kor beside her. She leaned close to Lu Yun's ear and blew a breath of hot air, and whispered, if you still want to see it, come to the teacher's room tonight, and the teacher will let you see enough. Lu Yun coughed lightly a few times and was about to say something when he suddenly felt a chill spreading from behind him. He turned around and found that Long Kor was staring at him with a resentful look on her face. Let's talk about it later. Lu Yun cleared his throat and said. Zhang Qingqing also glanced at Long Kor. As a woman, she naturally knew that she was jealous, so she didn't dwell on this topic too much. Let's get back to the topic. Start leveling up now. You are much stronger than I thought. I will assist you. Zhang Qingqing said. Lu Yun nodded, holding the frozen sword and preparing to take action, but at this moment, the group of remaining fire elemental elves in front suddenly stopped running and stopped where they were. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qingqing frowned and said in a deep voice, oh no, they know they can't escape, so they are preparing to unite and fight us forcefully. Monsters in many dungeons share a common characteristic, when they sense danger, they will unite and fight to the death. Even a dog will jump over the wall when it is forced into a corner, let alone the monsters in the dungeon? When faced with this situation, if one does not have an absolute advantage, temporarily avoiding the spotlight may be the best option for all professionals. Retreat first. Zhang Qingqing's face darkened, and she pulled Lu Yun and prepared to retreat. But before the two of them could retreat, the group of fire elemental elves in front of them raised their bows and arrows at the same time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thousands of flaming arrows with long tails drew a curved arc in the air and shot towards the two people in an overwhelming manner. Rain of fire arrows. Chapter 24. Why leave? Thousands of flaming arrows were like a meteor shower, creating a wave of flames in the sky. The flames on each arrow were connected to each other, painting the entire sky crimson. Zhang Qingqing's face turned pale. Even though she was a teacher in a middle school, she was unable to withstand the current attack. You should know that each of these fire elemental elves is level 40. If dozens of fire elemental elves use their skills at the same time, even epic professional spirit masters of the same level will not be able to resist. It's over, there's no escape. Looking at the rain of arrows that were shooting towards her with the sound of breaking wind, Zhang Qingqing's eyes were filled with despair. The speed of these arrows is too fast, they have no chance to retreat now. Zhang Qingqing's expression changed for a while, and she finally made a decision. She held the ice sword in her hand and resolutely stood in front of Lu Yun. Teacher. Lu Yun spoke softly. You go first, the teacher will block here for the time being. I am at a high level, so my life will not be in danger for the time being. You go first. Zhang Qingqing decided to block the attack in front of her by herself to buy time for Lu Yun to escape. But Lu Yun didn't think so. Teacher, why should I leave? Lu Yun asked the question in his mind. In fact, what bothered Lu Yun the most was that these fire elemental elves kept running away. Now that they had united and counterattacked together, it would save Lu Yun a lot of trouble. He could then easily kill these fire elemental elves. After all, with up to 70% immunity to fire damage, the skills released jointly by dozens of fire elemental elves, although seemingly powerful, actually cannot cause much damage. But Zhang Qingqing didn't know this. After hearing Lu Yun's question, she almost couldn't catch her breath. Why do you want to leave? Why do you want to leave? If we don't leave now, both of us will die here. Zhang Qingqing was just about to turn around and yell at Lu Yun to leave quickly, but Lu Yun had already disappeared from behind her. At the same time, Lu Yun's voice came from the front. Teacher Zhang, you just watch here and leave the rest to me. Swish. Zhang Qingqing's pupils shrank suddenly and she looked forward. When she saw Lu Yun standing in front of her, her mind went blank. What is this kid going to do? Didn't he feel the horror of this blow? The fire elemental elf is a pure fire monster. Although the attack has not yet arrived, she can already feel a terrifying hot air. What on earth is this kid trying to do? Before Zhang Qingqing could react, a rain of arrows burst out from the sky, and the moment they landed on the ground, they directly ignited a sea of fire. The place where Lu Yun was instantly covered by raging flames, and the flames burned fiercely as if they could burn everything. Lu Yun's figure was directly submerged in the sea of fire. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qingqing was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes suddenly turned red. Lu Yun. Zhang Qingqing suddenly felt a pain in her heart and her eyes turned red. Because Lu Yun can cook a table full of delicious dishes, the two of them became friends because of the delicious food, and Zhang Qingqing would ask Lu Yun to have a meal with her every now and then. Some time ago, Lu Yun entered into a marriage contract with the legendary Dragon Clan and became the envy of all students in the school. The profession he awakened was a mythical one, Dragon Knight. This made Zhang Qingqing fall in love with Lu Yun even more. After all, her purpose of staying in number 1 middle school was to find a man with great potential, form a partner with him, and become a good wife and mother in the future to take care of her husband and children. But now, the sudden experience made Zhang Qingqing unable to accept it. Compared to Zhang Qingqing's excitement, Long Core was much calmer. Looking at Zhang Qingqing, who was shouting at the top of her lungs, Long Core did not explain. With 70% fire damage immunity, it would be strange if these attacks could kill Lu Yun. Zhang Qingqing, that stupid woman, doesn't understand Lu Yun at all. She still wants to snatch a man from this princess? She is the woman who knows Lu Yun best. Thinking of this, a smile appeared involuntarily on Long Kier's pretty face. Snort. So what about Lu Yun's teacher? I am the woman who knows Lu Yun best. What do you have to snatch him from me? Teacher Zhang, you called me? Just when Zhang Qingqing was heartbroken and about to cry, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from the sea of fire ahead. Zhang Qingqing was completely stunned, staring blankly at the sea of fire in front of her. As the flames gradually disappeared, a figure appeared in front of Zhang Qingqing. It's Lu Yun. Under the joint attack of dozens of fire elemental elves, Lu Yun was not only unharmed, but even his clothes did not show any signs of burns. At this moment, his body was covered by a light red barrier, and the horrific fire attacks were directly offset by 70% of their power. However, the frozen sword in Lu Yun's hand had been burned into steam under the terrifying rain of fire arrows. Are you okay? Zhang Qingqing rubbed her eyes, unable to believe what she saw. When she was sure that Lu Yun was really fine, she burst into tears of joy. Of course I'm fine. I have 70% immunity to fire damage. Lu Yun scratched his head and smiled. 70% immunity to fire damage, coupled with his current blood volume, makes him an indestructible cockroach. 70% fire damage immunity. After hearing Lu Yun's words, Zhang Qingqing finally understood why Lu Yun was unharmed and couldn't help but gasp. Mythical professions are so powerful. Don't underestimate this 70% fire damage immunity. If you are facing monsters or professionals with the same fire attribute, it almost means you are invincible. If the opponent could originally cause 100 points of damage, he can only cause 30 points of damage in front of Lu Yun. This can no longer be described as abnormal. It's like a cheat. Zhang Qingqing was delighted but also shocked. No wonder the Dragon Knight could be called a mythical profession. It was so terrifying. What she didn't know was that Lu Yun's abnormal attributes had nothing to do with Dragon Knight. The main reason is that there is Long Core, a little female dragon with fire attribute, and these attributes are shared with him by Long Core. It's not the mythical class of Dragon Knight that is strong. The strong one is Long Core, the little female dragon with fire attribute. That. Lu Yun suddenly looked at the frozen sword with only the hilt left in his hand, and said awkwardly, "This sword has melted, you are not going to ask me to pay for it, right?" The frozen sword was also forged from materials from level 40 monsters and was considered a relatively advanced piece of equipment, but now the frozen sword has been melted. If Lu Yun really has to pay for it himself, he really can't afford it now. His more than 200 gold coins had been spent by Long Core. Chapter 25, Jungling Without Taking Any Damage. Thinking of this, Lu Yun felt a pang of pain in his heart. That was more than 200 gold coins, and Long Core had managed to spend them all in one day. This speed of spending money is simply unimaginable for Lu Yun, who lives frugally. Let's talk about the sword later. Let's solve the problem at hand first. Zhang Qingqing gave Lu Yun a cold look. I was so worried about this kid before that I almost cried, but in the end, what this little guy cared about was whether to compensate for the frozen sword. This made Zhang Qingqing both angry and amused. Good. Lu Yun nodded, then took out the Dragon Fortress again and rushed towards the fire elemental elf in front of him. Dragon Charge. Boom. As this group of fire elemental elves had just released their skills and were standing relatively close to each other, Lu Yun's giant dragon charged over and stunned a large number of them. And while these fire elemental elves were stunned, Lu Yun directly used the righteous taunt. Buzz. A pale yellow halo instantly spread out from Lu Yun's body, radiating out in all directions, covering all the fire elemental elves. When the fire elemental elves woke up from their dizzy state, they immediately attacked Lu Yun. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of flaming arrows shot directly at Lu Yun. Yet the damage done was minimal. 15. 11. Critical hit 18. Critical hit 19. A group of level 40 fire monsters bombarded Lu Yun crazily, but all the damage added up did not even exceed 100. On the contrary, with the help of his super recovery skills, Lu Yun's health was quickly restored. After his blood volume was restored, Lu Yun was not idle either. He raised the Dragon Fortress and smashed it towards the group of fire elemental elves. Even though the Dragon Fortress is mainly a defensive equipment, it can be blessed by Lu Yun with up to 70% fire element damage attribute. Every strike will cause high damage. 698. 770. Critical hit 999. Critical hit 998. After a few shield strikes, the health of this group of fire elemental elves was reduced by half, while Lu Yun's attributes were still at full capacity. Zhang Qingqing showed a look of shock, her worldview was completely turned upside down. No damage to the jungle. As a level 19 professional, Lu Yun was able to clear a dungeon with an average level 40 monsters alone without taking any damage. He is indeed the man that Zhang Qingqing has chosen. Finally, under Lu Yun's simple and rough ravage, this group of fire elemental elves finally couldn't hold on, their blood volume directly dropped to 0, and then they turned into a ball of flame and dissipated. After killing these fire elemental elves, Lu Yun also gained a lot of experience, but he was still some distance away from reaching level 20. We still need to continue hunting monsters. However, all the fire elemental elves outside the copy had been killed by Lu Yun, and now there was nothing for Lu Yun to upgrade. I underestimated you before. You are really a monster. No wonder that Dragon Knight could reach such a height. This profession is really abnormal. Zhang Qingqing sighed, and then noticed that Lu Yun had a somewhat uncomfortable expression on his face. I'm just a little bit away from upgrading my level, but there are no monsters to kill right now. How frustrating. Now you have killed all the nearby fire elemental spirits. It will take some time for them to refresh. If you want to continue leveling, I am afraid you have to go deeper. Zhang Qingqing was amused by Lu Yun's expression. The fire elemental elves are only the most basic monsters in the dungeon, and the monsters that follow will only become more and more powerful. If it were before, Zhang Qingqing would definitely not allow Lu Yun to go deeper into the dungeon, because the monsters inside the dungeon were difficult for even her to handle. After seeing Lu Yun's terrifying fire immunity attribute, she felt that Lu Yun might really be able to clear this place alone. Then continue to go deeper. Lu Yun nodded, then looked at Zhang Qingqing and asked, "Is it okay, teacher?" "Sure." Zhang Qingqing nodded, her charming phoenix eyes stared straight at Lu Yun, then she narrowed her eyes and smiled, "If it's classmate Lu, you can all come in." The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched, and he felt something running over his face. "It's the wheel." Lan Kor, who was standing behind Lu Yun, was so angry that she gritted her teeth and grabbed the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands, almost tearing it to pieces. I don't know why, but Lan Kor didn't like Zhang Qingqing the first time she saw her, and now she hates her even more. Lu Yun was her marriage partner, but this woman said such ambiguous words to her marriage partner in front of her. This is clearly a provocation to her. I must be careful about this woman. Lan Kor muttered to herself that she had already listed Zhang Qingqing as the person who needed to be most vigilant. Lu Yun didn't notice Lan Kor's reaction. When he saw that Zhang Qingqing agreed to let him go deeper, he didn't hesitate and started to move forward. Lu Yun is a cautious person by nature. Even though he knows that this is a copy of fire monsters and even though he has 70% immunity to fire damage, Lu Yun is still very vigilant. In Lu Yun's opinion, talent is secondary, and the ability to survive is the key to becoming a king. Since Zhang Qingqing said that we can go deeper, I think there should be no problem. As the two men and the dragon went deeper, the scenery around the copy also changed. Not long after they walked, the original flaming jungle turned into a sea of fire. It was indeed a sea of fire, with endless flames burning on the ground all around. The terrifying high temperature spread through the air, releasing extreme temperatures. Under the terrifying high temperature, the space above the sea of fire is constantly distorting. This is a very common natural phenomenon, but at the moment, large areas of space are distorting, which is quite shocking at first glance. This should be the lair of the fire elemental elites. They are stronger than the fire elemental spirits. They are level 42 monsters, and their combat power is comparable to some small bosses. You have to be careful. If something goes wrong, retreat immediately. Zhang Qingqing looked at the sea of fire in front of her and gave up the idea of teasing Lu Yun, and gave him a serious warning. As a teacher at No. 1 middle school, she has the obligation to ensure the safety of her students. Even if Lu Yun is not a genius who has awakened a mythical profession, she must live up to her identity as a teacher. Understood. If I'm really no match for you, I will retreat. Lu Yun nodded. He didn't know about the others, but as for himself, he still valued his life very much. Even though he is very good at fighting, he is also very good at escaping. Chapter 26. If it's him, there is no problem at all. With his status as a mythical professional, as long as he can survive and develop, he will sooner or later become a powerful person who dominates a region. There is absolutely no need to lose your life because of a copy. The Dragon Knight is a combat profession after all. If he really died in the dungeon, he would probably be more miserable than the mythical alchemist who died in the dungeon. It was even listed as a typical negative example and praised by people all over the world. Go ahead, the teacher is here to cheer you on. Zhang Qingqing handed her frozen sword to Lu Yun. She had already had some difficulty dealing with a fire elemental elf before, and now she had to deal with a fire elemental elite that was stronger than the fire elemental elf, which was beyond her ability. Good. Lu Yun took the frozen sword, nodded, and walked towards the sea of fire ahead. Higher-level dungeon monsters will hide themselves most of the time, and will only show themselves when outsiders step into their territory. But just as Lu Yun was about to step forward, something strange happened. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion was heard in the originally calm sea of fire in front, and then several pillars of fire suddenly shot out from one direction of the sea of fire. A figure covered in a black barrier rushed out from the sea of fire. However, due to the black barrier, Lu Yun could not see the figure's appearance clearly, and did not even know whether the other person was a man or a woman. There are people leveling up here? Lu Yun was stunned. He originally thought that only someone like him who was immune to fire damage would challenge this dungeon. I didn't expect that someone had already taken the lead and challenged this place first. Zhang Qingqing also frowned. She didn't expect that someone would come to such a place, and that person was just one person. If it is a group, it would be fine. With the cooperation of various professions, the entire dungeon can still be completed. Of course, Lu Yun is an exception. If others came to this kind of copy alone without Lu Yun's incredible immunity to fire damage, it would be purely a suicide act. However, just by taking a look at the opponent's attack methods, Zhang Qingqing concluded that the opponent did not have any attributes that reduced fire damage. Is that the Void Mage? But when Zhang Qingqing saw the other party's methods, she was immediately a little confused. Lu Yun couldn't believe his eyes. A virtual wizard. If he remembered correctly, Fei Bingru, the president of the Magicians Guild, was also a virtual wizard, right? Although looking around the world, the Void Mage is not a very rare profession. As an epic profession, there are also quite a few spiritualists who have awakened the Void Mage. But within the scope of number 1 middle school, there seems to be only one person who has awakened the Void Spirit Mage. And this person is naturally Fei Bingru from the Magicians Guild. It's actually her. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes. The last time he saw Fei Bingru was at the Jinsha Beach defense line. At that time, Lu Yun and Zhang Qingqing were doing a dungeon in the defense line, and then people from the Magicians Guild showed up and blocked the entire beach. Because a diamond-level boss appeared, almost all members of the Magicians Guild were mobilized to eliminate this boss. It's a pity that it failed in the end. Fei Bingru was also at the scene at that time, so why did she appear here now? Whoosh! However, before Lu Yun and Zhang Qingqing could be too shocked, more than 10 fire pillars shot up into the sky. They were burning with crimson flames and took on human forms, like gods of fire, appearing on top of the fire pillars. Although they also have human-like outlines, they are much more muscular than the fire elemental elves encountered before. Moreover, the power of fire in his body became even more violent. They are none other than the level 42 fire elemental elites. When Lu Yun saw these more than 10 fire element elites appear at the same time, he immediately understood what was going on. Fei Bingru was besieged by more than 10 fire element elites. Roar! After more than 10 fire element elites appeared, Fei Bingru, who was inside the black barrier, suddenly frowned, with tension and unwillingness written all over her face. Ever since the Magicians Guild failed in its last attempt to encircle and suppress the boss of the Golden Sands Beach defense line, the Paladins Guild has announced that it will personally execute the boss. However, the Jinsha Magicians Guild paid a heavy price to encircle and suppress the boss. If they stop here, not only Fei Bingru will be unwilling, but also many members of the Magicians Guild will be unwilling. Therefore, during this period of time, Fei Bingru has been looking for a way to defeat the boss. Finally, she chose to come here, wanting to find a way to defeat the boss from the fire elemental monster in the copy. As the person who founded the Magicians Guild and brought it to its current level, Fei Bingru has a very stubborn personality and is a strong woman. Her greatest pursuit in life is to bring the Magicians Guild into the top 3 super guilds. Now all the members of the guild are mobilized, but they are unable to defeat a boss. Naturally, she cannot accept such a big blow. Although Fei Bingru did not have the attribute of reducing fire damage, she still relied on her level 50 to forcefully kill the fire elemental elf in front of her and made it all the way here. I originally thought that I could use my level advantage to defeat the fire elemental elite alone, but who would have thought that I would be surrounded by so many fire elemental elites as soon as I got here? The intelligence of these fire element elites is obviously higher than that of the previous fire element elves. As if they sensed the power of Fei Bingru's level, when Fei Bingru just appeared here, the fire element elites took the initiative to show up and use their skills at the same time. Fei Bingru was caught off guard and could only defend passively. She was then forced directly into the sea of fire below. If it weren't for the Void Mage's unique defensive barrier, she might have been roasted by now. After a fierce battle with more than 10 elite fire elements in the sea of fire, he finally got out, but he didn't expect to be caught up so quickly. Roar! At this moment, the fire element elites standing on the fire pillars around them suddenly let out a shrill roar. As the roar spread, the originally calm sea of fire suddenly began to boil. Countless flames began to jump wildly, and the height of the flames increased from a few centimeters before to several meters now. The entire sea of fire seemed to be restless. The power of flames burned all around. Even though Zhang Qingqing was still some distance away from the sea of fire, she felt like she was being roasted on a grill. She was sweating profusely, and for the first time she felt that clothes were a burden. She wanted to return to her most primitive state as an animal. Take off those annoying fabrics. But after taking a look at Lu Yun beside her, Zhang Qingqing suppressed the thought. Boom! At this moment, the more than 10 fire element elites suddenly turned into more than 10 fireballs at the same time and smashed towards Fei Bingru from different directions. Fei Bingru changed drastically, and the black barriers around her suddenly shone brightly. Boom! Then fireballs descended at the same time, and the black barrier was instantly covered by red flames. When the flames slowly dissipated, the black barrier had collapsed. Chapter 27, I Want to Die. There was blood at the corner of Fei Bingru's mouth, and her breath was a little fluctuating. Fortunately, the luxurious magician's robe itself was an extremely high-quality equipment. Otherwise, she would be naked now and Lu Yun would have been feasting his eyes on her for nothing. Damn it, I underestimated the enemy. Fei Bingru gritted her teeth, somewhat regretting coming here rashly to kill the monster alone. If she could seek help from some magicians of other professions in the guild, perhaps she wouldn't be in such a mess. She is the president of the Magicians Guild and the pillar of the entire guild. If she dies here, the Magicians Guild will inevitably decline. But the current situation is extremely dangerous, and Fei Bingru has no good way to escape for the time being. After so many years of development, she has quite a few advanced magic props, but unfortunately she came in such a hurry that she didn't bring any with her. Just when Fei Bingru didn't know what to do, she glanced around inadvertently and found Lu Yun and the other two not far away. The last time she came out of the Jinsha Beach defense line, she bumped into Lu Yun and had also seen the three of them. Seeing these three people appearing in such a place, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Leave here quickly, these fire element elites have gone berserk. Fei Bingru shouted loudly to Lu Yun and the other two. At this time, she was in a difficult situation herself, but she did not shift the blame to others. Instead, she reminded Lu Yun and the other two to leave quickly. It was enough to show that although this woman looked quite cold, she still had good character. Lu Yun glanced at Fei Bingru and felt very conflicted. On the one hand, he was a little afraid of death, and at the moment he didn't know if he could be a match for these elite fire elements. Although his 70% immunity to fire damage is abnormal, if the opponent's power is really terrifying, there is still a risk of being killed instantly. But on the other hand, Lu Yun didn't want to sit idly by. Speaking of which, Fei Bingru was also a student of Jinsha No. 1 Middle School and a senior of Lu Yun. Fei Bingru successfully passed the assessment of Magic and Martial Arts University with her outstanding performance as an epic professional void spirit mage and is now a student of the university. Although Lu Yun is not the kind of person who cares about the world, he does not want to stand by and watch someone die. Cour. Lu Yun suddenly looked at Long Cour. After this period of training, the two of them had a telepathic connection. Long Cour immediately understood what Lu Yun meant. Immediately, flames began to burn on the body. Roar! A shrill dragon roar suddenly sounded from the sea of fire, and a huge red dragon spread its wings and rushed out from the flames. This is exactly Long Cour's true form. Seeing this, Lu Yun did not hesitate. He jumped up and stood directly on Long Cour's back. Standing on the giant dragon and overlooking the endless sea of fire below, Lu Yun suddenly had a feeling of looking down on the world. Only with the assistance of a giant dragon can he be a true dragon knight. Cour, let's go. Lu Yun shouted in a low voice. Long Cour did not hesitate and immediately took Lu Yun and dived directly into the sea of fire in front like a star. Faced with a greater threat, the attention of the dozen or so fire element elites was immediately attracted by Lu Yun and Long Cour, the man and the dragon. Seeing this, Fei Bingru clenched her teeth, hesitated for a moment, and then quickly retreated to a safe area. Originally, it was thought that Lu Yun and the other person would retreat quickly, but who would have thought that Long Cour would directly lead Lu Yun towards the center of the elite fire element? When the two sides were very close to each other, Lu Yun leaped up and jumped directly towards the center of more than 10 fire element elites. Seeing this scene, not only Zhang Qingqing, but even Fei Bingru's pupils shrank suddenly, feeling unbelievable. Actively enter the center of more than 10 fire element elites? What on earth is this guy trying to do? Is he looking for death? Lu Yun took action naturally to save Fei Bingru. After rescuing her, he should have retreated. However, Lu Yun knew that when these fire element elites came to their senses and saw that Fei Bingru was gone, they would definitely chase after her again. So Lu Yun must temporarily hold these guys back. These guys only look powerful. In fact, their attributes are not much stronger than those of the fire elemental elves. They should not be my opponents, right? Lu Yun said to himself in his heart. Apart from anything else, just based on this appearance, Lu Yun was still a little scared. But the situation at the moment is that the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Justice mockery. Lu Yun descended from the sky with a roar. Buzz. A pale yellow halo radiated from his body and enveloped the surroundings, instantly completely covering these fire element elites. The range of Lu Yun's justice taunt was limited, but because these fire elemental elites were too close, they were all taunted. When being ridiculed, these fire element elites immediately launched an attack on Lu Yun. Lu Yun has a 70% reduction in fire damage, and when he uses Justice Taunt, he will reduce the opponent's damage by another 70%. The two attributes are superimposed, and a special situation occurs. Boom! When the fire attribute damage from these elites fell on Lu Yun, the terrifying power of fire rushed straight into the sky, as if to burn everything in this world into nothingness. Then a damage number popped up on Lu Yun's body. 5. 5. 5. Critical hit 8. Critical hit 8. Fire burn 1. Fire burn 1. What's going on? After seeing these numbers pop up, Lu Yun was stunned, but he quickly realized that this was the combined result of the two 70% damage reductions. Chapter 28, The Boss Appears, The Fire Prison. Hiss. At this moment, even Lu Yun felt his scalp tingling. Wasn't his attribute too abnormal? If this is true, Lu Yun is almost invincible not only when facing fire monsters, but also when facing fire magicians. Because the fire element magician's moves are all fire attribute skills, and Lu Yun has double blessings, he is almost invincible. But Lu Yun soon calmed down. He had no time requirement for the 70% damage reduction of the fire attribute. But the Righteous Taunt has a time limit and can only last for 10 seconds. However, Justice Taunt has no CD, so as long as Lu Yun has enough strength, he can continue to use it. In this way, the effect is still quite terrifying. Just as Lu Yun was shocked by this, Zhang Qingqing and Fei Bingru also widened their eyes. Zhang Qingqing even rubbed her eyes deliberately, feeling that her worldview had collapsed again. These terrifying elite fire elements are all level 42 monsters. Being surrounded and attacked by so many elite fire elements, even a swordsman like Zhang Qingqing would find it difficult to resist. And Lu Yun didn't lose any blood. It would have been fine if normal damage didn't cause any loss of blood, and critical damage didn't cause any loss of blood either. Even the true damage, which is said to be the terminator of any shield, didn't cause any damage at all. Zhang Qingqing was dumbfounded. This little guy's perversion is far beyond my imagination. How terrifying he will be when he grows up. Just as the two women were shocked, Lu Yun had already taken out the ice sword and started fighting with these elite fire elements. After a simple and brutal battle, these fire element elites were hacked to death by Lu Yun. It's true that the frozen sword is really useful. Since it can restrain monsters with fire attributes, almost every strike of Lu Yun's sword amounts to real damage. On the contrary, the opponent threw a barrage of skills at him, and with the double attribute reduction, not even a drop of Lu Yun's blood was knocked away. Your level has been raised to level 20. After killing the last fire element elite, a faint light emerged from Lu Yun's body and his aura instantly became stronger. After killing these elite fire elements, he finally reached level 20 as he wished. However, Lu Yun was not too happy, because the experience of the next level became more, almost increasing exponentially. This also means that it will become increasingly difficult for Lu Yun to continue upgrading. Damn, you can't play it like this. I'm only level 20 now, and the experience I need to upgrade is comparable to those level 30 professionals. If I'm level 30, wouldn't the difficulty of upgrading be comparable to those level 60 high-level professionals? Lu Yun looked at the experience progress panel and almost vomited blood. Experience, 6199-9999. 1.99 million. This is too horrible. As the highest level of all professions, shouldn't mythical professions be the fastest and easiest to upgrade? Lu Yun muttered softly and was about to go back to the two women when the sea of fire that had subsided around him suddenly began to boil again. Boom! Immediately afterwards, countless pillars of fire shot up into the sky and in an instant transformed into chains of fire, condensing into a fire prison in the air, directly trapping Lu Yun inside. Lu Yun frowned immediately. Zhang Qingqing and Fei Bingru's expressions also changed drastically. Oh no! The boss of this copy, the Fire Elemental Lord, has appeared. The two women were silent for a moment, then reacted at the same time, their expressions becoming extremely nervous. As a teacher at number 1 middle school, Zhang Qingqing has studied various copies of Jinsha. As the president of the Jinsha Magicians Guild, Fei Bingru would naturally not come here rashly to level up. She also studied the dungeons here when she came. Prison of Fire. This is a skill that only the dungeon boss, the Fire Lord, has. This level 45 gold boss finally appeared. Even though the Flame Lord is only a few levels higher than the Fire Elemental Elite, in terms of damage and attribute panels, he is much stronger than the Fire Elemental Elite. Otherwise, he is not worthy of being a dungeon boss. Oh no! Lu Yun, the dungeon boss, is about to appear. Quickly break the fire prison and escape. Zhang Qingqing shouted to Lu Yun anxiously. Although she recognized Lu Yun's strength and knew that Lu Yun was extremely immune to fire damage, she did not think that Lu Yun was strong enough to fight the dungeon boss alone with these attributes. The boss appears. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun also became panicked instantly. He originally wanted to rely on his high damage immunity to fight against the dungeon boss. Now listening to Zhang Qingqing's posture, it seems that I am no match for the boss of this dungeon. Lu Yun reacted quickly, raised the ice sword and slashed at the flame prison. However, when the sword was chopped down, the fire prison was not damaged at all, not even a trace was left. These chains are clearly condensed from flames, yet their strength is terrifyingly high. Lu Yun didn't believe it and swung his sword a few more times, but it was still in vain. The flame chain was intact, but a few tiny cuts appeared on the ice sword. Lu Yun's eyelids twitched, and he felt unwell at that moment. Teacher Zhang. Lu Yun suddenly looked up at Zhang Qingqing, forced a smile on his face and said, "It seems that I also broke this ice sword. You won't ask me to pay for it, right?" When Zhang Qingqing heard Lu Yun calling her, she thought Lu Yun wanted to say something important, but when she heard these words, she almost exploded with anger. "It's already this time, my life is in danger, and you are still concerned about whether you have to pay compensation. Which is more important, losing money or losing your life?" What Zhang Qingqing didn't know was that Lu Yun was really worried about losing money, as he had no gold coins left. "If I really have to pay compensation, I can only sell Long Kier as collateral." Who let Long Kier spend all the gold coins by herself? Long Kier. You little bastard, find a way to escape quickly. I'll give you the gold coins for the frozen sword. Come out now. Zhang Qingqing shouted at Lu Yun, suppressing her anger. Lu Yun nodded and tried again to cut the chain with the frozen sword. Lu Yun held his breath and concentrated all his strength on the arm holding the frozen sword. Then he chopped it down hard. With a clang, the frozen sword broke into two pieces. Lu Yun. It looks like things are getting tricky. Although the frozen sword can restrain fire monsters, it is only forged from materials of level 40 ice monsters. However, the current boss level has exceeded level 40, and the attribute restraint of the frozen sword obviously does not have much effect. Seeing the increasingly boiling sea of fire, Lu Yun's expression became serious. Judging from the situation, the boss should be appearing soon. He must leave here as soon as possible. Chapter 29. Are you willing to marry me? Lu Yun suddenly took out the dragon fortress and smashed it on the flame chain, but it still had no effect. Zhang Qingqing and Fei Bingru were extremely anxious and wanted to help, but they did not have the ability to do so. Boom! At this moment, a sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded, and Long Kor in the giant dragon state turned into a meteor and appeared next to the fire prison. He immediately stretched out his dragon claws and gently swung at the flame chain, and the sturdy flame chain was easily cut off. That works too. Lu Yun took a deep breath and glanced at Long Kor. She was indeed the fire dragon princess with fire attributes. Her method was indeed powerful. As the flame chains were cut off, the flame prison was instantly disintegrated. Lu Yun jumped onto Long Kor's back without hesitation and left. But at this moment, the final boss of the dungeon, the Fire Elemental Lord, finally appeared. This Fire Elemental Lord is also a monster whose whole body is condensed by flames, but this Fire Elemental Lord is not a humanoid creature, but a being similar to a fireball. When he emerged from the sea of fire, his entire body was burning like crazy, releasing extremely terrifying high temperatures, just like a miniature sun. Immediately afterwards, countless flaming chains instantly extended out from the body of the Fire Elemental Lord. Before Lu Yun could react, these flaming chains had bound his limbs and entangled Lu Yun in place. Lu Yun's expression changed drastically, and then he saw the body of the Fire Elemental Lord begin to expand rapidly, and several red runes appeared on the surface. These runes contain extremely violent power, and even Lu Yun feels strongly threatened by this power. This is Lord Blast, a skill of the Fire Elemental Lord. When the Fire Elemental Lord senses danger, this skill will be triggered directly, which is equivalent to using all of its strength as the raw material for self-destruction, providing a 100% critical hit bonus and 30% true damage. Fei Bingru's pupils widened and she quickly shouted in the direction of Lu Yun. Zhang Qingqing's scalp tingled. Lu Yun, run away. When Zhang Qingqing shouted these words, her voice was trembling. 100% critical damage and 30% true damage are not to be trifled with. The fire elemental lord must have sensed Long Keir's presence, which triggered the lord's explosion. Self-destruction? Lu Yun didn't understand the skills of the fire element lord. When he heard the reminders from Fei Bingru and Zhang Qingqing, he felt like a thorn in his back and wanted to curse instantly. You are a dungeon boss after all, and you even have a self-destruct skill. Do you have to be so disgusting? And what does it mean that you blow yourself up right at the start? Do you think you are easy to bully? Lu Yun panicked instantly. He had finally awakened the mythical profession of Dragon Knight, which had a bright future. If given a choice, Lu Yun doesn't want to die here. Kor, don't worry about me, just leave now, this boss is crazy. Seeing that the body of the fire elemental lord was growing larger and larger, Lu Yun suddenly shouted at Long Kor. Sometimes I feel helpless when I'm sober alone. Long Kor's mouth twitched, and she said speechlessly, have you forgotten that you have the attribute of reducing 70% fire damage? The self-destruction of the fire elemental lord will only last for a short time. With your reduction in fire elemental damage and the righteous taunt, the self-destruction of the fire elemental lord is of no concern to you. Why are you so scared? Yes. Lu Yun slapped his forehead and realized that there was no reason for him to be afraid of the other party's self-destruction. When Lu Yun reacted, his face turned red. It was not his fault. It was mainly because Zhang Qingqing and Fei Bingru misled him and made him forget that he also had the attribute of fire damage reduction. Buzz. Lu Yun did not hesitate, and at the moment when the fire elemental lord self-destructed, he directly used the righteous taunt. And at the moment when the pale yellow light ball was released, the fire elemental lord finally self-exploded. Boom! The fire elemental lord exploded instantly, and a terrifying flame ripple immediately covered the nearby space, like the sun exploding. The scene was extremely shocking. The violent wind and waves swept around, causing the flames in the entire copy to jump wildly. Zhang Qingqing and Fei Bingru were directly blasted backwards by this force. After steadying themselves, the two women looked up in horror, only to see that the place where Lu Yun was had turned into a sea of fire. Lu Yun! Zhang Qingqing's voice couldn't help but tremble. The thing she was most worried about had happened. Lu Yun, something happened. He did this because he was trying to save me. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have rashly entered here to play the dungeon alone. Fei Bingru was also extremely sad. She clenched her fists and felt extremely uncomfortable. She thought that she had killed Lu Yun. So how are you going to compensate him? A voice suddenly asked. I don't know. Fei Bingru shook her head, her deep eyes filled with sadness. If you were given a chance to pledge your love to him, would you be willing to repay him with this? The voice asked again. I do. Fei Bingru nodded, then smiled bitterly and said, it's a pity that there is no chance anymore. However, Fei Bingru had only said half of her words when she suddenly realized something and her eyes widened. This voice seems to be Lu Yun's voice. Is he not dead? Just as Fei Bingru was looking at the sea of fire in front of her, she saw Lu Yun and Long Kor, who had transformed into human form again, slowly walking out of the sea of fire. The two men were unharmed, not to mention any injuries, even the corners of their clothes were intact. With every step they took forward, a flaming staircase would appear in the space ahead of them. The two men stepped on the flaming staircase and walked towards the two women step by step. Lu Yun blinked at Fei Bingru and said with a smile, President Fei, I heard everything you just said. Since you don't mind giving yourself to me, then I can accept your reward. However, before Lu Yun could finish his words, he suddenly screamed. It turned out that Long Kor hit Lu Yun hard on the waist. Long Kor glared at Lu Yun. Although she was smiling, that smile was extremely dangerous. It seems that your physical fitness is very good. I, a dragon, can't satisfy your needs. Lu Yun laughed awkwardly and quickly explained, I was just joking. Joke? Long Kor sneered, then put her head close to Lu Yuner and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, if you can stand up and get out of bed tomorrow, I, Long Kor, will be considered a waste. Swish. The smile on Lu Yun's face froze immediately and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He could already imagine the scene of himself being severely tortured by Long Kor. I was really just playing a little joke with President Fei. Lu Yun continued to explain, but Long Kor simply turned her head away arrogantly and ignored him. Lu Yun was quite helpless, so he looked at Zhang Qingqing and Fei Bingru and smiled, I'm fine. Chapter 30. Let us enter the bridal chamber now. Be good. Zhang Qingqing stepped forward, pulled Lu Yun over and began to look him over. But he found that Lu Yun did not have any injuries, and even his health was still full. Her face was filled with horror. How on earth did you do it? You took on the Fire Elemental Lord's self-destruct skill and it was still at full status. This is too abnormal. Although Fei Bingru didn't say anything, her eyes were full of surprise and she was obviously shocked. Lu Yun did not tell the two girls about the attributes of the skill of righteous taunt. He was not a fool who would tell everything to others. Many professionals will deliberately hide the attributes of their skills so that they can achieve unexpected results at critical moments. It's not that Lu Yun doesn't trust the two women, but there are many things that are really not suitable to be told to other people. Seeing that Lu Yun did not answer but smiled without saying anything, the two women were tactful enough not to dwell on this topic too much. Anyway, I'm glad you're okay. Zhang Qingqing shook her head, and the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Teacher Zhang seems to care about me a lot. I'm really flattered. Lu Yun pretended to be touched and teased. I thought Zhang Qingqing would defend herself, but she admitted it directly. I do care about you, isn't that right? If you are willing, come to see the teacher tonight, and the teacher will care about you more attentively. Zhang Qingqing's meaning was very clear. This teacher, who was hailed as the dream goddess by all the teachers and students in the school, had completely opened the door to Lu Yun. As long as Lu Yun is willing, he can enjoy the feeling of being the goddess in the eyes of all the teachers and students in the school. If other people knew about it, the envious eyes alone would be enough to overwhelm Lu Yun. As a man with little experience in the world, this was undoubtedly a huge temptation for Lu Yun. Before Lu Yun could agree, he saw Long Kor's murderous look and shook his head quickly. It doesn't seem right for a man and a woman to be alone in the same room, huh? At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly spread out his hands, and a red crystal ball similar to glass appeared in his palms. The crystal ball is transparent, and the flames flowing inside can be clearly seen with the naked eye. These flames are also red in color, revealing a violent aura. This is the core of the Fire Elemental Lord. As a school teacher, Zhang Qingqing was naturally knowledgeable and recognized what this crystal was at a glance. The core of the Fire Elemental Lord, what is this? What is it used for? Lu Yun asked curiously. Just after offsetting the self-explosion of the Fire Elemental Lord, this thing appeared in front of Lu Yun and he took it away. But Lu Yun didn't know what this thing was, and thought it was some material that could be used to forge equipment. You've made a fortune, kid. This Fire Elemental Lord's core is an offensive item. Once released, it can explode with power comparable to the Fire Elemental Lord's self-destruction. Hiss. Lu Yun took a deep breath. If this was true, it would be like having a life-saving trump card. He wouldn't have to be afraid even if he met a level 40 professional. If this thing is thrown out, its power is no less than that of a small mushroom egg. If it is a level 40 professional, he may be killed directly if he is caught off guard. Even a level 50 professional can be seriously injured easily if caught off guard. This is good stuff. Lu Yun's eyes lit up, and then he carefully put the core into the storage space. You just killed the Fire Elemental Lord, and this is all you got? Zhang Qingqing asked suddenly, changing the subject. Yes. Lu Yun nodded. Although he had 20 points of luck, nothing else happened. You just killed a boss, but you didn't level up? Zhang Qingqing asked in shock. Well, how should I answer this? The Fire Elemental Lord self-destructed because of Lu Yun, so it was determined that he was killed by Lu Yun, but after killing this boss, Lu Yun also gained 1 million experience points. He still needs 990,000 experience points to level up. It's almost upgraded. Lu Yun scratched his head and smiled. Fortunately, the two girls didn't think too much about it and immediately took Lu Yun away from the copy. Only after they were sure they had left the copy did the two women breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Yun, I am so grateful to you this time, otherwise I would have died in there. I, Fei Bingru, owe you a huge favor. If you need anything in the future, I will never refuse as long as I can do it. Fei Bingru was quite sensible. After coming out of the copy, she started to thank Lu Yun, and then left in a hurry, saying that she had something to deal with. Looking at that graceful figure, Lu Yun fell into deep thought. He really couldn't understand why Fei Bingru appeared here. Was she simply unwilling to see her guild lose to that diamond-level fire boss and came here to find a solution? Lu Yun didn't believe that Fei Bingru would act so impulsively. His intuition told him that there must be something hidden. But no matter what the reason was for Fei Bingru to come here for training, it had nothing to do with Lu Yun. After all, the two of them were just casual acquaintances at best. At this moment, Lu Yun felt something soft in his palm. He turned around and found that it was Zhang Qingqing holding his hand. Teacher Zhang. Don't say anything. If it weren't for you this time, I would have been stuck in the dungeon. To thank you, I decided to give you my body. What do you think? This. Lu Yun was completely stunned. Zhang Qingqing was amused by Lu Yun's appearance and smiled softly. Then she said, "A good moment is worth 1,000 gold coins, so why not wait for a better day? Let's go to the bridal chamber with the teacher now." Lu Yun. Long Kier. Half an hour later, Lu Yun and Ilong arrived at a villa. This is the luxurious villa area of Jinsha. Only powerful job changers who are either rich or noble can afford to buy a house here. Because the price of the land here alone is enough to discourage ordinary people. But Lu Yun owns a 3-story villa here, which is a combination of Chinese and Western styles. Lu Yun himself naturally cannot afford such a good house. These are the treatments given to him by Jinsha No. 1 Middle School. When Lu Yun successfully signed a marriage contract with a mythical dragon like Long Kier, the entire management of No. 1 Middle School was excited. The marriage partner is a mythical partner. Even if he is not from the dragon clan, as long as Lu Yun does not die young, he will sooner or later become the dominant force in the future. This means that after many years, Jinsha has produced another talented player with great potential. This is a great honor for Jinsha. In order to reward Lu Yun, the top management of No. 1 Middle School had a heated discussion that lasted for 2.5 hours. One of the top management originally proposed to reward Lu Yun directly with gold coins or resources. But the proposal was rejected by the principal of No. 1 Middle School. The principal felt that using these material possessions as rewards was an insult to a genius like Lu Yun. Chapter 31. There is a misunderstanding between us. I think that directly rewarding these material possessions is an insult to Lu Yun's character. As a genius who can sign a marriage contract with a mythical dragon, he must have his own pride. Let alone hundreds of thousands of gold coins, even if he was given hundreds of millions of gold coins, he would probably sneer at it. So I decided to reward him with a villa so that he can feel at home. No matter how far he goes in the future, he will always be a member of our No. 1 Middle School and the pride of our Jinsha city. After his fierce rebuttal, warm applause suddenly broke out in the conference room. Everyone unanimously decided to reward Lu Yun with this villa, hoping that even if Lu Yun went far away in the future, he would not forget his hometown. This is also thanks to Lu Yun not knowing the content of the meeting. If he knew what the principal said, he would definitely be so angry that he would vomit blood. Give me gold. Give me resources. Who said I don't want these worldly things? I really want it. Please don't be stingy and insult my personality. As expected of a genius who has signed a marriage contract with a legendary partner, even I, the teacher, am tickled by this treatment. Zhang Qingqing came to the entrance of the villa and took off her shoes. Without the shoes, her perfectly proportioned long legs under the high heels looked even more pure. Her feet are not flat, but rather have a curvy shape. They are small and delicate, and look very beautiful. When looking at the extremely luxurious decoration inside, Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but feel a little envious. Normally, this kind of place should only be inhabited by big shots in Jinsha, but Lu Yun moved in directly here, which is enough to show how much importance No. 1 Middle School attaches to him. This was also Lu Yun's first time coming to this place. In the past, Lu Yun lived in poverty and rented a house outside. He had only dared to live in such a luxurious house in his dreams. The gears of fate may have quietly changed when he signed the contract with Long Kier. If teacher Zhang likes it here, you can come here often in the future. Lu Yun said with a smile, touching his nose. Okay, I'll come and eat more often in the future. Zhang Qingqing did not refuse. After she finished speaking, she walked in and began to look at every corner of the villa. Student Lu, are you satisfied with the environment here? At this moment, a voice sounded behind him. It was a middle-aged Mediterranean man. The middle-aged man was wearing a pair of reading glasses, and his head was almost reflective under the sunlight. It looks somewhat vulgar. This person was Lu Yun's former knowledge teacher. Even though Lu Yun has become a legendary professional this time, his performance in knowledge classes is surprisingly poor. I was criticized a lot by this teacher at the beginning. But now, this teacher behaved very respectfully in front of Lu Yun. This is the benefit of talent. Although as a mythical professional, academic performance is also important, but when your talent or strength breaks through to a certain level, other things are no longer important. After all, the flaws do not outweigh the merits. I am very satisfied with this place. Thank you for remembering to visit me, teacher. Lu Yun nodded and expressed his gratitude to the Mediterranean. Mediterranean immediately took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He felt embarrassed to be communicating with a mythical professional, even though this person was his student. He was asked by Principal Li Zhang to come as a representative to express condolences. Fortunately, Lu Yun was not dissatisfied with the reward from number 1 middle school. That's good. If you have any questions, please contact me in time and I will try my best to help you solve them. After saying this, I turned around hurriedly and left as if I was running away. After leaving the villa area, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then a smile appeared on his face. He said, he is already a legendary professional, but he is still not arrogant or impatient. This kid is a character, and he will become a great man in the future. As a teacher at number 1 middle school, he had trained many powerful professionals. However, after those professionals married their powerful partners, they simply disowned him as their teacher. What's more, some even treated him like a subordinate. Only Lu Yun, even with his current position, did not put on airs. This still made him feel comfortable. Zhang Qingqing walked around the villa and found that there was a back garden behind the villa, which was full of various plants. In the middle of the back garden, there is even an extra large swimming pool with its own heating function. Wow, you actually have a swimming pool here. After having dinner here, I can swim to digest the food. Zhang Qingqing looked at the swimming pool with shining eyes, wishing she could jump in and have a good swim right now. If you like it, Mr. Zhang, you can come here often in the future. Lu Yun smiled, then asked the two girls to stay while he went to cook. As for what Zhang Qingqing said at the beginning about entering the bridal chamber, it was naturally a joke. Her original intention was to come to Lu Yun's place for a meal. After all, the last time I came to Lu Yun's house for a meal was a week ago, and that happened to be the day of the national marriage in number 1 middle school. As a teacher, Zhang Qingqing also had a lot of things to do and had no time to find Lu Yun. Lu Yun originally wanted to go out and buy some ingredients, but when he opened the refrigerator, he found that it was already filled with various ingredients. I couldn't help but admire the hard work of number 1 middle school, and immediately took out the necessary ingredients and started cooking. He has been frugal over the years, and although he may not have any other skills, the taste of his cooking is absolutely first class. Soon, as Lu Yun was busy, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. At the same time, outside the swimming pool, Zhang Qingqing stood in front of the swimming pool with her arms open, then took a deep breath of the air in the garden, and felt her whole mood improve. Long Kor next to her looked at Zhang Qingqing with a bad face. As a woman, Long Kir could see that Zhang Qingqing had feelings for Lu Yun, so she would not treat her well. After all, strictly speaking, Lu Yun is also her marriage partner, that is, her, Long Kir's man. Kor, I actually noticed a long time ago that you don't seem to like me very much. At this moment, Zhang Qingqing suddenly turned her head to look at Long Kir, then blinked her big eyes and smiled. I think there must be some misunderstandings between us. Who allowed you to call me like that? I am a great dragon. How can a lowly human call me by my great name? Long Kir's brows suddenly tightened, and suddenly a hot breath was released from her body, like a volcanic eruption, magma destroying the world. The space around them heated up rapidly, and the space near Long Kir even twisted directly and turned bright red. Behind Long Kor, a giant dragon shadow appeared, with flames burning all over its body. Suddenly, a dragon roared, shaking the entire backyard. Under the radiation of this terrifying airwave, all the vegetation in the backyard shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing the changes in Long Kor, Zhang Qingqing was also shocked. She didn't expect that such terrifying energy could burst out from Long Kor's small and exquisite body. She suddenly realized one thing, something she had often overlooked: Long Kor was Lu Yun's marriage partner. But this girl is also a mythical dragon. Chapter 32 Long Kor's relatives came. If it weren't for the marriage restrictions, if Long Kor released the power of destruction, she could easily burn her to ashes in an instant. Don't be impulsive. Since you don't like me calling you by your name, I won't. I just think that maybe we don't need to be so tense. Zhang Qingqing quickly regained her composure and comforted Long Kir with a smile. Although she knew how powerful the other party was, as Lu Yun's marriage partner, Long Kor could not act rashly. She did not originally exist in this world, and only appeared here because she signed a marriage contract with Lu Yun in the marriage room. Therefore, she is essentially bound by the laws of the world. Simply put, no matter how angry Long Kor was, unless Lu Yun gave the order, it would only make her feel uncomfortable but would not really hurt her. I have nothing to do with you. Long Kor roared in anger at her helplessness, so she had to retract her pressure and turned to look to the side. Seeing this cute scene, Zhang Qingqing suddenly had evil thoughts in her mind, and she coaxed softly, "You dragons are also the ones who are respected for being strong. Even if they don't have many wives and concubines, they must have beautiful women around them, right? What do you want to say?" Long Kor said coldly. "What I want to say is that Lu Yun is very good. The moment he became a dragon knight, it was destined that there would be a smooth road ahead for him, and there would be no shortage of women around him in the future." After hearing what Zhang Qingqing said, Long Kor fell silent. In fact, she had thought about this kind of problem a long time ago, but she just never thought about it much. Now after hearing what Zhang Qingqing said, Long Kor suddenly became irritated. Although she hated the idea of signing a marriage contract with Lu Yun at the beginning, she has now accepted Lu Yun. Dragons are inherently lustful, but as a woman, how could she want her man to have other women around him? Seeing Long Kor's gloomy face, Zhang Qingqing continued to strike while the iron was hot and said, "If you agree with me and Lu Yun, I can help you with this." "What's the matter?" Long Kor asked with a frown, not quite understanding what the other party meant. "I'm teacher Lu Yun. When he goes to Magic and Martial Arts University, I'll also be there to take up a position. I can help you keep an eye on her. If you meet other suitors, I can help you solve this problem." Zhang Qingqing had a smile on her face and looked as gentle as the sister next door. Although Long Kor was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, living in the world of dragons, she did not know much about the secular world. In comparison, Zhang Qingqing's experience is much richer than hers. After hearing Zhang Qingqing's words, Long Kor fell into deep thought. Although she hated the other person, it would be a good thing if he could help her deal with the suitors that Lu Yun might face in the future. If Lu Yun is destined to be surrounded by many women in the future, she would rather monopolize Lu Yun with Zhang Qingqing. After thinking for a while, Long Kor finally made her own decision. "If you can do it, I cannot stop you from doing it with him, but if you can't do it." "If I can't do it, then I will leave you and promise not to be a light bulb anymore." Zhang Qingqing showed a bright smile. What a smart woman she was. When Long Kor fell into deep thought, she knew that this matter was most likely to succeed. After talking about this, the tense atmosphere between the two women was immediately eased a lot. After all, the two women are now a united front. But what followed was silence with no topic to talk about. After a long while, Long Kor asked, "I heard from the students in number 1 middle school that you are their goddess and you should have no shortage of suitors. Why do you like this guy?" The guy that Long Kor was referring to was naturally Lu Yun. "I see a bright future for him and want to keep him as my gigolo." "Is there a problem with that?" Zhang Qingqing smiled faintly and answered casually. But when she heard this answer, Long Kor frowned. "Just because you want to be a gigolo, you're clinging to Lu Yun?" Although she was just a dragon and didn't quite understand the emotions between humans, she still felt disgusted by Zhang Qingqing's behavior. Just when Long Kor wanted to say something else, Lu Yun's voice came from the room. "It's time to eat." Long Kor glanced at Zhang Qingqing and finally said nothing and turned and left. Zhang Qingqing smiled and followed him in. There were 4 dishes and a soup on the table. Although they were all home-cooked dishes, they tasted really good. There is also a bottle of red wine on the dining table. It was kept in the kitchen wine cellar. Originally, Lu Yun wanted to go out and buy some beer, but when he saw there was red wine, he just got it. At the dining table, Zhang Qingqing kept picking up dishes, chatting and laughing with Lu Yun, and expressed her recognition of Lu Yun's cooking skills. Only Long Kor looked like she was troubled. After the meal, Zhang Qingqing left on the pretext that she had something to deal with. When Lu Yun cleaned up the dishes, he found that Long Kor was sitting on the sofa in the living room waiting for him. "What's wrong?" Lu Yun wiped his hands and sat down next to Long Kor and asked, "Are you worried about something?" "I don't like that woman. Try to have less contact with her in the future." Long Kor said softly, "I always feel that this woman is a little too snobbish. Teacher Zhang shouldn't be that kind of person. She took good care of me before I signed the marriage contract with you." Hearing that Lu Yun was still speaking for Zhang Qingqing, Long Kor suddenly became angry and turned her head away and ignored Lu Yun. Lu Yun was very confused. It is said that women's hearts are as deep as the sea. He really didn't understand why Long Kor was like this. Could it be that relatives are coming? Will fire dragons also have relatives? Doesn't it directly turn into Mao Shuang? Lu Yun didn't think much about it. After checking the time, he took a quick shower and went to bed. As for Long Kor, Lu Yun originally wanted Long Kor to sleep with him, but Long Kor got angry for some unknown reason and simply ignored Lu Yun. Thinking back to what he had done today, a smile appeared on Lu Yun's face. Breaking into the dungeon to fight the boss alone, today is another plain day. As he thought about it, Lu Yun gradually fell asleep. But at this moment, the bedroom door was suddenly opened, and then through the light in the corridor, a hideous shadow appeared outside the door. At this time, Lu Yun was playing chess with Zhou Gong, so he naturally didn't notice this. After making sure that Lu Yun was asleep, the figure tiptoed into the room and closed the door. Then, he came to Lu Yun's bed. Lift the quilt. Free yourself from bondage. A mountain falling down on one's head. Just sit on it. Bang! Almost in an instant, Lu Yun was awakened from his dream and his eyes widened in horror. His brain was forced to turn on, and seeing Long Kor sitting on him in the middle of the night without sleeping, Lu Yun was really a little confused. And more importantly, what Long Kor was wearing was actually the professional hip-hugging outfit that Jiang Qingqing was wearing today. Chapter 33. The assessment begins. Kor, what are you doing? What do you think? Don't you like that woman very much? I will do as you wish now. It's not like that, don't hiss. Lu Yun wanted to explain, but Long Kor didn't give him the chance to explain. Lu Yun gasped and his whole body began to twitch. An hour later, Long Kor finally stopped what she was doing, stood up, walked to Lu Yun, and looked down at Lu Yun lying on the bed. A strong desire to conquer suddenly arose in Long Kor's heart. Dragons are inherently lustful, but at the same time, they are also extremely domineering marriage partners, and conquest is one of the means they use to gain pleasure. So tonight, Lu Yun was destined to suffer. Seeing Long Kor stand up, Lu Yun thought that everything was over. However, Long Kor suddenly squatted down, stretched out her white and smooth hand and gently stroked Lu Yun's chin. Then, the eyes that emitted a faint red color in the dim room locked onto Lu Yun's lips. Your lips are a little dry. It must be because you don't take good care of them. Long Kor stood up again and laughed dumbly, but it doesn't matter, I can help you put on lipstick. 7:30 the next morning. Lu Yun was still resting. After being tortured by Long Kor last night, Lu Yun finally experienced the feeling of being ridden by a dragon. To be honest, this feeling is really uncomfortable. Even if he is a dragon knight, he can't stand it. But what made Lu Yun despair was that his cell phone rang less than 10 minutes after he fell asleep. Lu Yun felt exhausted and his bones were sore. He just picked up the phone and wanted to hang up instinctively, but when he saw the caller ID, the whole person immediately became energetic. Principal Li Zhang. When the wedding was held that day, after Lu Yun and Long Kor were successfully married, Li Zhang took the initiative to leave Lu Yun's phone number. I didn't expect that the other party would call me at this time. Lu Yun had no choice but to press the answer button and said with a strong spirit, Principal Li, is there anything you want to talk to me about? Student Lu, today is the day for the school's ability test. Why haven't you arrived yet? Are you sick? Do you need me to come and see you? Principal Li on the phone had a kind face, as gentle as an elder next door. But after hearing the word school-wide strength test from the other party, Lu Yun sat up from the bed reflexively. Grass. According to previous regulations, after completing the national marriage, the school will give students some time to improve their abilities. Then the strength test will begin, which can also be understood as a power assessment, although this assessment is only a one-sided assessment. However, if you want to enter a well-known university for job changers, the results of this assessment are also very important and will serve as a necessary reference when the time comes. Such an important day, I actually forgot it. Wrong. It's not that he forgot, but Lu Yun, who was tortured by Long Kor for a whole night, really couldn't remember it. What's wrong? Why are you so nervous? Did something happen? Long Kor, who was standing next to him, was woken up by Lu Yun. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, then hugged Lu Yun and asked in a hoarse voice. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched, and he had the urge to curse. I'm sorry, Principal Li, I overslept. I'll be there right away. Lu Yun hung up the phone in a hurry, then got up and started getting dressed. What happened? Seeing Lu Yun like this, Long Kor also sat down in front of the bed. Her big, red glowing eyes looked at Lu Yun innocently, which formed a great contrast with her wild image last night. If he didn't know that the person lying in front of him was Long Kor, Lu Yun would definitely suspect that this little wooden dragon was possessed by a domineering empress last night. The school-wide test has already started, and I've already wasted quite a bit of time. Lu Yun said hurriedly while getting dressed. Ah! Long Keir suddenly felt a little aggrieved, and drew circles with her hands on her chest. I'm sorry, I just wanted to punish you last night. I didn't know that today was the day for the school test. Lu Yun rolled his eyes. What had already happened, and now it was not a question of who to blame. After hurriedly putting on his clothes, Lu Yun took Long Keir straight to school. Fortunately, this place is not far from number 1 middle school. It only takes about 5 minutes to get to school by bike. When Lu Yun arrived at the school playground, he was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he was speechless. Thousands of teachers and students from the whole school had already gathered here, and the principal Li Zhang and many school teachers were already standing in the front. When Lu Yun and Long Keir both arrived, the eyes of all the teachers and students in the school fell on them at the same time. Feeling these different looks, Lu Yun felt embarrassed and wanted to find a crack to hide. Shit, Master Lu seems to be in a very bad condition. Did he fight all night last night? Needless to say, with such a beautiful fire dragon princess as your companion, I wouldn't be a man if I didn't act wild and unrestrained. TSK, if I also had such a beautiful marriage partner, I would be even more indulgent than Lucian. No wonder he can clear a dungeon with an average of 40 level monsters alone. His stamina is amazing. Lu Yun didn't know yet that the news of him solo killing the fire elemental elves genocide yesterday had spread. It was already a big deal that he had signed a marriage contract with a mythical level partner, and now he had surpassed his level and cleared such a high level dungeon alone, which caused a sensation in the entire number 1 middle school. In the hearts of the students of number 1 middle school, Lu Yun's name is like a god. Some people began to call Lu Yun Lucian, and gradually this title spread throughout the entire number 1 middle school. In ancient times, Su Xian slept with a snake, and now there is Lu Yun talking about a dragon. If this cannot be called a god, then there is no god in this world. Looking at the fire dragon princess standing next to Lu Yun, who was becoming more and more feminine, the male classmates' eyes were about to explode with envy. Just when Lu Yun was embarrassed and didn't know what to say, Li Zhang stood up and coughed a few times and said, "Okay, since classmate Lu is here, the school's strength test will officially begin now." The school-wide strength test is a test that every college must go through, which is a bit like a midterm exam. Not only is the assessment extremely difficult, but you could even lose your life if you're not careful. Therefore, after hearing this, the discussions at the scene suddenly stopped, and a solemn look appeared on everyone's face. Lu Yun also became serious. When everyone at the scene saw Lu Yun's serious look, many people around him began to whisper again. As expected of Master Lu. He has already been admitted to the Magic and Martial Arts University, yet he is still so serious. You are indeed a genius. They say genius is 99% perspiration and 1% talent. Now I believe it. Even though Master Lu was admitted as a recommended student, he is still so serious. As his classmates, we can't be too bad. Chapter 34 Battle of Glory. Inspired by Lu Yun, everyone was excited as if their Rin and Du meridians were opened. Lu Yun was stunned when he saw everyone's reactions. It's just a test, why are you so excited? On the high platform, Li Zhang and others cast approving glances at Lu Yun. As expected of Lu Yun, just a few words can cheer people up. Zhang Qingqing was even more excited. He was indeed the man she had chosen. He was excellent in every aspect. The assessment officially begins. Li Zhang stretched out his hands and drew circles in front of him, and a portal appeared in front of everyone. Li Zhang is the principal of a middle school, and his talent is also quite terrifying. Although his professional talent is not as good as Lu Yun's, it is only at the epic level, but he is a rare space mage. Space mages can do many things that ordinary people cannot imagine, such as opening a portal to allow the job changer to instantly cross 2 places. A team with a space mage can immediately return to a safe area once they encounter danger. So even though the space mage is only an epic class, it is more valuable than any legendary class. If someone awakens a space mage, he can also be admitted to the Magic and Martial Arts University. When the students saw this, they all looked envious. At the same time, they felt a terrifying breath coming from the portal. It feels like being stared at by a peerless ferocious beast, like a thorn in the back, making one's scalp tingle. Li Zhang opened the portal and nodded to a teacher beside him. The teacher understood and began to distribute blue crystals to the students. Lu Yun also got one. The surface of the crystal was rough, and a special power flowed inside it. This was the power of space. There will be no teacher in this assessment. It's all up to you. If you encounter danger, crush the space crystal and exit the assessment. Remember, the assessment is important, but life is priceless. Giving up is also a kind of wisdom. Li Zhang looked at everyone and said loudly. Space crystals are teleportation props and are distributed every year during the assessment in order to reduce casualties. Unfortunately, there are still students who cannot return from the assessment every year. The bottom line is that students take assessments too seriously and are unwilling to give up. After distributing these space crystals, Li Zhang glanced at everyone and continued, this assessment is different from the previous ones. In addition to our number 1 middle school, graduates from number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school will also participate. The assessment does not prohibit confrontation between schools. So after entering the dungeon, I hope that our number 1 middle school can unite. This assessment is not only related to your future, but also to the glory of number 1 middle school. Don't worry, principal, we won't bring shame to number 1 middle school. The students shouted in unison. The voice is like thunder and full of confidence. Facing graduates from the other 2 schools, they have great confidence. Okay, I wish you all the best. Li Zhang nodded and waved his hand, signaling everyone to enter the portal. Soon everyone entered the portal one after another, and finally only Lu Yun was left. Student Lu, wait a moment. Just as Lu Yun was about to step into the portal, he was stopped by Li Zhang. Principal Li? Lu Yun turned his head and looked at Li Zhang in confusion. Li Zhang walked up to Lu Yun, grasped Lu Yun's hand and said, Student Lu, you have been recommended by Mobi University. Logically, you don't have to take the test, but the honor of number 1 middle school still needs you. The honor of number 1 middle school? What does it mean? Lu Yun was confused. Seeing this, Li Zhang briefly explained the reason. As the strongest high school in Jinsha City, number 1 middle school has always enjoyed the best educational resources, which makes number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school feel unfair. So the 2 schools jointly reported the matter to the higher-ups, who felt that it would be best to allow 3 schools to compete rather than having 1 school dominate. Therefore, it was decided to use this assessment as an opportunity to conduct a 3-school competition. Simply put, in this assessment, number 1 middle school performed the best, so it will still enjoy the best educational resources. If number 1 middle school does not perform well, it will be stripped of the title of the strongest middle school in Jinsha, and its original treatment will also be reduced. It turned out that the old man wanted him to help number 1 middle school get good results. Lu Yun suddenly realized. Don't worry, Principal Li. I'm a Dragon Knight. With me here, number 1 middle school will not lose. Lu Yun patted his chest and promised. Chapter 35, Under Pressure. Li Zhang first expressed his approval of Lu Yun's attitude, but then poured cold water on him. I know your ability. You can clear a dungeon with an average level 40 monster by yourself. If Teacher Zhang hadn't seen it with his own eyes, I would have thought it was a rumor. However, this year, many talented job changers appeared in number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school. For example, number 3 middle school has a legendary lightning Taoist priest. The mage profession usually starts to gain strength in the middle and late stages, and is relatively weak in the early stages. But the lightning Taoist priests are different. As long as they reach level 15, all aspects of their attributes will be greatly enhanced. It can be said that starting from level 15, the lightning Taoist priests are almost invincible at the same level, and are even more powerful than many mythical professions. Swish! Lu Yun was stunned. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to have met this talented girl from number 3 middle school last time when he was clearing a dungeon. Zhang Shishir from number 3 middle school. At that time, Zhang Shishir and others were also working as a team to clear a dungeon. They encountered a terrifying wave of monsters. Later, it was Lu Yun who came to their aid and they escaped the crisis. At that time, Lu Yun was still sympathizing with the weakness of the mage profession in the early stage. But now you tell me that the lightning Taoist priest will start to exert his strength at level 15, and a qualitative change will occur? Grass. I will try my best to lead number 1 middle school to achieve good results. Lu Yun touched his nose and said awkwardly. I originally thought that I could sweep away the students from the other 2 high schools with my career as a Dragon Knight. Now it seems that he still thought too simply. Li Zhang took a deep look at Lu Yun and continued, in addition to Zhang Shishir from number 3 middle school, number 6 middle school also has a legendary professional this time. Since number 6 middle school has blocked the news very well, we don't know the specific situation of the other party, but it is said that he is also a powerful existence that can surpass many mythical professions. Swish! Hearing this, Lu Yun's heart tightened again. Another legendary professional who was not weaker than the mythical level appeared? Lu Yun had an urge to cry. Wasn't the mythical level the highest level? How come two legendary professions that were not weaker than the mythical level suddenly appeared now? In fact, Lu Yun was completely overthinking it. Given the career positioning, a mythical career must be stronger than a legendary career of the same type. It's just that many mythical professions start to develop relatively late, while some legendary professions start to develop very early, which results in the situation where mythical professions are temporarily inferior to legendary professions. If it comes to the later stage, the mythical profession will definitely be stronger. However, the Dragon Knight awakened by Lu Yun is really rare, and the only recorded one is the War God Dragon Knight. However, although that Dragon Knight is a Dragon Knight, the race he marries is not a dragon, so strictly speaking, he is not a true Dragon Knight. But it's a dragon rider without a dragon. Therefore, Li Zhang and others couldn't figure out how long the Dragon Knight profession's power period would last. However, they only need to know that Dragon Knight is very strong in the later stages. After all, the Dragon Knight without a dragon can be called the God of War in the later period, and one man can block the passage of 10,000. The Dragon Knight with a dragon will become even more powerful in the later stages. I understand. I'll do my best. Lu Yun nodded, but his words were not as confident as before. He is under a lot of pressure now. However, Li Zhang and others did not care too much about it. They did not want to put too much pressure on Lu Yun. Regardless of whether Lu Yun could perform well this time, he was still a student selected by the Magic and Martial Arts University. Student Lu, come on. Beside her, Zhang Qingqing winked at Lu Yun, put her hands in front of her turbulent body, and made a gesture of encouragement. Lu Yun nodded, then took long cour into the portal. Shortly after everyone entered the portal, two loud laughs suddenly came from behind at the same time. Ha ha, Laoli, the two of us are determined to win the Golden Sands title this time. I can only say that you are bound to lose this time. Hearing these two hearty laughs, Li Zhang's face suddenly turned dark, and when he turned around, he saw two old figures. These two are naturally the principals of number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school respectively. The three of them are presidents of 3 universities in Jinsha City, so they naturally visit each other frequently and become familiar with each other after a while. Normally the three of them would just drink tea and chat when they got together, but this time they were in a competitive relationship, so Li Zhang didn't look at them well. Ha ha ha, Lao Li, why do you have such a gloomy face? Didn't your number 1 middle school release a mythical class this time? Why don't you have any confidence at all? The principal of number 3 middle school stroked his goatee and felt happy when he saw Li Zhang's frustrated look. The strength of their number 3 middle school was not much worse than that of number 1 middle school, and this time the genius Jiang Shishir appeared, and they were immediately in a good mood. Ha, most mythical professionals start to exert their strength relatively late, and need to wait until they reach level 40 or even level 50. You should stop attacking him. If you continue to attack him, he will probably eat people. The principal of number 6 middle school also smiled brightly, seemingly trying to help Li Zhang out, but in fact he was also teasing him. The two of them performed a double act in unison, which made Li Zhang lose his mind. Before the results come out, I don't want to waste time talking to you. If you want to see me, Li Zhang, make a fool of myself, I can only say that you have come to the wrong place. Li Zhang said lightly. The principal of number 3 middle school chuckled and said, what about our old rules? Let's go have a cup of tea first and wait for the results. I have no objection, but I'm worried that someone might be under too much psychological pressure and won't dare to go. The principal of number 6 middle school stared at Li Zhang and laughed. Who said I'm stressed? I'm very relaxed now. Li Zhang's face was filled with black lines, and he immediately asked someone to bring out the fine tea that he had treasured for many years. Two old guys. Enjoy your drink. Once the results come out, I'm afraid you won't be able to drink it anymore. Li Zhang said this in his heart. But I still feel unsure. He didn't know the situation of the 6 geniuses, but he knew very well that the reason why Lu Yun was able to solo the Fire Elemental Elf's Genocide Prelude was mainly because of the fire damage reduction. The Thunder Taoist priest seems to have similar attribute bonuses. After reaching level 15, if he goes to a monster dungeon with thunder attributes alone, he seems to be able to do this. Now he can only hope that the Dragon Knight can exert his strength in the early stage, otherwise he will definitely lose in this fight for honor. All hope lies on Lu Yun. At the same time, Lu Yun, who had just entered the copy, suddenly sneezed. Ever since I awakened as a Dragon Knight, I have been missing my junior high school sisters. Maybe one of them is thinking about me behind my back. Lu Yun rubbed his nose and said softly. Then he began to observe his surroundings. This is a dense jungle, a bit like the lowest level copy, and it is basically this kind of primitive jungle with no end in sight. There are only some low-level monsters inside. However, since this is the assessment site, the monsters inside will naturally not be low-level monsters. Chapter 36, Run Away, the God of Plague is coming. So Lu Yun did not take it lightly. After taking a quick glance around and making sure there was no danger, Lu Yun led Long Kor to go deeper. Teleportation is random, and everyone's teleportation location is different. When Lu Yun entered the copy, he and Long Kor were the only ones around. As for the other students, they were probably randomly teleported to other places. He couldn't care less about what was happening with other people, as long as he didn't meet Jiang Shishir and the genius from number 6 middle school. As long as he doesn't meet these two, Lu Yun is not afraid of anyone else. Although Lu Yun awakened a mythical profession, there was nothing he could do. He was too cowardly. It was better not to fight a battle without absolute certainty. The main focus is on stability. In the copy, Lu Yun walked in front, and Long Kor was behind to protect Lu Yun's safety. The man and the dragon cooperated very well. After knowing the importance of this assessment, Long Kor didn't say anything during the whole process and followed Lu Yun silently like a bodyguard. At critical moments, this person is still very reliable. Swish! However, before the two could go too deep into the dungeon, something unusual suddenly happened ahead. I saw an ancient tree that was 3 meters thick suddenly trembled violently, and then a hideous ghost face appeared on the trunk. The ancient tree opened its mouth and laughed at Lu Yun strangely, making a creepy and weird sound. However, before the other party's laughter died down, Lu Yun took the initiative to attack. Dragon Charge! Boom! Lu Yun didn't care about anything and just activated the giant dragon and charged forward. With a bang! The tree-shaped monster in front of him was knocked unconscious by Lu Yun's impact. While the opponent was dizzy, Lu Yun stretched out his right hand and took out the Dragon Fortress. This level 12 platinum shield was used by Lu Yun as a weapon. Bang! 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 After several crippling blows, the tree-shaped monster was knocked unconscious, and dozens of dents appeared on its trunk. Grass! What the hell is this human being in front of me? Are you the monster, or am I the monster? The role positioning is wrong. How come you are more powerful and tough than a monster like me? I haven't even made a move yet, and you're acting like you've seen the murderer of your father. Who did I offend? In fact, it's not that Lu Yun is fierce, but that Lu Yun wants to be safe, as he is not sure what skills the opponent has. Lu Yun could only hope for a fatal blow, to kill the opponent directly without giving him a chance to attack. So just use all your skills as soon as you make a move. But just when Lu Yun launched dozens of attacks and was about to deal a fatal blow to the tree-shaped monster in front of him, he saw that the monster suddenly began to shake, and then the ground where the ancient tree was located began to collapse. Then a jaw-dropping scene appeared. This tree-shaped monster actually grew a pair of legs. After pulling its legs out from the ground, it turned around and ran away, carrying its huge body. The tiny short legs formed by vines were shaking faster than the wheels of the cars. Lu Yun was stunned. After he reacted, he slowly stretched out his right hand. A small red flame suddenly jumped on his fingertips. Fiery Dragon Breath Slash. Whoosh! Lu Yun stretched out his index finger and made a chopping motion forward, and immediately the small flame turned into a flaming sword shadow. When dry wood and dry fire meet, the result is bound to be spectacular. In just a few breaths, the tree-shaped monster was instantly ignited by the red flames, and began to scream and flee frantically. But before it could escape far, the monster completely lost its vitality and fell to the ground, motionless. As the flames on its body grew smaller and smaller, the monster was directly burned into charcoal. Dead. This level 10 dungeon monster was easily killed by Lu Yun. The rules of this assessment are very simple. You will get a point for each monster you kill. After the assessment, whoever has not been eliminated and has obtained more points will naturally have a higher ranking. Lu Yun felt that if the monsters in the dungeon were so weak, he should be able to get a lot of points. But it's a bit of a pity that since this is an assessment copy, no experience or equipment will be lost after killing monsters. After killing the monster, Lu Yun and Long Kor prepared to continue on their journey. But after taking just one step, Lu Yun suddenly stopped again. What's wrong? Long Kor asked in confusion. I don't know why, but I always feel something is wrong. There is something eerie behind me, as if countless pairs of evil eyes are watching me. Lu Yun frowned and glanced around, but found nothing. There are countless old trees all around, and it's empty. Am I too sensitive? Lu Yun murmured softly, then burst out laughing and said, "It seems that I am really too nervous. It may be because the pressure of this assessment is too great." After saying this, Lu Yun continued to walk forward with steady steps. But after taking a few steps, Lu Yun stopped again. "Did you discover something?" Long Care couldn't help but ask curiously. "I always feel like there are countless pairs of eyes staring at me. This feeling is so strong that I'm not sure if it's an illusion." The more Lu Yun spoke, the weirder it seemed. If it was an illusion, why did this feeling not disappear but become stronger instead? Lu Yun glanced around again, but there was still nothing around except those ancient trees that seemed to have no end. Moreover, when Lu Yun's eyes inadvertently glanced at an ancient tree, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but Lu Yun actually saw that the ancient tree seemed to tremble slightly. It was like a sheep seeing a tiger and being frightened all over. This time, Lu Yun was sure that he was not dazzled. The ancient tree seemed to have really moved just now. There's something weird about this tree. In order to confirm his judgment, Lu Yun used the fiery dragon breath slash again and threw it forward with his hand. Bang! The red sword shadow fell on the ancient tree, instantly igniting the entire tree. Then, swish! The ancient tree began to tremble wildly, and the ground began to sink. Then the ancient tree actually grew 2 legs, and it screamed and ran for its life. Seeing this, Lu Yun's mouth twitched. But before he could react, hundreds of densely packed ancient trees all around him suddenly began to tremble violently at the same time. Then, under Lu Yun's horrified gaze, these ancient trees all grew legs at the same time, and then ran away from Lu Yun. The way they ran away was as if they had seen the god of plague, as if they were a step slower they would be eaten alive by Lu Yun. Lu Yun stared at the scene blankly, his mouth twitching, and he was speechless. No wonder he always felt a chill on his back, as if something was staring at him. Could it be that all the ancient trees here were monsters in disguise? Chapter 37. Now is the time, fire at me. And this is not the key point, the key point is. You many trees, when they saw that I was alone, not only did they not attack, but they ran away like mice seeing Sheriff Black Cat without any hesitation. What on earth is the purpose of this? Do I look scary? Lu Yun touched his handsome face. Although there was no mirror, he could still feel that his face was suave and elegant. It's not that scary at all. Long Core looked at Lu Yun, who was full of confusion, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. When the ancient tree monster showed up before, you took it away with a series of moves without hesitation. Not only did he smash dozens of deep holes on the man's body, but when he was done, he simply set him on fire because the man wanted to escape. Although these guys are just monsters in the copy, they have their own intelligence. Seeing such fierce guys, if they don't run away, will they stay and wait for Lu Yun to treat them to midnight snacks? Not good. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly slapped his forehead, his face changed drastically, and he said, "Core, hurry up and take action, these guys are walking points, we must not let them get away." Lu Yun then realized that these guys were not only monsters, but also his points. There were at least thousands of ancient tree monsters at the moment. If we can kill them all, and calculate 1 point for each monster, then these thousands of monsters will give us at least thousands of points. Long Core nodded, and immediately transformed into a giant dragon. Lu Yun jumped onto its back, and the man and the dragon began their slaughter on the spot. I saw red flames lingering around the giant dragon, and the white clouds in the copy were dyed crimson. The originally blue sky turned red as if at dusk. Lu Yun stood on the dragon's head, his clothes swaying wildly in the strong wind, like a peerless master looking down on the heavens and earth. At this moment, Long Core suddenly opened her bloody mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Then a fireball suddenly condensed and then shot out like an anti-aircraft gun. Boom! The fireball landed on the ancient tree monsters below and exploded. As the flames spread, dozens of ancient tree monsters burned themselves on the spot and were soon burned to charcoal. Buzz! At the same time, the blue crystal in Lu Yun's pocket suddenly made a buzzing sound. When he picked it up, he saw that a string of numbers was displayed on it. Points, 31. This means that Lu Yun has killed 31 ancient tree monsters and obtained 31 points. Seeing the skyrocketing points, Lu Yun suddenly became extremely excited. He stretched out his finger on the spot, and the red flame on his fingertips jumped out again. Fiery dragon breath slash. Lu Yun was not idle while standing on Long Core's head. He used the fiery dragon breath slash madly at the ground. The sword shadows carrying the power of fire were devastating, and every time a sword shadow fell, more than 10 ancient tree monsters would be directly wiped out. With the cooperation of one man and one dragon, the ancient tree monsters below suffered a devastating blow. In less than a few minutes, hundreds of ancient tree monsters died under the attack of the two. Seeing their companions being killed one after another and burned to ashes before their eyes, the remaining ancient tree monsters became terrified. Fortunately, they were plants without bladders. Otherwise, you have to pee on each other to show respect. If these guys could speak, they would definitely look up and sigh at this moment. God! Is this guy a monster, or are we the monsters? How could he be so cruel? Thousands of monsters were being chased all over the map by one man and one dragon. If other people saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. This can no longer be described as perverted, it is clearly terrifying as cheating. However, the massacre only lasted for a short time, and soon Lu Yun frowned. At first, these ancient tree monsters fled in groups. With the killing of Lu Yun and Long Kur, the remaining ancient tree monsters have become fewer, and they are actually fleeing in different places. This meant that every time the two of them attacked, they could only kill a small number of the ancient tree monsters. Efficiency has been greatly reduced. A group of ancient tree monsters are running to the east. A group of ancient tree monsters fled to the west again. Under such circumstances, Lu Yun didn't know which direction to attack the ancient tree monster. They are trying to escape. It seems there is no way. However, we have killed more than 1,000 monsters now, so we have a lot of points. Long Kur in dragon form suddenly spoke to Lu Yun. Of course, she couldn't speak in human language in dragon form, so these words were transmitted in her mind. After the two signed the marriage agreement, they were already connected in mind and could naturally communicate with each other without opening their mouths. No, there are still more than 1,000 monsters left. We can't let them go like this. These are all my points. Lu Yun's eyes were determined. Since he had promised Li Zhang to do his best to help number 1 middle school win glory, Lu Yun would naturally do his best. He looked at the ancient tree monsters fleeing in all directions below, his eyes rolled, and then suddenly he became furious and became extremely evil. Got it! Lu Yun's eyes lit up, and he immediately signaled Long Kur to lower her altitude, and then he jumped directly downwards. Originally, this group of monsters thought they could escape and go to heaven. You can be as awesome as you want, but if we run away separately, what can you do to me? As a result, before these monsters could be happy for too long, they saw Lu Yun descending from the sky and landing directly in the center of the monster army. Many monsters were stunned on the spot, and their empty eyes could not hide their confusion. What else does this killer want to do? If it comes to a one-on-one fight, this group of monsters is naturally no match for Lu Yun, but if Lu Yun fights all the monsters alone, he is obviously not their match either. And now that Lu Yun has taken the initiative to come to the center of this group of monsters, even if he has the means, it will be difficult for him to use them, and he will obviously be suppressed. The group of monsters reacted quickly and stopped running. They rushed towards Lu Yun, wanting to kill him to avenge their dead companions. But seeing this scene, Lu Yun was not surprised but happy. Justice mockery. Lu Yun suddenly roared, and the power in his body surged like a tide. A pale yellow barrier instantly covered an area of hundreds of meters in radius with Lu Yun as the center. Almost all the ancient tree monsters were enveloped by this light. What is this? Many ancient tree monsters were stunned, but before they could react, the effect of righteous taunt was triggered, and the bodies of these ancient tree monsters seemed to be out of control. Take the initiative to approach Lu Yun and attack him. Many ancient tree monsters were in collective chaos. You jumped into our center just to activate your taunting skill and attract hatred? What is this operation? Isn't this the same as jumping into a group of enemies and shouting, "Dad, beat me"? However, in the next moment, this group of ancient tree monsters finally knew what Lu Yun was going to do. When many ancient tree monsters were ridiculed and gathered towards Lu Yun uncontrollably, Lu Yun suddenly looked up with a determined look as if he wanted to join the party. Kur, right now, blast them to death. Lu Yun's eyes were red, and his voice shook the sky like thunder. Fire at me. Swish. At this moment, many ancient tree monsters felt a chill in their hearts. This guy is simply a living devil. When he gets ruthless, he even does it to himself. Chapter 38. Sometimes being a monster is helpless. What these monsters didn't expect was that after hearing Lu Yun's words, Long Kur didn't hesitate at all. The dragon immediately opened its mouth and several huge fireballs like meteors shot out from its mouth. Boom! The fireball exploded after hitting the ground and began to attack indiscriminately. The terrifying flames turned into a wave and surged in all directions. Wherever the flames passed, the bodies of all the ancient tree monsters were instantly ignited, and eventually they could only be burned to ashes in pain. Since these monsters were all taunted by Lu Yun and were quite close to him, Longcore only needed a few fireballs to completely kill them. There were originally thousands of monsters, but only a few dozen managed to escape. This situation can only be described as a total annihilation. When the flames on the ground gradually disappeared, Lu Yun's figure appeared intact in the original place. If you look closely, you can easily find that his body is wrapped in a layer of light red barrier. 70% immunity to fire damage. Relying on this attribute, Lu Yun was so fearless and allowed Longcore to attack indiscriminately. For the glory of number 1 middle school, Lu Yun really gave it his all this time, and his playing style was almost crazy, so at this moment his points have successfully skyrocketed to more than 2,000. After doing all this, Longcore transformed into human form again and came to Lu Yun's side. "Are you okay?" Longcore hesitated slightly but finally asked. Although she knew that Lu Yun was 70% immune to fire damage, she was still a little worried about hurting Lu Yun. "Fine." Lu Yun shook his head, indicating that he was fine. He then lowered his chin and pondered. "It's been less than 10 minutes since the dungeon was opened, and I already have over 2,000 points. I don't know how the others are doing. My 2,000 points may not be the highest. After all, Jiang Shishir and the mysterious genius from number 6 middle school are also very powerful. Their early bursts are even more terrifying than those of the mythical professions." Lu Yun murmured softly. For the sake of safety, he did not linger any longer and took Longcore deeper into the dungeon again to look for other monsters. In fact, Lu Yun was really overthinking it. The early bursts of Jiang Shishir and the three geniuses' professions were indeed terrifying. But no matter how terrible their revenge is, it cannot compare to Lu Yun in front of us. The beginning was a devastating massacre, which was not something a normal person could do. Even if another Dragon Knight were to arrive, at the same level, he would not be able to have the terrifying strength of Lu Yun. The main reason why Lu Yun is so terrifying is that he is a Dragon Knight. A true dragon rider. While Lu Yun and Longcore continued to look for other monsters to hunt, the others also encountered monsters in the copy one after another, and battles broke out. These monsters were only level 10 in strength and were easily killed by everyone. At first, everyone thought that this assessment was not that difficult. But when they saw the army of hundreds and thousands of monsters, everyone suddenly panicked. Ants are not scary. Thousands and thousands of ants would be pretty terrifying. Because as long as there are enough ants, they can kill an elephant. Under such circumstances, many people were forced to evacuate, fighting fiercely with the monster army while running, looking quite embarrassed. This is in stark contrast to Lu Yun's aura of being able to stand alone against 10,000 enemies. It turns out that level 10 monsters are not scary, but thousands of level 10 monsters are very terrifying. It's a pity that the others are not Lu Yun, nor do they have Lu Yun's terrifying explosive power. Faced with this situation, they can only run away. On the other side, Lu Yun was having a boring time, because after slaughtering more than 2,000 monsters on a large scale, Lu Yun discovered in despair that he seemed to have never encountered dungeon monsters again. This resulted in half an hour later, Lu Yun's points still remained at over 2,000. How come there are no monsters? Are there so few monsters in this instance? This made Lu Yun very anxious, fearing that his points would be overtaken by others. If those monsters who died at Lu Yun's hands heard what he said, they would definitely explode in anger. Phew! We have more than 2,000 monsters, and we can easily chase you humans all over the map. It's because you are too perverted that you killed us all directly. Now, not only do they kill people, they also destroy their hearts. It's such a beast. Soon another half an hour passed, and Lu Yun and Longcore continued to go deeper into the jungle. Soon Lu Yun's eyes lit up. Because he found that not far in front of him, there were two monsters confronting each other. Both monsters are level 15, covered with black hair, and each is nearly 30 meters tall. It can be called a mobile fortress. Level 15 silver monster black wind ape. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. In Lu Yun's eyes, these two guys are just two walking points. Lu Yun's mind went blank immediately, his face filled with excitement, and he ran towards the two black winged monkeys. He looked as if he was afraid that the other person would run away. The two monkeys that were confronting each other also noticed Lu Yun's presence. They looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Why are humans so brave nowadays? They are silver-level monsters in the copy. When humans see them, shouldn't they turn around and run away? But Lu Yun was as excited as a pervert seeing a little loli with twin pigtails and white stockings. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. The two monkeys looked at each other again, and their eyes full of wisdom revealed the realization of seeing through the world. Got it. The humans in front of them really underestimated them. Boom. The two black-winged monkeys were immediately furious and stopped the confrontation. Their murderous eyes were fixed on Lu Yun at the same time. One of the black-winged monkeys suddenly opened his arms and dropped them to his chest, making a heavy sound. Then, he rushed directly towards Lu Yun. The opponent's body is huge, and the black-winged ape is also a very representative heavyweight player among monsters. So every time he took a step, the entire ground would sink, and there would be a loud crashing sound. It can be said that he is as steady as an old dog and as agile as a mad rabbit. But when he saw the other party rushing towards him, Lu Yun became even more excited. Dragon charge! Lu Yun roared, and a dragon shadow appeared behind him, and then a dragon roar suddenly broke out. Bang! When the disproportionate bodies of both parties collided with each other, unexpectedly, instead of being knocked away, Lu Yun was stunned for 6 seconds by the effect of the skill. Those violent eyes suddenly became dull, and they actually began to stagger on the spot, as if they were drunk. Seeing that the collision was successful, Lu Yun immediately took out the dragon fortress, jumped up and hit the black-winged monkey's head hard. Bang bang bang! After a few hits from the shields, the black-winged ape was smashed on the head and bleeding. He was killed on the spot. His huge body fell straight to the ground like a brick. Then there was no breath. The other black-winged ape was stunned when he saw his companion who had already died but whose head was still bleeding. At least 5 of the 7 orifices in the body were opened on the spot, and the whole person was extremely clear-headed. I even had the urge to call the police. Chapter 39. I am a very approachable person. There was a dead silence at the scene. Just when Lu Yun raised his head to look at the black-winged monkey, the black-winged monkey suddenly became alert. He immediately turned around and ran without hesitation. As for counterattack, he didn't dare to think about it at all. His companions were killed by several shields, and his head was still buzzing. Not to mention fighting back against Lu Yun, he didn't even have the courage to look Lu Yun in the eye. Even when he was running away, his legs felt as weak as if he had been hit by bone-dissolving powder. He was really scared. However, he had only run a few steps when a red figure suddenly fell from the sky and blocked the way ahead. The person who came was naturally Long Kier. Upon seeing Long Kier, the black-winged ape instantly became furious. It was okay for Lu Yun to bully him, after all, the other party's strength was there, and he had nothing to say. But this woman's waist was as thin as a willow, and she looked weak and unable to take care of herself. How dare she stand in front of him? Do you really think you won't kill women? Roar! The black-winged monkey bared his teeth, revealing his sharp fangs, and beat his chest and stamped his feet at Long Kier. Then, Long Kier slowly stretched out her right hand, and her fair and slender palm was instantly covered with scales, and it instantly turned into a huge dragon claw. Bang! With a slap, the black-winged ape was smashed into the ground on the spot. It felt as if the top of its head was lifted off, and it could actually see stars in broad daylight. Which good woman can give birth to a dragon claw? Mercy! Mercy! Sir, please spare my life. The black-winged ape reacted and immediately climbed out of the deep pit while suppressing the dizziness. With his extraordinary ability to withstand blows, he began to kowtow frantically and beg for mercy. After seeing that Long Kier was also a monster, at this moment, he, as a copy monster, actually spoke human language. But Lu Yun was not too surprised by this, because he had already known that this guy could speak human language. Strictly speaking, the monsters in the dungeon are like the dungeons in online games. They have no intelligence or emotions, and will refresh again within a certain period of time after being killed. But not every monster is like this. Some higher-level monsters also have their own intelligence. Races that are closer to humans, such as the black-winged monkey, can speak human language and have similar thinking to humans. Because of this, Lu Yun did not directly kill the black-winged monkey in front of him. The black-winged ape kowtowed like pounding garlic, and every time it kowtowed, a big hole would be made on the ground, which was enough to show that this guy really had thick skin and tough flesh. The fact that Lu Yun was able to kill a black-winged ape with just a few moves was enough to show how terrifying his combat power was at the moment. Obviously, the Dragon Knight with a dragon has a terrifying burst in the early stage. What are you doing? Do I look like a bad guy? Lu Yun suddenly stepped forward and stopped the Black Wind Ape's actions, and instead helped the latter up with a friendly look on his face. I am a person who values peace and harmony, and I don't like fighting and killing, so you don't have to be so afraid of me. The Black Wind Ape was looking at the human in front of him who was much shorter than him, and his CPU was almost smoking. Approachable? Harmony is the most important thing? You were not like this just now. Looking at Lu Yun's brilliant smile, the Black Wind Ape couldn't help but shudder all over and became even more frightened. What on earth is this human planning to do? Did he have a special hobby and plan to torture himself before he died? Thinking of this, the Black Wind Ape almost collapsed on the spot. But at this moment, Lu Yun spoke. I don't really like fighting and killing. As long as you tell me where the other monsters are hiding, I can let you go. That's right. This is why Lu Yun spared the other person's life. He has been in the dungeon for an hour now and has not seen any other monsters. This efficiency is too low. Lu Yun wants to find the monster's base directly so that he doesn't have to waste time looking for the monster. If I take you to find other monsters, will you let me go? The Black Wind Ape blinked and asked doubtfully. Lu Yun smiled brilliantly, showing an expression of blessing from the heavenly officials, and said, of course. Just seeing Lu Yun's smiling face, the Black Wind Ape became even more frightened. He was not stupid and had roughly guessed what Lu Yun was thinking. Brother, the levels of the monsters in this dungeon are not low. Even though I'm only level 15, the highest level monster here is already level 20. If you go directly to them, you might be in danger. The Black Wind Ape was not lying when he said this. The overall strength of the students taking the test this time was only around level 15. Therefore, the monsters in the assessment were deliberately controlled at around level 20. Although Lu Yun's strength was terrifying, he did not reach level 20 after all. The Black Wind Ape was not thinking about Lu Yun, but he really didn't want to take the guy in front of him to find other monsters. Because every minute and every second with Lu Yun was torture for him. After all, the scene of Lu Yun brutally beheading his companions was still lingering in his mind. Yet, even such a ruthless person was smiling brightly at him at this moment. He is really scared. Don't worry about the rest. Just tell me whether you will lead the way or not. If you don't, I will chop off your head right now. Lu Yun frowned and his tone became cold. He was too lazy to talk nonsense here, and a murderous intent emanated from him as he spoke. The Black Wind Ape was speechless on the spot. You said before that you value harmony and are approachable. I know all the monster spawn points in this dungeon. As long as you don't kill me, I can take you there, but you must let me go after the task is completed. After thinking it over, the Black Wind Ape finally decided to compromise with Lu Yun. Although the monsters in the dungeon can continue to refresh after being killed, it does not mean that they can be resurrected. The newly refreshed monsters are a new batch of monsters. If you are really killed, you are really dead. Even though the Black Wind Ape is just a monster, he is intelligent and really doesn't want to die easily. Then lead the way. Lu Yun was instantly overjoyed when he heard this. If he could go directly to the monster refresh point to hunt monsters, his points would probably skyrocket. In the following time, Lu Yun, led by the Black Wind Ape, headed towards the nearby monster spawn point. But before the man, the dragon, and the monkey had moved forward for long, they were suddenly attracted by the sound of fighting coming from the front. Lu Yun looked in the direction of the sound and frowned. Is someone fighting a monster? Could it be a student from my number 1 middle school? If he really met a classmate from number 1 middle school, Lu Yun would naturally help if he could. After all, this assessment is not only related to the individual's future, but also to the honor competition among the 3 high schools in Jinsha City. Go and have a look. Lu Yun said softly, and then he took Long Kor and the Black Wind Ape and slowly approached the direction where the battle came from. But when he got closer to the battle site and saw the 2 fighting parties, Lu Yun frowned. Chapter 40, Sloth Climbs a Tree. There was indeed a battle between someone and a monster right now, but the person fighting the monster was not a student of number 1 middle school. But they are students from number 6 middle school. Because these students all have a badge on their chests with the 2 big words 6th middle school written on it. There are 3 students in this group of 6 middle schools, all of them are girls, and they all have the standard appearance of schoolgirls. The one that attracts the most attention is the little girl with twin ponytails in the middle. She looks no more than 16 or 17 years old. Her face is chubby and she has some baby fat, which makes her quite cute. But when he took action, his power was as strong as thunder and lightning. It was obvious at first glance that he was an experienced job changer. A green mysterious mark flashed between the little lowly's eyebrows, and in her hand, she was holding a green magic wand. There is a green gem on the top of the staff, and a strong wood attributed power is released from the gem. The little girl swung the staff in her hand forward fiercely, and the entire ground began to expand rapidly. Several vines stretched out from the ground like tentacles, instantly binding the monster in front of her in place. Now! The little lowly narrowed her eyes and said in a low voice. Upon seeing this, the other two 6th grade students immediately used their methods to bombard the monster that was restrained in place. One person is responsible for restraining the monster, and the other two are responsible for attacking. With the perfect cooperation of the three, several monsters in front of them were destroyed in an instant. Call. Seeing the monsters being wiped out, the little lowly with twin ponytails breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to relax, there was suddenly a commotion in the jungle ahead again. Immediately afterwards, dozens of monsters rushed out of the jungle at the same time. These monsters are in the shape of trees and have legs, but what is weird is that the legs of these monsters are shaking like wheels. There were even after images. Moreover, the ferocious faces of these monsters were filled with deep fear, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The moment these tree-shaped monsters appeared, Lu Yun, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly frowned. Long Core also looked at Lu Yun with a twitching mouth. These monsters seem to be the ones that slipped through the net just now. The battle had almost ended, but now they are in danger again. To be honest, they also benefited from Lu Yun. Lu Yun felt Long Core's gaze and immediately coughed a few times to ease the embarrassment. You are a dragon, so you may not know that there is an old saying among us humans. Long Care asked, what ancient saying? The secret of heaven cannot be revealed. Everything is the result of cause and effect and reincarnation. They are destined to suffer this disaster. It has nothing to do with me directly. Lu Yun said without blushing or panting. Long Care immediately rolled her eyes. Do you want to take action? Long Care has already seen that the strength of these 3 second-level middle school students is not strong, and those 2 students are only at level 12. As for the little lowly with double ponytails, she is only at level 16. It is obviously difficult to resist these dozens of level 10 monsters. If Lu Yun and others do not take action, they may be able to escape successfully if they are lucky. If you are unlucky, your life may even be in danger. Logically speaking, now that we have encountered this, we can't just sit back and do nothing. After all, although we are competitors, we are also students of Jinsha City. Lu Yun coughed lightly and suddenly changed the subject, but I still plan not to take action. Anyway, they have blue crystals in their hands. If I really can't defeat them, I can just crush the crystals and teleport out. This is not because Lu Yun is unkind. This is an assessment in itself. There will be no danger to life, and any emergency may happen. Saving is a favor, not saving is a duty. In that case, let's go. Long Care said. Lu Yun nodded and prepared to leave to continue hunting monsters to earn points. But just as Lu Yun and the other two were about to leave, the little lowly with ponytails suddenly looked in their direction. At this time, the other 2 schoolgirls were all terrified. Senior Yumi, there are too many monsters. I think there should be a monster tied in the dungeon. What should we do now? Both of them were very nervous. Even though this was just a test, they could still lose their lives if they were not careful. If it weren't for the presence of Yumi, the top genius of number 6 middle school, they would even want to crush the blue crystal and run away. Yumi looked solemnly at the dozens of tree-shaped monsters rushing towards her, and her expression became more and more solemn. Although she is the only legendary genius student in number 6 middle school and the only great elementalist in the entire Jinsha city, she really has no way to deal with so many monsters. After all, although the great elementalist can control all kinds of elements and can unleash extremely terrifying power, that is something for the later stages. Now is the early stage, and she has only awakened the elemental power of wood, and the function of wood can only be used to restrain the enemy or help teammates heal. If she faces a monster with wood attributes, she can play some role, but when facing monsters with other attributes, her role is equivalent to that of a functional nanny. As for these monsters in front of us, although they are all in the shape of wood, in fact, they have nothing to do with wood at all. It's not wood attribute at all. Yumi's deep green pupils shrank, and just as she was about to order a retreat, she suddenly seemed to have discovered something and looked in one direction. And that is where Lu Yun and the other two are. At this time, Lu Yun, who was about to retreat, also felt the other party's gaze and couldn't help but look up. The two looked at each other from several hundred meters apart, and the atmosphere became awkward for a moment. Are you from number 1 middle school? Yumi's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, help us. Although she knew that the 3 high schools were now competitors, they were all students of Jinsha City after all. She felt that Lu Yun and others would not stand by and watch someone die. It's a pity that this little lowly underestimated Lu Yun's character. I can't help you. I can't help you, and I can't deal with so many monsters. Lu Yun spread out his hands and lied without blushing. He was clearly chasing thousands of monsters all over the map before, but now he says he can't deal with just a few dozen that escaped the net. Long Kor couldn't help but give Lu Yun a thumbs up. This guy's ability to lie is incredible. So natural. It is definitely at the level of a movie emperor. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be quite desperate after hearing Lu Yun's answer. But as a great elementalist, one of Yumi's attributes is that she can see the approximate strength of other job changers. So she could tell at a glance that Lu Yun was lying. This guy was at level 20, and his profession was at the mythical level. Although it is impossible to tell what Lu Yun's specific occupation is, there is only one mythical level job changer in the current Jinsha City. That man was none other than the genius who became a Dragon Knight. Lu Yun. Chapter 41. What is your taste? Yumi looked at Lu Yun deeply, then took a deep breath, leaned forward, and rushed directly towards Lu Yun. Before Lu Yun could react, he felt a flash before his eyes, and then the little girl clamped Lu Yun's head tightly with her legs like a sloth climbing a tree. Lu Yun. What kind of move is this? What does this little loli want to do? Lu Yun was frightened by this scene and took an uncontrollable breath. Then he smelled the scent of poly seaweed. Hiss. Lu Yun suddenly opened his eyes and his pupils shrank instantly, but strangely, there was no sunlight in sight, but a yellow Pikachu. This is. Lu Yun's pupils shrank again, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. After realizing the current situation, Lu Yun wanted to pull Yumi off, but the girl held Lu Yun's head tightly with both hands. No matter how Lu Yun struggled, he was unable to shake Yumi off. Instead, with the violent shaking, the distance between the two people was infinitely shortened. Yumi's face also blushed at this moment. She suspected that this guy was deliberately taking advantage of her, but she had no evidence. But I can't let go now. Because if Lu Yun is unwilling to help, there is a high probability that they will be trapped here, and the only thing they can do at that time is to crush the blue crystal and teleport out. But now is the assessment period. Once you are teleported out, it means giving up, which is something Yumi cannot accept. So no matter what, she had to ask the guy in front of her for help. Let me go. No. Do you know what you are doing now? I won't let go. No, I won't let go. Unless you help me deal with the monster in front of me. Click, click, click. Just as the two were pulling, a sound of grinding teeth was suddenly heard. It turned out that Long Cora next to her was so angry that she gritted her teeth, and her sharp fangs were almost worn flat. As Long Cora's jealousy intensified, the surrounding space was distorted due to the rising temperature. A shadow of a giant dragon gradually appeared behind Long Cora. Terror, destruction, restlessness, and heat. All the forces intertwined together, forming an extremely terrifying scene. The group of monsters rushing towards the crowd suddenly stopped in fright. When they saw Lu Yun and Long Care clearly, the mentality of these tree-shaped monsters collapsed immediately. Why are these two evil stars here? Blanche. The black-winged monkey was also frightened silly. Only then did he realize that the girl in front of him was not simple. She was actually the legendary dragon. No wonder he was so terrifying. Before, he could have been knocked to the ground with just one slap. Lu Yun did not feel the atmosphere was unusual, he just felt quite powerless. Who could have thought that this little Lolita would play so unconventionally? After struggling in vain, Lu Yun really didn't want to experience the taste of seaweed anymore, so he compromised immediately. Okay, I promise, you let go first. If you lie, your whole family will die. Upon hearing this, Yumi said this before letting go of Lu Yun and falling to the ground. However, before Lu Yun could say anything, Yumi suddenly stretched out his thumb and pressed it tightly against Lu Yun's thumb. Lu Yun was puzzled and was about to ask what the girl was doing. Then I saw the other party's serious expression: if you lie, your whole family will die. We'll never change our promise for 100 years. Lu Yun. I originally wanted to get away with it, but who would have thought that the other party would discover me and do something like this? With no other options, Lu Yun had to take action and turned to look at the group of monsters. At this moment, seeing Lu Yun's gaze, the group of monsters were almost scared silly. Why is the human in front of me haunting like a ghost? After realizing what was happening, these poor guys immediately turned around and ran away. But this time, Lu Yun will not give them a chance to escape. I just let you run away. Now that we meet again, you should stay. Lu Yun had a blank expression on his face. Suddenly, he slowly stretched out his index finger and gently drew it forward. Buzz! Boom! A flaming sword shadow burst out from Lu Yun's fingertips, and the raging red flames immediately covered the monsters. Instant kill! After killing these monsters, Lu Yun's points increased by dozens of points, so it was not in vain. As expected of a Dragon Knight, this move is so cool. Seeing Lu Yun's handsome moves, Yumi immediately turned into a little fangirl, and her eyes were shining as she looked at Lu Yun. She has now completely confirmed Lu Yun's identity. He is the legendary genius of number 1 middle school and the only Dragon Knight in Jinsha City. The other 2 female students from number 6 middle school were also so shocked that they couldn't recover for a long time, although they had heard about the power of mythical professions. But after seeing it with my own eyes, the shock still took a long time to dissipate. It's so powerful. Before this, they all thought that Yumi's strength was terrifying enough, but in front of Lu Yun, Yumi's methods were simply not enough. As an extremely rare mythical profession, the elementalist can indeed burst out strength comparable to many mythical professions in the early stages. But the Dragon Knight is outside this range, because the Dragon Knight profession is very terrifying even among many mythical professions. Especially since Lu Yun is not an ordinary Dragon Knight, but a Dragon Knight with a dragon. After casually dealing with the monster in front of him, Lu Yun did not linger but turned around to leave with Long Keir and others. Originally, Long Keir was quite angry. She had never played with Lu Yun in such a posture, but Yumi did this. It's simply unforgivable. If this was in the world of dragons, she would have killed Yumi immediately. She is not only a dragon, but also the princess of the fire dragon in the dragon world. Lu Yun is the man she likes, and she will never allow anyone to snatch him from her. But considering that the other party was not very old, Long Keir didn't say much. But before leaving, he glared at Yumi fiercely. But what made Long Keir a little depressed was that the other party seemed to be very careless and didn't pay attention to her warning at all. Wait a minute. However, just as Lu Yun was about to leave, Yumi called out to him. Anything else? Lu Yun's face was full of vigilance, fearing that this little loli would kick him in the face again in public if they disagreed with him. Although he did not object to such behavior, as a Dragon Knight, he still had to maintain his dignity in broad daylight. You must be Lu Yun from number 1 middle school. I'm Yumi from number 6 middle school, nice to meet you. Yumi smiled and stretched out her fair hand while speaking. When she thought of her previous behavior, her chubby little face became a little hot. She was not a frivolous woman. She was helpless about the situation just now. Thinking about it now, she felt so embarrassed. Chapter 42 High-End Operation, Blocking the Fountain. Oh. After hearing the other party's self-introduction, Lu Yun simply nodded, then looked at the black wind ape and said, "Let's go." Just ignored Yumi. The smile on Yumi's face froze, her eyes widened in disbelief, and even her outstretched little hand was awkwardly frozen in mid-air. This guy actually ignored me. As a talented loli in number 6 middle school, she has countless suitors, but the guy in front of her actually ignored her. Does he have taste? At this moment, Yumi took out a mirror and began to look at her own pink little face in the mirror. I start to doubt my life. As expected of a genius of a mythical class, this is too strong. Killing dozens of level 10 monsters is as easy as slaughtering chickens and cows. The 2 6th grade girls were looking at Lu Yun's back in admiration. They were completely mesmerized by his handsome moves. If other geniuses were here, they would most likely flee in panic, but Lu Yun killed all those monsters with just the movement of his fingers. So handsome. Humph, there's nothing to admire about such an arrogant guy. Yumi pouted in dissatisfaction, looked at Lu Yun's back with resentment and said, I was thinking of apologizing, but this guy is so arrogant, it seems unnecessary. Senior Yumi, our 3 high schools are taking the exam at the same time, and we are already in competition. It's a great honor for them to help us. Yes, Senior Yumi, I think this Lu Yun is quite manly. You didn't see what he did just now. He was so overbearing. The 2 female students from number 6 middle school were so obsessed with Lu Yun that they actually took the initiative to speak up for him. This made Yumi even more upset. She knew this, of course, but she had just wanted to apologize, but this guy ignored her in front of two female students. This made Yumi feel embarrassed. The black-haired monkey that was following Lu Yun just now seems to be the black winged ape, a monster in the dungeon. Just then, one of the schoolgirls suddenly thought of something and spoke loudly. After being reminded by the schoolmate, Yumi finally came to her senses. Yes. All her attention was on Lu Yun just now, and she ignored the monkey. This is a monster in the dungeon. Why is it following Lu Yun like a follower? And when Lu Yun left just now, it seemed that he asked the other party to take him somewhere. Something's wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. It was unusual in itself that job changers were mixed with dungeon monsters. Yumi started to use his clever brain, and soon his eyes lit up, as if he had thought of the key. I see. A small light bulb seemed to appear on the top of Yumi's head, and she suddenly realized. Yumi-senpai, what do you understand? The two junior school girls looked at each other and asked in confusion. That guy must have found some good place and is planning to take advantage of it himself. Yumi said with certainty. Although when we arrived at the dungeon, the principal of number 6 middle school had said that the monsters in the dungeon would not drop any equipment or the like after death. But it didn't say that there are no forbidden areas in the copy. Forbidden areas are usually maps that exist in dungeons. To put it bluntly, they are hidden maps, which often contain many benefits and opportunities. Yumi felt that Lu Yun must have learned the news about the forbidden area in the copy from the Black Wind Monkey, so he did not kill the Black Wind Monkey, but let the other party take him to the forbidden area to find benefits. Thinking of this, Yumi suddenly became excited and waved his hand, saying, "Hurry up, let's follow them, maybe we can get some unexpected gains." The two junior schoolmates were hesitant. Senior Yumi, this isn't a good idea. After all, she just saved us. It doesn't seem right for us to do this now. Yumi glared at the two of them fiercely, pretending to be ferocious, but her chubby face always gave people a sense of harmless cuteness. Are you guys going or not? If not, I'll go by myself. Yumi said lightly. The two schoolgirls looked at each other, and finally could only sigh helplessly, then followed Yumi and looked in the direction where Lu Yun left. In order to avoid being noticed by Lu Yun, Yumi tried to keep a distance from Lu Yun and others on the road. It's true, Lu Yun didn't realize that he was being followed. In fact, Lu Yun would never have thought that Yumi would play such a trick. It would have been fine if he had just performed the sloth climbing a tree trick when they first met, but now he's actually following me quietly. Any normal person wouldn't do such a thing. But Yumi didn't follow the beaten path and just did exactly that. They didn't encounter any monsters on the way, and under the leadership of the Black Wind Monkey, they arrived in one direction of the jungle in less than 10 minutes. Brother, this is it. This is the center of the jungle and the spawning point of monsters. The Black Wind Monkey suddenly stopped and pointed ahead. In fact, Lu Yun already knew that this was where the monsters spawned, without this guy reminding him. Because at the very front of the jungle, there was an open space, and above the open space a black square object was floating in the air. This thing is a bit like a Rubik's Cube. It is made up of many small black cubes and emits a faint black glow all around. And at the top of the black square, there is a string of numbers. As time goes by, the numbers on it are decreasing rapidly. 100. 99. 98. 97. Obviously, this is the countdown to the monster refresh time. According to the current countdown, a new batch of monsters will be refreshed in about 100 seconds. The black cube in front of you, also known as the monster cube, is the key item in every copy. It is precisely because of the monster cube that monsters can still exist in the copy even when the spirits are clearing it alone in waves. Simply put, as long as the monster cube is still there, the copy will always exist and can be recycled. These are the basic things taught in the knowledge class, so Lu Yun is naturally very clear about them. Brother, we have reached the monster spawning point now, can I? The Black Wind Ape looked at Lu Yun nervously, wanting to say something but stopping himself, feeling quite uncomfortable. He really wanted to tell Lu Yun that he had completed the mission and could let him go, but he was worried about offending Lu Yun by saying the wrong thing. He had already witnessed Lu Yun's brutal methods and was truly afraid of the human in front of him. But fortunately, Lu Yun was a man who kept his promises. He waved his hand and said, "You can go now." Ah! Upon hearing this, the Black Wind Ape was in disbelief at first, then he almost jumped up in excitement. Chapter 43. You are stuck here with a bug. The two junior school girls from number 6 middle school also noticed this. Their pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip, their mouths slightly opened, and they almost screamed out. Blanche. Do all the geniuses nowadays play so fancy? Block the spring. Who told him to do this? The dozens of tree-shaped monsters that appeared before had already made them extremely desperate. As a monster refresh point, the monsters that refreshed here were more than just dozens. Crazy. They also thought that Lu Yun was simply crazy. The two junior schoolmates were getting anxious and were about to say something. Something strange happened. Buzz. As the countdown ended, the power within the monster cube began to surge, and a black vortex suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yun. Immediately afterwards, a level 10 monster walked out of the vortex with a ruthless step. However, as soon as he walked out, his body was enveloped by a pale yellow halo. Monster? However, before the monster could see the situation around it clearly, its body suddenly moved forward uncontrollably. Taunt skills. Justice mocks. The monster's head was buzzing. As soon as he looked up, he saw Lu Yun holding the dragon fortress, leaning forward slightly, making a baseball-playing posture. Monster. Bang. Lu Yun swung the dragon fortress in his hand forward fiercely, and the monster's head flew straight into the sky, then fell heavily to the ground. Flash sale. However, just as this monster was killed instantly by Lu Yun, other monsters continued to emerge from the vortex. The one that came out this time was a level 12 monster, covered in scales, and a dull sound was heard with every step it took. Just with the naked eye, one can tell that this person's physical defense is quite terrifying. However, under the coverage of the righteous mockery, the monster had just walked out of the vortex when its body uncontrollably moved towards Lu Yun. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. The monster raised his head suddenly, and then looked into Lu Yun's extremely calm eyes. Monster, fuck. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yun swung the dragon fortress in his hand again, and the scales on the monster's chest were directly dented, and its internal organs were instantly shattered by a huge force. Then he fell straight to the ground like a brick, and received his lunchbox in this way. Similar situations continued to occur afterwards. These monsters that had just emerged from the vortex did not even have time to observe this beautiful world before they were ridiculed by Lu Yun in the name of justice. They had just arrived at this copy, and the last scene they saw was a young man holding an extremely heavy shield and smashing it towards their faces. In just less than a few minutes, Lu Yun successfully killed hundreds of monsters. No matter what level they were killed instantly. Lu Yun's points instantly soared by several hundred. This scene made Yumi and others who were hiding in the distance stunned. Is it possible to block the fountain like this? The monster refresh point was originally a place that many freshmen avoided, but in front of Lu Yun, it was more like an experience refresh point. Although every job changer and monster are natural opponents, Yumi and others couldn't help but feel some sympathy for these monsters at this moment. Since the monsters have just been refreshed, the range of the vortex is not large and the monsters can only appear one by one. This resulted in that every time a monster appeared, it would be killed by Lu Yun with ease. They didn't look like they were just walking out of the refresh point, but rather like they were queuing up to be killed. As time passed, another 10 minutes passed. During this period, Lu Yun killed many monsters again, but he was still not very satisfied with this killing speed. It's still too slow. But fortunately, after 10 minutes, the space of the vortex gradually expanded, and the monsters could only walk out of the vortex one by one. But now, monsters can appear in groups. Buzz. Accompanied by a buzzing sound from the vortex ahead, dozens of monsters walked out of it at the same time with confident steps. Then their bodies were enveloped by a pale yellow light. When they looked up, they saw a human leaping high with a shield in hand, and rushing towards them in an instant with an overwhelming momentum. Bang! 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 In less than a few seconds, dozens of monsters were wiped out instantly. At this moment, a new batch of monsters happened to come out of the vortex and happened to witness what Lu Yun had just done. Then the group of monsters were stunned. Oh shit! Isn't this their refresh point? How could there be humans here? And this guy seems to be blocking their fountain. Roar! Suddenly, a big rat covered with yellow hair roared, then grabbed the ground with its 4 limbs, stirred up a cloud of mud, and rushed towards Lu Yun at lightning speed. At the same time, an interface bar appeared in front of Lu Yun. Lightning Rat. Level, LV20 grade, silver rarity, 1 star. Attack power, 250. HP, 300. Skill, heavenly electric grid, summons thunder and lightning, burns the enemy with the power of thunder, and causes 100 points of damage per second to the enemy trapped in the electric grid. Weaknesses: terrible explosion, low defense, afraid of explosion. Evaluation: this is a cute electric mouse, a walking power bank, but if you are fooled by his cute appearance, you will be buried under the thunder. Seeing the prompt on the system interface, Lu Yun laughed. A mobile power bank? It's a pity that I have a fast-charging phone, so I can't use you. After saying this, Lu Yun slowly stretched out a finger, and a small red flame slowly jumped out. Whoosh! The next moment, a sword shadow condensed by flames suddenly burst out and shot forward. However, to Lu Yun's surprise, this move did not kill the lightning rat. The little yellow body rushed out directly from the red flames. Then, sizzle! Tian Luo power grid. Several lightning bolts suddenly burst out from the lightning rat's lightning-shaped tail. These lightning bolts intertwined in the air and formed a huge thunder net. The giant net was several meters in size and it instantly headed straight for Lu Yun. Lu Yun frowned and immediately rushed out like a giant dragon. Bang! This attack hit the lightning rat perfectly, and with the help of this displacement, Lu Yun easily avoided the encirclement of the electric net. While the opponent was dizzy, Lu Yun raised the dragon fortress in his hand and slammed the lightning rat. Bang! 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 However, the opponent's level was higher than Lu Yun's after all. After Lu Yun's series of attacks, he still failed to kill the opponent in seconds. Seeing that the opponent was about to wake up from the dizzy state, Lu Yun used the dragon charge again without hesitation. Boom! Stun for 6 seconds. Taking advantage of the dizziness, Lu Yun raised the dragon fortress again and slammed it towards the lightning rat. Bang! 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 However, after 6 seconds, the opponent still had some health left. Lu Yun raised his eyebrows. This guy is quite tough. Then he used dragon charge. Boom! Stun for 6 seconds. Lightning rat was a little confused. What the hell are you doing here that is causing the bug? Should we let the rat live? It seems like I came out from the refresh point just to get beaten? Chapter 44, Monster Stampede. Finally, after Lu Yun's inhumane torture, the lightning rat successfully received the lunchbox and turned it into some points. Seeing the scene, Yumi and the other two who had been hiding in the dark and observing everything were so shocked that they were speechless. The level 20 monster was killed in the most frustrating way, and there was no chance to fight back at all. Is this guy a dragon knight or a bandit? The fighting style is too simple and crude. Wow! It's worthy of being a mythical profession. It's so powerful. A level 20 monster would be like a boss in some low-level dungeons, but it was killed so easily. There shouldn't be many people in the entire 6th middle school who can surpass Lucian, right? The two little girls from number 6 middle school have been impressed by Lu Yun's methods once again, and their faces are filled with infatuated looks. So what if he killed a level 20 monster? This is a monster spawning point. Surrounded by so many monsters, let alone his dragon knight, even if he is a dragon king, he will have a few broken ribs. Just wait and see, he will flee in a panic. However, before Yumi could finish his words, the monsters in front that were originally charging after the lightning rat suddenly stopped in place as if they were under a spell. When they saw their companions being killed, they were extremely angry and wished they could extract the souls of the humans in front of them. But when they saw the lightning rat being killed in such a tragic way, many monsters were completely shocked. It's true that they are monsters, but that doesn't mean they are stupid. The level 20 monster was pinned to the ground the entire time by the human in front of it, without even a chance to fight back. This is so horrible. At this moment, Lu Yun, who had dealt with the lightning rat, turned around and looked at them. Being stared at by Lu Yun, many monsters shuddered in unison and then retreated one after another. Seeing this, Lu Yun was stunned at first, then his mouth curled up into a sunny and bright smile. Upon seeing this, many monsters were stunned at first, and then broke out in cold sweats, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. They all turned around and ran into the vortex. Then this time it was Lu Yun's turn to be confused. This group of monsters seems to want to return to the vortex. Am I that scary? Lu Yun touched his strong chin and said speechlessly. Long Care couldn't help but roll her eyes. Is this something a human could say? However, when the group of monsters were about to rush into the vortex, a new batch of monsters were refreshed and blocked the exit of the vortex. Then, a strange scene appeared. There are two waves of monsters, one wave wants to rush into the vortex, and the other wave of uninformed monsters wants to rush out of the vortex. As the two sides had inconsistent goals, the scene suddenly became chaotic and a monster stampede broke out that was rarely seen in the world. Some monsters unfortunately fell to the ground in the crowd between the two sides, and were then trampled to death by other monsters. Lu Yun was deeply saddened by this. These were points given for free. He would never allow his points to fly away from his mouth like this. Buzz! Lu Yun stretched out his right hand, and a red flame slowly jumped in the palm of his hand, then turned into a red sword shadow and shot out. In an instant, more than 10 monsters were killed instantly before they could escape. Seeing how fierce Lu Yun was, the remaining monsters also panicked. They now finally understood why that group of monsters just rushed in. However, before they could rush into the vortex, a new batch of monsters appeared. These pigs were immediately in despair as they rushed into the monsters. The whole scene was in chaos, and many monsters lost their lives in the stampede. Damn it! Lu Yun instantly became furious, his eyes welled up, and he suddenly picked up the dragon fortress and rushed forward. Bang! 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 A loud noise erupted in the city, and then the monsters at the scene began to be killed by Lu Yun one after another. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yun slaughtered nearly 1,000 monsters, and it was at this time. Congratulations on getting the new title, Monster Slayer. Monster Slayer? Lu Yun was stunned, then he clicked on the attributes of the title. Title, Monster Slayer. Introduction, kill more than 4,000 monsters and you will have a 1 in a billion chance of getting it. From now on, you are a monster killer. Attribute, rare. Effect, players with the Monster Slayer profession will have a natural pressure when entering the dungeon, making monsters afraid to approach, allowing the job changer to roam freely in the dungeon, emerging from the mud without being stained, washing in the clear water without being evil. At first Lu Yun didn't think there was anything strange, until he saw the effect of the title, he felt hopeless. Deter monsters? Be good. If the monsters in the copy are afraid of him, how can he kill monsters and gain points? He can encounter something with a probability of 1 in a billion. I don't know whether to say he is lucky or unlucky. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to trick him? Lu Yun originally wanted to refuse to wear the title, but when the title was activated, he wore it automatically. And at the moment the title was put on, the 5 big words Monster Slayer suddenly appeared above Lu Yun's head. At the same time, a terrifying pressure was released from Lu Yun. When the monsters felt this pressure, they were like mice seeing a cat, and they instinctively felt a strong fear from the depths of their souls. Even the monsters that had just emerged from the vortex had faces full of fear and turned their heads to run into the vortex. As a result, a spectacular scene appeared on the scene again. Many monsters just came out of the refresh point and wanted to go back in despair. What's even more desperate is that the refresh point can only refresh monsters. Once a monster is refreshed, it cannot return to the vortex. Lu Yun also discovered this, so he took action again. Boom! 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 The scene was suddenly engulfed in flames and the earth was shaking. The monsters had just emerged from their refresh point, and what greeted them was not the fresh air of a new world. It was Lu Yun's devastating attack. After 2.5 hours of torture, all the monsters finally got their lunchboxes. There were more than 3,000 monsters in total, and they died at Lu Yun's hands just after they were refreshed. This also includes several level 20 monsters. After doing all this, Lu Yun's points successfully reached a level of more than 7,000. You should know that in the current copy, the highest score is only over 1,000. Lu Yun has more than 7,000. The two sides are not on the same level at all. It can be said that Lu Yun is far ahead of the others. But Lu Yun didn't know this and still felt that more than 7,000 points were too few. Kor, let's go somewhere else. Lu Yun looked at Long Kor and said softly. Long Kor nodded, and then the man and the dragon walked in the opposite direction. The monsters in the jungle have almost been wiped out, and the monsters at the refresh point have now been killed by Lu Yun. It will take a long time before the next refresh. So Lu Yun decided to go to other places to look for monsters first. And at the same time, in the pavilion of number 1 middle school, Li Zhang was drinking tea and playing chess with 2 principals. But just halfway through, the principal of the 6th middle school, Lin Jipeng, stroked his goatee and said with a smile, I don't know how the assessment is going. How about going to check it out first? Li Zheng agreed, then waved his hand and a copy panel appeared in front of him. The 3 of them were the organizers of this copy, so they could naturally view the specific information of the copy and the performance of many students in the copy. They can even see clearly through the copy panel how many points the students have earned in the copy. But when the copy panel appeared, one name directly occupied the position on the list. Looking at that name, the three principals' eyes widened instantly, and the chess pieces in their hands fell to the ground with a clatter. Name: Lu Yun. Level: Level 20. Occupation: Dragon Knight. Score: 7,254 points. Chapter 45 Points Suppression. Seeing that Lu Yun was far ahead in points, the three principals were all stunned. Is this kid cheating? The second place is Jiang Shishir, a genius from number 3 middle school. She currently has less than 2,000 points, while Lu Yun's points are as high as over 7,000, which is several times that of Jiang Shishir. The gap between the first and second place was several times as high as expected, which made them involuntarily guess that Lu Yun was cheating. Even Li Zhang felt that Lu Yun's performance was a little abnormal. He really placed all his hopes on Lu Yun, but he never dared to believe in his dreams that Lu Yun could perform so amazingly. Mr. Li, your student couldn't have cheated, could he? How did he get over 7,000 points? You're not going to tell me that he went straight to the monster's base and blocked the fountain? Wang Qingwei, principal of the 3rd middle school, asked with a strange expression. In fact, he was right. Lu Yun did go to block the spring. Students from our number 1 middle school would never do something like cheating. Besides, Lu Yun has been recommended by the Magic Martial Arts University, so he would never do something that would affect his reputation. Then you should give us an explanation. How did he, a level 20 job changer, get so many points? Li Zhang was silent. He really didn't know how to explain all this because even he was shocked. But he knew very well that Lu Yun was unlikely to cheat. The principals of number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school were almost depressed to death. They had hoped to make a comeback in this assessment, but who would have thought that this would be the outcome? Looking at Lu Yun's points column, the two of them had an urge to vomit blood. Just wait and see. After the test is over, we can ask other people and we'll know the general situation. If he really cheated, I know what to do without you telling me. Li Zhang finally said this, and this explanation made the two principals lose their temper. After all, they really don't know the specific situation now, and they can only wait until the assessment is over and then ask other students. The atmosphere at the scene became strange as Lu Yun's points increased. After a long silence, Wang Qingwei finally spoke first. The boss on the Jinsha Beach defense line has affected the normal dungeon refresh. Fortunately, Lin Ying is about to arrive in Jinsha City. This guy is the pride of our number 3 middle school. With his help, this boss should be killed soon. The intention of Wang Qingwei's words is very clear. So what if you get a mythical profession? No matter how extraordinary a genius is, he still needs a period of time to settle down and grow. As a genius who graduated from number 3 middle school, Lin Ying has already become a strong man. After hearing the words of the principal of number 3 middle school, Lin Jipeng and Li Zhang did not show much change in expression, because this time, two of their universities also had extraordinary geniuses. As long as they are given a certain amount of time, they may be able to reach Lin Ying's level, or even surpass him. While the three principals were talking, the assessment in the copy had not yet ended. As time passed, more than 10 students crushed the blue crystals and chose to give up, and were successfully teleported out. Because many of them encountered many monsters. Although these monsters were not of high level, they came in groups, like an invincible army, which made people despair. But these people are a minority after all, and most people are still killing monsters in the dungeon to accumulate points. After Lu Yun left the refresh point, Yumi and the others also continued to kill monsters. Everything seemed to have returned to normal, but after the copy was open for half a day, a ray of light suddenly shot up into the sky, and then formed a huge ranking list above the sky of the forbidden area. On the ranking list, each name is condensed with golden light and is very dazzling, and there are corresponding points behind these names. The higher the points, the higher the ranking of the name. Noticing something unusual, many students in the copy raised their heads and looked toward the sky. When they saw the names on the ranking list, they were all shocked beyond words. First place, Lu Yun, points, 7090. Zhao. What kind of monster is this? How did he get more than 7,000 points? The first place is actually this Lu Yun. As a mythical class, is the Dragon Knight's early burst so terrifying? As far as I can remember, most combat mythical classes are relatively weak in the early stages. This guy is a monster. The second place is Jiang Shishir from number 3 middle school, but she only has 2,000 points now, which is nearly 5,000 points less than Lu Yun. This is too scary. If we can find this Lu Yun and eliminate him, will that mean we have more than 7,000 points? At this moment, looking at the names on the list, many people had evil thoughts. After all, this assessment did not stipulate that they could not attack their own people. If they could eliminate Lu Yun, they would directly inherit the more than 7,000 points. This is quite tempting. Therefore, except for number 1 middle school, the other students all had similar ideas and wanted to join forces to snatch the points from Lu Yun. It's a pity that they don't know about Lu Yun's glorious deeds of blocking the spring and killing numerous monsters, causing them to cry out in grief, otherwise they would never dare to have such an idea. Because Lu Yun's perversion was beyond their imagination. In short, when the ranking list came out, many students joined together to form teams and began to search for Lu Yun throughout the dungeon, determined to take all of Lu Yun's points. No one except the people from number 1 middle school would have this idea. After all, Lu Yun participated in the assessment representing the glory of number 1 middle school. Moreover, after the news of Lu Yun's solo victory over the fire elemental elves in the genocide spread, the students of number 1 middle school now call Lu Yun God Lu, and he is the object of worship for many people. It is even less likely that they will take action against Lu Yun. Oh no! These guys are starting to target Lu Yun. I have to find a way to tell him. Zhao Qingsong was worried as he watched the students from number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school whispering around him. Standing next to him is a zombie girl with a huge body and dribbling like crazy. This is none other than his marriage partner, the zombie girl, a marriage partner of outstanding level. In fact, the students from the 3 high schools had already met before, but because the difference in points between them was not that big, they had no intention of competing with each other. But now that Lu Yun's more than 7,000 points have been exposed, he has immediately become the target of countless people. Zhao Qingsong didn't know how powerful Lu Yun was. He just thought that no matter how powerful the mythical profession was, Lu Yun was still alone after all. If faced with siege from students from the other 2 universities, big problems would likely arise. After hesitating to enter the copy, private chat could not be established, so Zhao Qingsong immediately sent a message to Lu Yun through the blue crystal, but Lu Yun did not reply. Zhao Qingsong had no choice but to call on the students of number 1 middle school to start looking for Lu Yun together. He wanted to tell him the news here in person and let him hide. As long as they wait until the assessment time comes, everyone will be automatically teleported out. Then with more than 7,000 points, they will definitely win the championship. As long as Lu Yun can hold on and keep his points, he will win this assessment. As for the students from the other 2 universities, they were also frantically looking for Lu Yun. Their ideas were completely opposite to those of number 1 middle school. As long as they find Lu Yun and grab points before the forbidden area ends, they will be able to turn the tide. They are determined to get the more than 7,000 points in Lu Yun's hands. Chapter 46. The massacre officially begins. You go to the east to search, you go to the south to search, and I will take people to the north to check. After all, the other party is a mythical profession. If you find any trace of him, remember to send us a message first. Don't act without authorization to avoid alerting the enemy. The students from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school began to make arrangements. Each person formed a team and was assigned to different places to look for Lu Yun. Whenever they find Lu Yun, they will send a message to inform others. They will not leave Lu Yun any chance to escape. They are determined to get these more than 7,000 points. However, it is worth mentioning that people from number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school all wanted Lu Yun's points, so they did not unite on this matter. Both parties tacitly agreed not to discuss this matter. The meaning was very clear: the capable one gets it first. Whoever can find Lu Yun first and kill him will get the more than 7,000 points. So invisibly, the students of number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school have already begun to compete secretly. Seeing this situation, number 1 middle school responded quickly. Many people even gave up the opportunity to continue hunting monsters and spontaneously looked for Lu Yun to remind him of the danger. When the leaderboard appeared in the dungeon, the tone of the entire dungeon changed. All the targets were no longer monsters and points, but Lu Yun. While everyone was looking for Lu Yun in a hurry, Lu Yun, the person involved, was completely unaware of this. He was hunting monsters in the copy at this time. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Lu Yun and Long Kier finally walked out of the seemingly endless primitive jungle and came to a desert. The map for this assessment is very large, and is the product of multiple maps spliced together. Each huge area has completely different and special terrain. And depending on the terrain, the types and abilities of monsters are also different. Most of the monsters that appeared in the previous primitive jungle were of wood attribute, while the monsters that appeared in this desert were mostly of fire attribute. When Lu Yun came here, a feeling of heat enveloped his limbs and bones, making him feel as if he was in a furnace. If other people came here, they would definitely be extremely vigilant. But Lu Yun was quite relaxed and comfortable, just like a married girl returning to her parents' home, and her whole body was relaxed. With the 70% fire damage reduction, isn't Lu Yun just returning to his mother's home when he comes here? Russell. However, just when Lu Yun and the other person arrived here, the desert under their feet suddenly began to spin rapidly, forming a desert vortex. When the vortex was formed, due to inertia, Lu Yun and Long Kor's bodies sank uncontrollably towards the center of the vortex. At the same time, a huge head suddenly popped out from the center of the vortex. The head was extremely ferocious. It opened its bloody mouth suddenly, and there were countless sharp fangs in the mouth. It was like a huge meat grinder, grinding Lu Yun and Long Kir into minced meat. It was obvious that this huge desert vortex was created by this monster. It wanted to devour Lu Yun and the other person. However, just as the monster opened its bloody mouth and waited for its prey to come to it, what was waiting was not the prey. But it is a huge dragon shield, the dragon fortress. Bang! Lu Yun held the dragon fortress in his hand and smashed it into the monster's big mouth full of fangs. Instead of catching its prey, the monster had several of its teeth broken. It screamed in pain at that time, and then the nearby desert began to shake violently. Under the severe pain, the monster finally revealed its true form. It is a giant sandworm about 10 meters long. Its body is covered with mucus, and the mucus is covered with a lot of yellow sand, which makes it naturally concealed. However, the huge body that was like a python was now wriggling wildly like a maggot. As everyone knows, Lu Yun is a kind person. Even if the other party calls him a monster, Lu Yun can't bear to see him suffer. So with a heart of great compassion, he rushed over like a giant dragon, and while the opponent was dizzy, he raised the dragon fortress to kill the latter. After ending the battle smoothly, Lu Yun continued to move forward with Long Kor. However, not long after they started walking, a wolf howl suddenly sounded in front of them. When this wolf howl sounded, many more wolf howls were heard from all directions. The howling of these wolves sounds like the roar of the god of death. Even though this is a hot desert, it can bring everyone a cold feeling as if they were falling into an ice cellar. Hearing the sudden wolf howls from all directions, Lu Yun and Long Kor stopped where they were, and then saw a wild wolf with red hair appear in front of them. The wild wolf had deep eyes with a red flame flashing in its pupils. On top of its head, there was a crown condensed from flames. When the wild wolf appeared, it stared straight at Lu Yun and the other man, then raised its head and let out a wolf howl. Oh hoo! After the wolf howl stopped, many wolves appeared around Lu Yun and his companions. These wolves also have red hair and flames burning in their pupils, but they do not have crowns made of flames on their heads. Obviously, the wild wolf with the flaming crown on its head is the leader of this pack of wolves, commonly known as the Wolf King. Wolves have always been social animals, even when they appear as monsters. Lu Yun and his companion have been surrounded by wolves. If someone else was here, they would have been so frightened that their bladder would have contracted and they would have crushed the blue crystal and run away. Lu Yun was an exception. Instead of feeling any fear, his eyes were filled with excitement. Glancing around, he saw that there were at least several hundred wolves. I didn't expect to encounter so many points just after arriving here. That's right, in Lu Yun's eyes, these terrifying wolf-shaped monsters are just pure points. With the damage reduction of fire attribute, not to mention that these guys are only level 15, even if they are all level 20, Lu Yun is not at all inferior. After all, he was a dragon knight who soloed a dungeon with an average monster level of 40, and the prelude to the genocide of the fire elemental elves. Kor. Lu Yun suddenly looked at Long Kor beside him. As a marriage partner who had already had several experiences of solo dungeon clearing, Long Kor immediately understood what Lu Yun meant. Immediately, a giant dragon totem suddenly appeared in those red eyes, and then the surrounding space suddenly twisted violently. A red barrier descended from the sky, instantly enveloping Lu Yun and many monsters. Above the red barrier, there are countless fire dragons circling and flying, filled with the destructive force of fire. This is one of Long Kir's skills, the soul-binding dragon prison. When he saw that the space around him was blocked, a faint smile appeared on Lu Yun's face. This way you don't have to worry about losing the points you've earned. Massacre officially started. Chapter 47. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? When the Wolf King saw the smile on Lu Yun's face, he was stunned. What's wrong with the human in front of me? He used some means to trap me here and yet he can still laugh. What kind of magical operation is this? Moreover, they are the most powerful monster race in this area. When they meet them, the other side is not only not afraid, but can even laugh. The Wolf King expressed 100% incomprehension. However, he was unwilling to think too much about it. The average level of the wolves was around level 15, and as the leader of the wolf pack, his level had reached level 20. He couldn't believe that the human in front of him was so powerful that he could fight against all of their wolves alone. Oh hoo! The Wolf King suddenly raised his head and roared, and the surrounding wolves immediately rushed towards Lu Yun like crazy. The moment they rushed out, their red hair instantly began to burn with flames. This is one of the wolf pack's skills, Flame Impact. Bang! The wild wolf rushing in the front, with its red body, slammed into Lu Yun. Lu Yun was instantly covered by red flames, and his body was knocked hundreds of meters away. It finally stabilized after carving a long trench in the desert. Seeing this scene, the Wolf King's eyes were full of disdain, thinking that Lu Yun was dead. That's it? With such weak strength, how could he dare not run away when he saw them? But soon the Wolf King's gaze suddenly focused, because he found that Lu Yun, who had been knocked away, actually stood up again. When the flames on his body dissipated, Lu Yun's figure reappeared. Not to mention the injuries, all his hair was still there. Not a hair is wrong. Unharmed. The Wolf King was a little confused. At this moment, after seeing that Lu Yun was fine, several more wild wolves rushed towards Lu Yun. Bang! Lu Yun had just been knocked away, and then was knocked in another direction by another wild wolf. He was being trampled on like a ball. After being knocked out dozens of times, Lu Yun's body was once again covered in red flames, and he turned into a fireman. If it were any other student, they would have probably been burned to ashes by now. But when the flames disappeared, Lu Yun still appeared in the same place intact. He first moved his limbs, and there was a crackling sound of bones colliding in the joints of his body, and then he grinned. This group of wolves really had something. He wanted to test the damage reduction of the fire attribute, so he didn't take action the whole time. He wanted to see how much damage these guys could do to him. Their performance did not disappoint Lu Yun. More than 10 wolves actually caused him a huge critical damage of up to 123 in total. Lu Yun's health also dropped sharply by 1%, although the blood Lu Yun lost was recovered in an instant. At this moment, not only the Wolf King, but the other wolves also realized that Lu Yun was not simple. They began to retreat, not knowing what to do. But Lu Yun walked directly to a wild wolf, squatted down, and reached out to gently stroke the wolf's head. But the next moment, Lu Yun frowned again, because he found that the hair of these wolves was quite prickly and not comfortable to touch at all. Lu Yun was furious. He took out the dragon fortress and smashed it down, flattening the opponent's head on the spot. Wolf! The rest of the wolves were also stunned for a moment. Who the hell is this guy who killed one of their own kind with just one move? At this moment, Lu Yun looked at the other wolves again and directly activated the Righteous Mockery. I have to admit that this skill is really useful. After the taunt range was expanded, dozens of wild wolves suddenly walked towards Lu Yun uncontrollably, and then were sent to Shao Shitian to pay homage to the Buddha with just a few moves by Lu Yun. Dozens of its own kind were killed, and the Wolf King finally realized that something was wrong. The human in front of him seemed to be a tough nut to crack. Immediately the Wolf King let out an angry roar and ordered all the wolves to retreat. But at the beginning, Long Kur, at Lu Yun's signal, activated the barrier to block the surroundings, and now the wolves couldn't escape at all. A frightened wolf-shaped monster tried to break through the barrier by force, but the moment its body touched the barrier, a raging flame burned on its body. In just a few breaths, it was burned to ashes. With this previous experience as a lesson, other wolf-shaped monsters no longer dared to act rashly. Seeing that they didn't move, Lu Yun had to take the initiative to attack. With the combination of Justice Taunt and Dragon Fortress, Lu Yun did not use any other lethal skills, but directly sent these monsters to hell through physical salvation. In the end, hundreds of wild wolves were killed one after another, leaving only the Wolf King at the scene. The Wolf King looked at Lu Yun and was so scared that his wolf whip retracted. If he had a human body, he would probably kowtow to Lu Yun and beg Lu Yun to spare his life. He now finally understood why the human in front of him was not afraid of them, but rather quite excited. From the beginning, the identities of the prey and the hunter were reversed invisibly. They are the prey, and Lu Yun is the hunter. Lu Yun clapped his hands and walked closer to the Wolf King carrying the dragon fortress. The Wolf King bent his knees and stared at Lu Yun, letting out a low roar. Don't be nervous. I actually hate fighting and killing. Lu Yun squatted beside the Wolf King, stretched out his hand and said with a smile, looking as if he was teasing a dog. The Wolf King didn't say anything, but after taking a look at the wolf corpses scattered around him, he suddenly felt an urge to curse. Don't like fighting? You just killed my entire tribe, and now you say you don't like fighting? Can you humans have some shame? It's easy if you want me to let you go. Just take me to the monster refresh point. Lu Yun suddenly spoke again, and the Wolf King was stunned. Is this guy going to the monster spawn point? Although he didn't know what Lu Yun was going to do, in order to save his life, the Wolf King finally nodded and agreed. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Lu Yun touched the Wolf King's head, and he couldn't help but feel in a good mood when he thought that he would earn a lot of points later. The Wolf King lowered his proud head and did not dare to look into Lu Yun's eyes. Although the other party was smiling, he found it quite creepy. Then, Lu Yun asked Long Core to put away the barrier. Under the leadership of the Wolf King, Lu Yun arrived at the monster refresh point in the desert not long after. In the center of the refresh point, the monster cube is slowly rotating in the air, and the numbers above the cube are still slowly passing. 10 o'clock. 9:59. 9:58. Will it take another 10 minutes? Lu Yun looked at the countdown on the Rubik's Cube, murmured softly, and simply sat cross-legged on the spot and began to wait. Lu Yun was in a good mood when he thought that after the countdown was over, he would have thousands of points. But at this moment, something strange happened, and a loud excited laugh suddenly exploded from behind. Ha 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 ha! Lu Yun, I finally found you! Chapter 48, Able to Fight and Resist, Crazy Pig Warrior. Lu Yun turned his head and found that he did not know the person, and the badge on his chest proved that he was not a student from number 1 middle school, but from number 6 middle school. Do you have something to talk to me about? Lu Yun asked. He didn't know the other person at all, but judging from his expression, he seemed quite excited. Suddenly, Lu Yun seemed to think of something, and his heart skipped a beat. Could this guy be having a sexual fetish? Seeing that I am so handsome, elegant and dashing, she secretly found me at this time to express her feelings? Looking at the other person's eyes that were about to smoke with excitement, Lu Yun felt more and more that this was the case. Suddenly, his stomach churned and he almost vomited. This guy is fat and has big ears, and his skin is covered with a layer of oil. Just looking at him makes me feel sick, let alone doing anything with him. Vomit. Finally, the more he imagined it, the more his stomach churned. After all, Lu Yun was not a professional, and he finally couldn't help but vomit. When the fat man saw that Lu Yun vomited after just looking at him a few times, he immediately became furious. What? Is being fat disgusting? Did I eat your rice? How dare you insult me like this? Blanche. Without saying anything, the fat man opened the door of marriage and summoned out his marriage partner. Not every spiritualist would bring their spouse with them. After all, not every spiritualist's spouse would be a beautiful woman like Longcore, and most job changers would not bring a spouse who was not very good looking with them. It will only be summoned when it is needed in battle or when in danger. This is why many students often hope to marry a beautiful partner before entering the marriage door. A beautiful marriage partner is not only someone you can have sex with, but also someone you can keep by your side and show off all the time. But having a beautiful appearance alone is not enough to keep someone by your side all the time. For example, Zhao Qingsan's zombie girl, although her appearance is impeccable, the unique properties of zombies mean that his marriage partner cannot be exposed to the sun. If exposed to the sun for a long time, not only will her strength be sharply reduced, but it will also cause damage to her body. It is rare to find a marriage partner like Longcore, who can ignore any conditions and stay with Lu Yun, especially one who is beautiful and powerful. Buzz. As the marriage door opened, a terrifying pig demon suddenly walked out along the doorframe. The pig demon was covered with layers of fat, with broad shoulders and a big waist. At first glance, one might think it was Marshal Tianpeng who had descended to the earth. Just standing there, it gave people a huge sense of oppression. The moment he saw the pig demon, Lu Yun cast a sympathetic look at the fat man. If he had chosen such a marriage partner, he would probably want to die. What are you looking at? My marriage partner is an epic fighter. We should not judge things by their appearance, but by their inner beauty. I prefer my little piggy to those slutty bitches. After the fat man finished speaking, he roared angrily, and a layer of golden light suddenly appeared on his body. When the golden light disappeared, a set of black armor suddenly appeared on his body. There is a fat pig pattern engraved on the armor, and the thick lines echo each other, releasing a jet black glow under the sunlight. This is the epic class, the Mad Pig Warrior. From the moment it is awakened, it has powerful defensive attributes and violent abilities, making it one of the more powerful classes in the early stages. This profession is also considered a frontline fighter in the dungeon team. It can not only resist damage but also has a certain output. Therefore, it is also quite popular in the dungeon team. Because of this, when the fat man awakened the crazy pig warrior, not many people laughed at him. Instead, many people invited him to team up to clear dungeons. It seems that I have no grudge against you? Seeing that the other party was about to attack, Lu Yun suddenly asked with a frown. I really have no grudge against you. If you transfer all your 7,000 points to my blue crystal now, I can let you go, said the fat man with a sinister smile on his face. He was assigned here by number 6 middle school to look for Lu Yun's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, he actually found Lu Yun by accident. According to the agreed plan, when he found Lu Yun, he had to report to others first and wait for their support. But when he saw Lu Yun, his desire overcame his reason and he decided to act alone. The news of Lu Yun's solo victory over the fire elemental elves to annihilate the clan has not yet spread, and only the people in number 1 middle school know about it. The mythical class is indeed the strongest class, but this type of class often finds it difficult to burst out too much damage in the early stages. In addition, his awakened Mad Pig Warrior is able to fight and resist in the early stage, so he is confident that he can compete with Lu Yun. Very few people in the other 2 high schools knew about this. If they knew, the fat guy probably wouldn't be so rampant. So you came here for my points? Lu Yun suddenly realized. After the ranking list appeared, Lu Yun did not think much about it. He did not expect that his points had been targeted by someone. I'm afraid that this fat guy is just a microcosm, and there should be many people who are eyeing my points. After all, more than 7,000 points, even if not particularly a lot, is definitely not a small amount. Lu Yun had no idea that his current score of more than 7,000 points had already put him at the top of the pack, making him the most dazzling presence in the entire venue. In addition to that group, the talented students from the other 2 high schools have already set their sights on him. This is not only for the glory of the school, but also for your own future. Since you are unwilling to hand over the points yourself, then let's speak with strength. The fat man took a fighting stance and sneered at Lu Yun. Go ahead. I want to experience the horror of a mythical class today. Lu Yun took a look at the opponent's level, which was only level 15. Lu Yun was too disdainful to take action against someone at this level. I leave it to you. Kill this guy and I'll let you go. Lu Yun suddenly looked at the Wolf King beside him and said. When the Wolf King heard this, he was overjoyed. When he brought Lu Yun here, he wanted Lu Yun to let him go. But he couldn't speak, and didn't dare to act rashly, so he had to stay by Lu Yun's side obediently. Now that Lu Yun has spoken, he naturally wants it more than ever. Immediately, it let out a wolf howl and turned into red lightning and rushed towards the fat man. When it came to the fat man, the crown on the Wolf King's head instantly released a terrifying high temperature, and the sea of red flames covered an area of several meters in radius around it. Seeing this scene, the fat man's pupils suddenly shrank and he started to panic. Why would this monster obey Lu Yun's orders? Aren't monsters and humans mutually exclusive? What on earth is going on? However, before the fat man could figure out what was going on, the Wolf King's attack was already within reach. Boom! Chapter 49. It really became a roasted pig trotter. Seeing this level 20 Wolf King rushing towards him, the fat on the fat man's body suddenly tensed up and his face turned pale with fear. Fortunately, at the last moment he finally remembered the shield in his hand and hurriedly raised it up. Bang! The Wolf King's body hit the shield heavily, and suddenly a bright light flashed on the shield, and the Wolf King was blown away. After steadying his body, the Wolf King's head was buzzing. He had already started admiring the stars and the moon in broad daylight. Fortunately, this thing is a monster with thick skin and strong basic attributes in all aspects. If it were a human being, it would at least suffer a concussion. And just after the Wolf King was blown away, the fat man's loud laughter followed. Ha ha, you didn't expect that. My crazy pig warrior's defense is terrifying. How can a mere level 20 monster hurt me? The fat guy was beaming with joy, and the word cocky was almost written on his face. As he started to laugh, the fat all over his body began to sway rhythmically. He didn't know how Lu Yun controlled this level 20 Wolf King, but he just knew that Lu Yun could not change the outcome of having his points stolen by relying solely on this Wolf King. In the face of absolute strength, any strategy is nonsense. After laughing, the fat man was ready to pursue the victory. He suddenly tapped the ground with both feet, and then pushed hard. The whole person suddenly soared into the sky, like a flying fat pig, and smashed straight towards where Lu Yun was. Even though Lu Yun was a dragon knight, he had never seen such a scene before and was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweats. I used to hear elders say that as long as you stand at the forefront of the storm, even a fat pig can take off. Lu Yun didn't know the concept of a fat pig taking off before, but now he understands it. Apart from anything else, the appearance alone is indeed scary, like a meteor. If it hits you, even with Lu Yun's defensive ability, he would probably be in big trouble. At this critical moment, the Wolf King, who had been knocked away by the fat man before, suddenly rushed back with a roar, and then his whole body was burning with flames, and he rushed towards the fat man who was falling from the sky again. Whoosh! The fat man fell very fast due to the help of gravity, but the Wolf King was even faster, like an inverted meteor, and instantly collided with the fat man's huge body. Boom! The moment the two figures collided, it was like Mars hitting the Earth, and ripples immediately splashed up. Under the influence of these ripples, the yellow sand around them began to fly rapidly. The desert is like a boiling water surface, splashing out overlapping waves of yellow sand. The scene is particularly spectacular. However, to Lu Yun's surprise, the fat man actually blocked the Wolf King's attack. This guy was seen holding the black shield in front of him to block the attack of the Wolf King. Even though there were raging flames rising around the Wolf King, it was still difficult to cause any harm to him. It seems that this fat guy is not bragging. The defense of the crazy pig warrior is indeed very high. Lu Yun said softly as he looked at the confrontation between the two. Although mythical professions are very powerful, their advantages are not necessarily reflected in the early stages. Some mythical professions can only show their edge in the later stages of life, showing their horror that overwhelms other professions. As for legendary professions and epic professions, although their later growth levels cannot compare to mythical professions, they can obtain terrifying power increases in the early stages. The fat man in front of you is a typical example. This also sounded a wake-up call for Lu Yun. He must not be blindly arrogant just because he is a mythical profession. Because if a mythical profession fails to survive in the early stage, there may be no later stage. Thinking of this, Lu Yun became more determined to stay alive. It seems that we need to be more cautious in the future. Lu Yun murmured softly, what he lacked most now was time. As long as there was a chance to develop to the later stage, that would be his time to make his effort. While Lu Yun was stunned, the confrontation between the two sides had quietly tilted. Originally, the fat man could rely on his shield and his own powerful attributes to compete with the Wolf King, but as the flames burned around the Wolf King, the fat man suddenly found something wrong. The jet black shield was gradually burned into a red color, and the fat pig pattern on the shield also began to become blurred. The hard shield actually began to become soft under the burning flames, just like an overtired ox. Sizzle! Later, the sound of barbecue was heard in the air, and the aroma of roasted pig's trotters wafted out. When Lu Yun was wondering where the smell came from, the fat man's face had changed completely. Because the palm of his hand holding the shield had been burned by the red-hot shield and was sizzling with oil. This is not the smell of roasted pig's trotters, but the smell of his roasted palms. Blanche! The fat man's pupils contracted, and the fat on his body instantly tightened together, and he felt unwell. His physical defense is indeed abnormal, but he does not have Lu Yun's 70% immunity to fire attributes. He could indeed withstand the attack of the Wolf King, but he couldn't withstand this fire at all. Boil! The fat man originally wanted to endure the pain, but as the temperature of the shield continued to rise, his pig trotter-like palms began to sizzle with oil. A burnt smell is already wafting out. If he continues like this, his entire hand will probably be roasted and turned into a pig's trotter. In desperation, the fat man could only scream and finally let go of the shield in his hand. The moment the fat man let go of his shield, he lost support and fell to the ground. The Wolf King took the opportunity to fight back, and his body wrapped in flames instantly pounced towards the fat man, like cotton wool encountering a flame. Next moment. Phew! The fat man's extremely obese body was instantly ignited by the flames. Ah! The fat man screamed madly, and wherever he looked was a sea of fire. He knew that the situation was hopeless, and at this moment he was filled with great regret. If he had known earlier, he should not have acted on impulse. He should have sent a message to inform others when he found Lu Yun's whereabouts. It's a pity that he didn't do so, and there is no medicine for regret in this world. The pain of being burned by flames all over the body was really unbearable. The fat man originally wanted to take out the blue crystal, crush it, and give up directly. But what made him despair was that under the burning flames, his limbs became extremely stiff and he was unable to take out the blue crystal. In other words, he didn't even have the chance to give up at this moment, which made the fat man look even more dejected, as if the world had lost its color. Finished. Am I, Pang Dahai, going to be roasted to death here? Pang Dahai has already started waiting to die. At this moment, the flame that originally enveloped him began to slowly disappear. It turned out that at the critical moment, Lu Yun stopped the Wolf King. The Wolf King retracted the flame, glanced at the charred and half-dead Pang Dahai, and then looked at Lu Yun. Okay, you can go. Lu Yun naturally knew what the Wolf King meant, and waved his hand and said, "Oh hoo." The Wolf King let out a light howl, and all the wolves felt relieved. After nodding to Lu Yun, they disappeared at the end of the desert. After the Wolf King left, Lu Yun came to the dead dog like Pang Dahai and squatted down. He picked up a stone and touched him and asked, "Are you feeling good?" Pang Dahai. Chapter 50. Please be a human being. Is it fun? Pang Dahai swore that these were definitely the most vicious words he had ever heard in his life. He really wanted to answer Lu Yun, "That's awesome." But he didn't dare, for fear of being beaten. It feels great, very great. Pang Dahai forced a smile on his charred face. Lu Yun suddenly stood up and decided to show his willingness to help others. "Since you are so happy, I will let you have more fun." After saying that, Lu Yun stretched out his index finger, and a small flame suddenly appeared at the fingertips. Pang Dahai's face twitched and he suddenly had the urge to curse. "Are you a devil? Is this guy a pervert by profession? How could such bone-chilling words come out of a mouth that was only 37 degrees Celsius? Pang Dahai quickly changed his words and said, "No. I'm not happy. Actually, I'm very unhappy." Lu Yun blinked his eyes. "Since you are so unhappy, I should add more fuel to the fire to make you feel better." Pang Dahai. He now really wants to greet Lu Yun's ancestors for 18 generations. It's not okay to say it's fun, but it's not okay to say it's not fun either. What on earth do you want me to do? Are you a dog? Please be a human being. Lu Yun's words were actually just to scare the other party. Although the fat man was planning to take advantage of his points, both of them were students of Jinsha City after all. So Lu Yun did not kill the Wolf King and asked him to stop, otherwise he would have become a charcoal now. Lu Yun glanced at this guy and was about to say something when he suddenly discovered that the countdown on the monster cube was about to end. "Let's deal with the business first," Lu Yun said softly, and then asked Long Core to keep an eye on this guy, and then he came to the front of the monster cube, waiting for the monster army to refresh. Seeing Lu Yun's actions, Pang Dahai's eyes became confused. When he realized where this place was, he immediately shouted out, "Fuck, this is the monster spawn point. The countdown is almost over. What the hell are you going to do?" Pang Dahai didn't know what Lu Yun was going to do, nor was he interested in knowing. He just wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible, so he immediately forced himself to crawl away. As a profession that can fight and resist, he also has some recovery skills. Although his injuries cannot be recovered in a short period of time, at least he can crawl and walk now. But he had just climbed a few steps when a pair of long legs and hips appeared in his sight, blocking his way. This pair of long legs is flawless, slender, and delicate. Just by looking at them, Pang Dahai can imagine how comfortable they feel. His eyes continued to move upwards, and Pang Dahai saw two majestic mountains. He used to not understand why so many people like to climb mountains in the name of conquering nature. Now he knows, it must feel great to conquer nature. His sight continued to move upwards, and before Pang Dahai could react, he saw a face that was perfect and impeccable. Long Core narrowed her eyes, and her red pupils emitted a dangerous signal. "If you keep looking around, I'll dig out your eyes," Long Core said expressionlessly. Except for Lu Yun, she hated other men looking at her in this way. Pang Dahai smiled awkwardly, and his movement to continue moving upwards suddenly froze, and then he quickly closed his eyes. "I won't watch it. I won't watch it." As he spoke, Pang Dahai quietly reached his hand into his trouser pocket, wanting to crush the blue crystal and give up directly. The monster was about to refresh, and even if Lu Yun didn't plan to deal with him, he felt it would be difficult for him to escape safely. In his current state, he would become a sitting duck once the monsters refreshed. Since he knew that he could no longer continue the assessment, he might as well just admit defeat. Anyway, relying on the special features of the wild pig warrior profession, he had already killed nearly 800 monsters. Even if we give up now, when the points are converted, our ranking should not be low. But just when he had just taken the blue crystal out of his trouser pocket, a pair of jade hands suddenly snatched the blue crystal away from him. "Give me back my things." Pang Dahai suddenly became angry and wanted to take back the blue crystal. Long Kor played with the blue crystal in her hand, stepped on the guy's head, and said lightly, "If you don't want to die, be honest, otherwise I will crush your dog head right now." The blue crystal is in the other party's hands, and now I can't voluntarily give up and teleport away from here. Pang Dahai really had no words to express his pain and could only lie on the ground obediently with a look of despair on his face. Glancing at the countdown that was about to reach 0, his heart became completely silent. Finished. This time it's really over. Now the only means of saving life is gone. Once the monsters are refreshed, he will definitely be beaten to death. If he had known this would be the outcome, he would never have bothered Lu Yun even if he was beaten to death. He should have sent a signal to notify others first. I finally succumbed to the greed in my heart. Pang Dahai beat his chest and stamped his feet, wishing he could slap himself a few times. Why are you so greedy? How can you be so stupid? Just as Pang Dahai was complaining about himself, the countdown of the monster cube finally reached 0. At this time, there were bursts of sonic booms and the sound of the flaming powder sand body. Hearing the voice, Pang Dahai closed his eyes in despair, and a line of tears rolled down his eye sockets. He was ready to die. After waiting for a long time, Pang Dahai did not feel his body being attacked by the monster, and opened his eyes in confusion. "I'm boiling." Then this guy took a deep breath and cursed. Because he saw the most incredible scene in his life. Lu Yun was facing hundreds of monsters alone. It was a completely overwhelming attack, but with just a few moves, those monsters of more than 10 levels were easily killed. When these monsters just walked out of the vortex, they were all majestic and extremely domineering. But after seeing Lu Yun's inhumane massacre, they were all frightened and turned around and wanted to go back into the vortex. This is not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is that there is a level 20 boss monster on the way to escape. He can't withstand any attack from a monster of this level. But Lu Yun withstood all the opponent's attacks and remained unscathed, not a single hair was burned. When the boss attack ended, Lu Yun performed a righteous taunt, then raised the dragon fortress in his hand, rushed forward and slam dunked. The result was that under Lu Yun's devastating physical transcendence, these bosses that had just been refreshed from the vortex were instantly killed. Hiss. Seeing all this clearly, Pang Dahai was completely frightened. Before he knew it, his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. What kind of monster had he provoked? Chapter 51, Can't I Just Lie Down? Pang Dahai watched Lu Yun's solo show for nearly 10 minutes in amazement. After killing all the monsters that came out of the vortex, Lu Yun's points reached more than 9,500 points, and he was only less than 500 points away from reaching 10,000. I don't know what ranking I will get with my current points, but even if it's not the highest, it shouldn't be too far behind. Looking at the points display in the blue crystal, Lu Yun murmured softly. Fortunately, Pang Dahai didn't hear what he said, otherwise he would have vomited blood. Be good. Brother, your current points are ranked first and no one can shake you. What do you mean by even if it's not the highest, it shouldn't be that far behind? Your current points are several times that of the second place. After packing up everything, Lu Yun returned to Pang Dahai. After seeing Lu Yun's incredibly fierce fight, Pang Dahai no longer dared to challenge Lu Yun. He immediately grinned, revealing a brilliant smile and said, "Brother Lu, I now know your true ability. It's my fault that I was blinded by lard and actually set my sights on you. It was my fault and I was stupid. I sincerely apologize to you here. Please give me a way out, return the blue crystal to me, and let me give up and leave." Lu Yun was stunned at first, then he saw the blue crystal that Long Kir was playing with in her hand. Lu Yun smiled and said nothing. Instead, he reached out and took the blue crystal, then placed it near his own blue crystal. Buzz! The moment the two blue crystals touched each other, they emitted a light blue light at the same time. When the light dissipated, the hundreds of points in the Pang Dahai crystal disappeared instantly. However, the blue points in Lu Yun's hands suddenly increased by several hundred points. It turned out that Lu Yun had absorbed all the points in the blue crystal of Pang Dahai. Boil! Seeing this scene, Pang Dahai gritted his teeth and almost shed tears. Since arriving at the dungeon, he has been fighting various monsters. Due to encountering many large armies of monsters, he was in danger several times. It can be said that these points are his lifeblood, and now, his lifeblood has been taken away like this, he is so angry. What made him even more miserable was that he was very unhappy with Lu Yun, but at the moment he had no way to deal with him. Pang Dahai looked at the sky in the copy with lifeless eyes. The sky was azure blue and the sun was shining on the earth. Although it was fake, it could still bring warmth. But at this moment, Pang Dahai felt a chill in his heart, as if his life had lost its direction. We are all students of Jinsha City. I won't make things difficult for you. Lu Yun tossed the blue crystal in his hand and said with a smile. Pang Dahai's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had come alive again. Since we are all students of Jinsha City, give the crystal back to me now. I admit defeat this time. I will crush the crystal and admit defeat now. But Lu Yun shook his head and said with a smile, I can't return the crystal to you now. After that, Lu Yun added, when the time is right, I will give it to you. Don't worry, I am not a person who goes back on my word. Lu Yun's words were like a bucket of cold water, which immediately extinguished the hope that Pang Dahai had just had. Pang Dahai once again lay on the ground like a dead salted fish, with an expression that showed he had lost all hope in life. Never mind. He is really tired. Do whatever you want. Life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are in the hands of God. Can't I just lie down? Seeing this guy's expression, Lu Yun felt amused, so he said, compared to your lifeless look now, I still prefer your rebellious expression at the beginning. Pang Dahai. Then Lu Yun didn't waste any time and asked Long Kor to transform into a giant dragon. Then he carried Pang Dahai to the dragon's back and asked Long Kor to go to the next map. Long Kor was extremely fast, like an aircraft carrier, and she took Lu Yun away from the endless desert in just a few minutes. After Long Kor carried Lu Yun for a while, the original golden color disappeared, and was replaced by a world covered with wind and snow. Heavy snow was falling from the sky, and everything within sight was covered with white snowflakes. It gave a feeling that the sky and the earth were the same color, and the sky and the earth were perfectly integrated under the connection of white. After arriving here, Lu Yun followed the same method and restored Long Kor to human form, then dragged Pang Dahai through the snow in a swaggering manner. Not long after they walked forward, a group of monsters suddenly appeared. These monsters were all around level 10, and the leader was a huge white hairy bear. The white bear has particularly strong limbs, and there is tremendous power beneath its white fur. There are many other white bears around this white bear, but the size of these bears is far smaller than the leading bear. It is obvious that the leading bear is the boss of this group of guys. Long Kor is a giant dragon with fire attribute. After marrying Long Kor, Lu Yun awakened the profession of Dragon Knight and also became a Dragon Knight with fire attribute, and fire just happens to restrain ice. It just so happened that the monsters here, due to the nature of the ice and snow world map, all had ice attributes, which meant that Lu Yun was more like a fish in water here than in the desert. Although the 70% fire damage reduction is not useful here, his extra fire damage is even more useful. Under the restraint of the attribute, any ordinary attack by Lu Yun can cause critical damage. 999. 989. 998. After a few moves, Lu Yun successfully sent all the monsters around to get their lunchboxes. Lu Yun wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and smiled with satisfaction. I can be considered to have saved the world. In less than a few hours, I have saved nearly 10,000 monsters. If the Buddha were still alive in heaven, everyone would have thanked him in their dreams. After seeing Lu Yun's fierce fighting style, Pang Dahai became even more desperate. His eyes were wide open and he didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment. When he thought about how he actually looked at a monster like this at the beginning, he felt more and more like a clown. On the other side, the situation of the strongest white bear was not much better than that of Pang Dahai. He saw that all his brothers were killed by Lu Yun in 2 or 3 moves. The white bear almost lost his soul and turned around to run, but at this moment a ray of fire suddenly fell from the sky. After the fire fell on the snow, the ice and frost around it melted. Finally, a circle of fire formed on the ground, directly surrounding the white bear. Seeing that its retreat was blocked, the white bear had no choice but to look at Lu Yun again. The corners of his mouth slightly opened and he let out a low roar, ready to fight to the death. But at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly said, I am not interested in fighting and killing. Take me to the monster spawn point here, and I can let you go. Chapter 52. You are really good at judging people. In the following time, Pang Dahai witnessed Lu Yun once again solo clearing the monster refresh points in this world. Seeing that Lu Yun had earned several thousand points, he felt no emotion at all and even wanted to laugh, because he was completely numb. After harvesting all the monster refresh points in this world, Lu Yun followed Long Core to other areas and did the same thing. After walking through more than a dozen different areas, Lu Yun also soloed more than a dozen monster refresh points, and his points exceeded 40,000. While everyone was frantically looking for Lu Yun, the copy points ranking list was also updated in real time, so everyone saw with their own eyes how Lu Yun's points increased from a few thousand to tens of thousands in a very short period of time. Jiang Shishir, who is now ranked second on the list, has a point difference of tens of thousands from Lu Yun, which is a very scary number. How is this possible? How on earth did he do that? He's cheating. I'm going to report this guy. He must be cheating. Oh my goodness, just one person took up 40,000 points. Hiss. This kid is so scary. Lu Yun's current score made many students' scalps tingle, and also made countless people more excited. If we can grab all these points, our school will definitely take the lead, and we will definitely benefit from it. It can even be said that whichever of the three universities can obtain so many points will definitely be the first place. For a moment, everyone's desire to find Lu Yun became stronger. Those who were originally not interested in Lu Yun and his companions and were still hunting monsters to earn points on their own also changed their strategies. They didn't even bother killing the monsters, they all just wanted to find Lu Yun and fly into the sky. With such a mountain of gold in front of them, they can do whatever they want as long as they get it. Why should they still work hard to hunt monsters? You have to know that one monster can only be exchanged for 1 point. If they want to get 40,000 points, they need to kill 40,000 monsters. Now, as long as these points are snatched from Lu Yun alone, naturally no one will be willing to continue hunting monsters. In an ocean world, Lu Yun and Long Core were lying on the beach basking in the sun, with a piece of dogtail grass in their mouths, looking quite relaxed. This doesn't mean that Lu Yun is starting to give up. In fact, he is not sure whether 40,000 points is a lot. However, he has already explored all areas in the entire copy. He had also been to all the monster spawning points in each area, and now Lu Yun really had nothing to do. In addition to the monsters at the monster refresh points, there are many monsters in these areas. But these monsters are scattered, and it would be a waste of time to search for them one by one. Moreover, Lu Yun had the title of Monster Killer. If he got a little closer to these monsters, they would flee madly like frightened birds, leaving Lu Yun with no way to hunt them. At this time, Pang Dahai was also lying beside Lu Yun, staring at the sky in a daze with a look of despair. When he saw Lu Yun sweeping away all the monster refresh points in the area one after another, he realized what kind of horrible monster he had provoked. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly handed a blue crystal to Pang Dahai. The moment Pang Dahai saw the blue crystal, he was stunned. "What are you standing there for? Don't you want the blue crystal anymore?" Lu Yun said calmly. Pang Dahai finally reacted and held the crystal in his hand with surprise. This thing was an important certificate for this assessment, and he felt safe only when he held it in his own hands. But it was very abnormal that Lu Yun would return such an important thing to him so easily. After all, he came here for his points. The other party just beat him up and let him go? Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. Pang Dahai was holding the blue crystal in a daze. Suddenly he felt something and looked at the blue crystal fiercely. He saw that the score displayed on the crystal was exactly 3,000 points. Hiss. Seeing these points, Pang Dahai took a breath of cold air and looked at Lu Yun beside him in confusion. What the hell does this mean? Not only did he return the crystal to me, he also gave me 3,000 points. What on earth does this guy want to do? 3,000 points was an astronomical figure for him. Even though he was a level 15 wild pig warrior and an epic job changer, it was difficult for him to obtain so many points within the assessment period. He should be happy for getting so many points, but at this moment he couldn't be happy at all because he knew that there is no such thing as a free lunch. What do you need me to do? Pang Dahai asked vigilantly. I know that students from number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school are trying to steal my points. I need you to go out and find them, and then bring them here to see me. Lu Yun said with a smile. Pang Dahai immediately understood what Lu Yun meant. Now that all the monster refresh points had been attacked by Lu Yun began to set his sights on these students. It's not that Lu Yun is unkind. He originally didn't have such an idea. But since the other party has already directed his idea at him, it shouldn't be excessive for him to give him a taste of his own medicine, right? But to Lu Yun's surprise, Pang Dahai did not agree. Instead, he refused and said, "You are wishful thinking. I will not harm my classmates." Don't think that you can underestimate the bond between us just because you are so powerful. I, Pang Dahai, am also a principled person. Lu Yun, I'll give you another 1,000 points. Pang Dahai was stunned at first, then he rolled over and stood up, came to Lu Yun, rubbed his hands with a flattering look on his face. You are really good at judging people. I will go over and bring them here. Don't worry, brother Lu. I will not let you down and will complete the task. Pang Dahai patted his chest, made some solemn promises, and left happily with the 4,000 points. In the face of absolute interests, the so-called bottom line of constraints is simply nonsense. Although Pang Dahai is a little ugly, he still has his own judgment when it comes to major issues. If you let me do something without paying me, then I am a very principled person. If you pay me to do something, I can still maintain my bottom line. But if you give enough money. Classmate? What are classmates? I think you have enough points. Long Kir spoke after Pang Dahai left. Lu Yun took a look at the ranking list in the sky. His name was already ranked first and no one could shake it, but Lu Yun still felt a sense of crisis. Not enough. He had a hunch that perhaps someone could temporarily block the ranking statistics. To ensure that you are the first, the more points you get, the better. While the two were chatting, Pang Dahai on the other side had already left here, and not long after leaving, he encountered a large group of people who came to look for Lu Yun. The show is about to begin. Chapter 53 Best Actor Level Acting Skills. There are probably dozens of people in this group, with almost an equal number of people from 6 middle schools and 3 middle schools. They all formed teams and came here all the way. Because there was a fortune teller in the crowd. Although this profession was not very aggressive, it could predict the future. This kind of profession is also quite popular in the dungeon, and they relied on this fortune-telling wizard to find their way here. When they saw Pang Dahai suddenly appear, the people from number 6 middle school immediately surrounded him and asked, Pang Dahai, why are you here? They relied on the fortune teller to find this place, but this guy got there first. Of course I came here for Lu Yun, and I just met him. Pang Dahai's face suddenly became serious. Seeing this, everyone's curiosity was aroused, and someone hurriedly asked, how strong is that guy? He is a mythical professional dragon knight, and he has obtained so many points. You can imagine how terrifying his combat power is. To be honest, we are still a little bit unprepared. A little weak? If you were really fake, how could you have found your way here? This is what they call greed. Pang Dahai sneered in his heart, then continued his performance. That guy is not as evil as you think. The reason why he can kill so many monsters is purely because he has a special skill. This skill has a natural restraining effect on the monsters in this copy. Pang Dahai tells lies without even thinking. If Lu Yun were here, he would definitely give him a thumbs up and call him a boast. After Pang Dahai's vivid description, everyone's fear of Lu Yun was dissipated a lot. That's what I said. Mythic level professions are usually only powerful in the later stages. They are usually not that powerful in the early stages. The student who asked the question earlier also breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately said, Pang Dahai, take us to find Lu Yun quickly, and I'll give you some points after the task is completed. Pang Dahai shook his head, glanced at everyone and said, although that guy is not as powerful as we imagined, he is a mythical class after all. He has the power to kill so many monsters. If we want to take him down, it will not be enough to rely on just a few of us. We'd better notify the others. Pang Dahai's words did not arouse everyone's suspicion, because of being beaten up by Lu Yun before, there were still many visible scars on his body, which were obviously traces of the battle. I got these injuries because of that guy. Luckily, I am a crazy pig warrior who can fight and resist, so I was lucky enough to escape. We are all here for points, so there is no need for me to lie to you. If we want to deal with that guy, we must call more people. After Pang Dahai said this, no one had any objection and they all started to use their methods to call for help. The blue crystal on each person can not only record points, but also transmit messages to each other, but it is limited to the same school. Pang Dahai, it's a good thing that you provided the information in time. You will get all the points after the matter is accomplished. Someone patted Pang Dahai on the chest and exclaimed. Pang Dahai nodded on the surface but sneered in his heart, you didn't expect that I am a double agent. Laugh now, laugh as brightly as you can, because you won't be able to laugh later. Not to mention the group of people in front of him, even if all the students in the entire copy came here, he didn't think that this group of people could do anything to Lu Yun. After all, this was a monster who had single-handedly cleared dozens of area monster refresh points. At the same time, everyone who was looking for Lu Yun in other places received the news here at the same time. Their eyes lit up and they quickly rushed here. In a corner of the copy, Yumi, who was hunting monsters with 2 junior schoolmates, was suddenly stunned because she also received the group message here. How stupid can these guys be to dare to target that guy? Don't they use their brains to think about it? Did he just pick up all those points? Upon hearing the news, Yumi was both angry and anxious, and hurriedly rushed to the destination with her 2 junior high school sisters. She has no control over the people in number 3 middle school, but she must stop the people in number 6 middle school from doing stupid things. At the beginning, she didn't believe that Lu Yun could be so terrifying, but after witnessing Lu Yun clearing the dungeon alone, she clearly realized how terrifying he was. If she is a genius, then Lu Yun is definitely a monster. Nowadays, Lu Yun's points have increased from a few thousand at the beginning to tens of thousands now. She knows where these points came from without even thinking about it. They must have been obtained by Lu Yun by solo killing monster refresh points in other areas. They dared to provoke such a ruthless person. These people are really tired of living. At the same time, Jiang Shishir, who was hunting monsters, also received the news from number 3 middle school. She was completely stunned. Although she was not aware of Lu Yun's solo monster refresh point, her understanding of Lu Yun, coupled with his skyrocketing points, she knew without a doubt how terrifying Lu Yun was. She has worked so hard for so long but now only has less than 10,000 points, while Lu Yun has already exceeded 40,000 points. The gap is too obvious. Where on earth did these guys get the courage to challenge that guy? I'm afraid that before they can snatch his points, their points will be snatched away instead. Jiang Shishir, like Yumi, immediately put down what she was doing and quickly rushed to her destination. She had to stop the people from number 3 middle school from doing stupid things. At the same time, someone from number 1 middle school happened to discover the movements of number 6 and number 3 middle schools, and quickly passed on this information. Knowing that people from the 2 high schools might have found Lu Yun's whereabouts and were gathering their forces, the people from number 1 middle school were also not idle and hurried towards the meeting point to stop it all. It is less than 1 kilometer away from the beach where Lu Yun is. Half an hour later, people from number 3 middle school arrived here first, followed by people from number 6 middle school. Almost everyone from the 2 universities arrived at the scene, totaling more than 400 people. Of course, the total number of students in the 2 universities must be more than this, but these are the only ones who took the exam this time. When these people met, a tense atmosphere immediately arose. A young man from number 6 middle school suddenly stepped forward, looked at the people from number 3 middle school unkindly, and snorted, "Let me make it clear in advance, whoever can snatch the blue crystal from Lu Yun first will get the points inside. Let's talk about it based on our own abilities." That's exactly what I meant. The people from number 3 middle school snorted in agreement. After the 2 of them finished talking, the tense atmosphere in the air became much less tense. But at this moment, people from number 1 middle school finally arrived at the scene. Zhao Qingsong rushed to the front, and when he saw that people from the 2 universities were basically gathered here, his heart sank immediately. He immediately shouted to the people behind him, "You hold them here, I will go to Lu Yun to inform him of the situation and ask him to retreat quickly with the points." But just as he finished speaking, the way ahead was blocked by people from number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school. Chapter 54, I want your points. Do you think it's possible to go over and tip off? The student who was blocking Zhao Qingsong's way sneered. Zhao Qingsong's face darkened, and he suddenly raised his hand and waved it lightly towards the ground. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the ground, and 2 hideous skeletons emerged from the ground and pounced directly at the students in front. However, before the 2 skeletons could get close to each other, a sword shadow flashed across the space and disappeared in an instant. The moment the sword shadow disappeared, the 2 skeletons instantly turned into a pool of bone fragments. Zhao Qingsong's face darkened again. The skeleton soldiers he summoned were killed in seconds. It's not that the necromancer is too weak. On the contrary, the necromancer is a good profession. It's a pity that Zhao Qingsong's level is too low now and he can't summon the powerful skeleton king. He can only summon skeleton soldiers now, and only 2 of them. It is obviously impossible to escape the current predicament with just 2 skeleton soldiers. He is trapped. Not only Zhao Qingsong, but also the people from number 1 middle school who came to support him were surrounded by people from number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school. In terms of numbers, number 1 middle school did not have the upper hand at all, and the people who came to support Lu Yun this time were only a part of them. Not all students from number 1 middle school were present. Not everyone has a good impression of Lu Yun. There will always be some people who are jealous of Lu Yun because he is too dazzling. It seems like you guys can't report the news. We're going to take that kid's points. Seeing that the people from number 1 middle school were blocked, the people from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school were extremely mocking. After they were done, they immediately arranged for some people to block the people from number 1 middle school. Another group of people moved towards the direction where Lu Yun was. Boil. Seeing that he couldn't inform Lu Yun of the news, Zhao Qingsong became so angry that he started cursing. It's no use for a large group of people to bully a small group of people. If you dare, let's fight one-on-one. Ha, we have more people. If we don't fight you in a group, we will fight you one-on-one. That's really crazy. The people from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school sneered, thinking that they had already taken Lu Yun's points. But at this moment something strange happened. Zhang Shishir finally arrived here at the last moment. Everyone from number 3 middle school, stop it. Everyone in number 3 middle school looked at Zhang Shishir at the same time with confusion on their faces. They didn't expect that a genius like Zhang Shishir would appear here. Subconsciously, they thought that Zhang Shishir had come here to encircle and suppress Lu Yun just like them. That's great. With senior sister Shishir here, we'll be more confident in dealing with that kid named Lu. A genius from number 3 middle school shouted excitedly. But who would have thought that Zhang Shishir's next words would leave these people completely stunned? You must not cause trouble for Lu Yun. Zhang Shishir looked at everyone and spoke word by word. Senior sister Shishir, are you kidding me? That kid has so many points. If we just grab a few of them, it will be enough to win glory for number 3 middle school. I'm not kidding. That guy is very powerful. If you rashly go to find him, you will not only steal his points, but also give yourself away. After hearing Zhang Shishir's words, many people felt that she was being too serious and did not take her words to heart at all. Mythical professions are indeed very powerful, but now is the early stage. Besides, with so many people surrounding Lu Yun, even if Lu Yun had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would definitely be unable to resist. Seeing that she couldn't persuade the people from number 3 middle school, Zhang Shishir suddenly became anxious. Although she is the pride of number 3 middle school, not everyone is convinced by her. After all, we are all students of number 3 middle school, and we are not people with much say. Why should we listen to Zhang Shishir? Sister Shishir is right, you can't go looking for trouble with that guy. At this moment, another low shout suddenly sounded. It was Yumi who arrived with 2 junior high school girls from number 6 middle school. Yumi. Zhang Shishir was also a little surprised to see Yumi. Yumi nodded to Zhang Shishir and said with a smile, it seems that Sister Shishir and I have the same opinion about heroes. Although they are not students of the same university, they are good friends who can talk about anything. So with just a glance, the 2 women knew the other's purpose of coming here. Yumi didn't say much to Zhang Shishir. She glanced around and said, I can't control the people from number 3 middle school, but the people from number 6 middle school must not bother that guy. He's a pervert who can solo monster refresh points. Yumi directly narrated what she had seen and heard, and 2 junior schoolmates also came forward to testify. At first, everyone was very excited and wanted to find Lu Yun on the spot to snatch his points. But now, when they heard that Lu Yun was actually blocking the monster's fountain and killing it, they couldn't keep calm. Is this true? Is this guy so scary? Just go to the monster spawn point and kill the monsters. This seems to explain why that guy's points skyrocketed so quickly. There are no less than a few thousand monsters that spawn at each monster spawn point. Is this something a normal person can do? Hiss. Yumi's words immediately calmed down everyone who had just gotten angry, and they began to analyze the situation. After everyone's analysis, it was found that the probability of Lu Yun soloing the monster refresh point was indeed very high, and Yumi had no relationship with Lu Yun, so there was no need for her to deliberately help Lu Yun lie to everyone. After combining this information, no matter how unwilling everyone was, they had to admit a horrifying fact. That is, even now in the early stages, the strength of Lu Yun, the Dragon Knight, is already extremely terrifying, even far surpassing everyone else. However, although the analysis results made many people feel fearful, many people are still unwilling to give up this opportunity that is about to come. For a moment, the scene fell into an eerie silence. As for Yumi, she didn't say anything. All she could do was tell everyone how powerful Lu Yun was. As for whether everyone should continue to cause trouble for Lu Yun, she couldn't take care of them one by one. Finally, after a brief silence, only a small number of people took the initiative to withdraw from the siege of Lu Yun. But most people still remain silent, unwilling to give up this opportunity. So what if that guy is terrifying? With so many of us, can't we be a match for him alone? Someone suddenly stood up and said loudly. That's right. We have more people and we can kill him in turn. In the face of sheer numbers, even a mythical profession is no match. As soon as he said this, he was immediately echoed by everyone. Yeah. But suddenly, a joking voice suddenly sounded, and then everyone heard a dragon's roar coming from the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky involuntarily, and then saw a huge monster swooping down towards them at a very fast speed. It was a giant dragon covered in red scales, and there was a figure standing on top of the dragon's head. This figure stepped on the dragon's head, like the legendary dragon slayer. His momentum alone was enough to sweep away everyone present. The person who came was none other than Lu Yun. A terrifying aura was brewing in the air. Everyone was clearly planning to encircle Lu Yun before, but when Lu Yun actually appeared in front of them. But they were filled with fear, and an unconcealable throbbing suddenly burst out from the depths of their souls. At this moment, Lu Yun's voice came from the sky again, like a mysterious voice from outer space. I watch your points. Chapter 55, Operation as Fierce as a Tiger, record of 250. When they saw Lu Yun appear, everyone in number 1 middle school was instantly overjoyed. But then they couldn't laugh anymore. It was indeed very impressive for Lu Yun to appear on stage stepping on a fire dragon, but he seemed to have overlooked one fact. He is just one person. Even if we count the people from number 1 middle school who came to support, their numbers are still less than those of number 6 and number 3 middle schools. It is said that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Facing competitors whose numbers far exceed his own, even if Lu Yun has the advantage of a mythical profession, he will inevitably suffer a great loss. Lu Yun, hurry up and leave. There are so many of them. What are you doing here? Zhao Qingsong was the first one to shout at Lu Yun, wishing he could lubricate Lu Yun's feet instead. If you come out at this time, aren't you just attracting hatred? The rest of the people in number 1 middle school were also panicking. Seeing that everyone had been persuaded by Yumi and Jiang Shishir, they did not dare to actively cause trouble for Lu Yun. Who would have thought that Lu Yun would actually show up on his own initiative? Isn't this just jumping into the fire pit? But after hearing Lu Yun's voice, Jiang Shishir and Yumi's pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be that this guy spread the news that he wanted to turn the tables here and rob everyone of their points? That's impossible. He wants to challenge all the people from number 6 and number 3 middle schools alone? You have to know that there are also some epic professions among these people. Jiang Shishir said in shock. After all, number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school have more people and more power. Isn't this a bit far-fetched? Even though the mythical professions are very powerful, it is still in the early stages after all. How can there be such abnormal existence of mythical professions? Have you forgotten what I said before? Yumi suddenly narrowed her eyes. You mean? Jiang Shishir seemed to have thought of something, and she suddenly felt unwell. She had forgotten what Yumi had said before, that Lu Yun swept through all the monster spawn points by himself. Then it doesn't seem too difficult to snatch everyone's points. After all, the monsters at the monster refresh points start to refresh in the thousands, and their number is more than the people in number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school combined. But compared to the nervousness of the 2 girls, the people from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school were stunned for a short while and then fell into ecstasy. Just now, under the persuasion of the 2 women, they really gave up the idea of causing trouble for Lu Yun. But now that Lu Yun has shown up on his own initiative, it is equivalent to sticking his face out for everyone to hit. If they miss such a great opportunity, they will look down on themselves. Ha ha ha, this is a godsend. I didn't expect this guy to be so arrogant and actually stand up to let us fight. Let's attack together. With so many of us joining forces, I don't believe we can't defeat him. Don't say he is just a mythical profession. Even if he is an invincible profession, we have to teach him a lesson today. If I can get 40,000 points, I'll be able to pass this assessment. Everyone, don't hold back. Whoever grabs the blue crystal first will get the points. The people from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school were suddenly excited. They called out their marriage partners one after another and were ready to get down to business. Hurry up! His target is you. You are the prey now. Don't let him snatch your points away. At this moment, Jiang Shishir and Yumi's voices rang out, full of tension. However, the two women's reminder was not taken seriously by everyone. Seniors, please stop joking here. Lu Yun is just one person. Do you want to say that he surrounded more than 400 of us by himself? A student from number 6 middle school looked at the two girls and said with a bright smile. But just as he finished his words, Long Kor, who had transformed into a giant dragon, suddenly rushed down and landed in the middle of the crowd in an instant. The students from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school had no time to react. They only felt a flash of fire before their eyes, and then they were knocked off their feet by the terrifying force. Those who were slightly weaker were even knocked to the ground and rolled dozens of times before fainting. At this moment, everyone who had been clamoring to snatch Lu Yun's points suddenly shut up. The scene was dead silent. The only sound that could be heard was each other's rapid heartbeats. Lu Yun jumped down from the dragon's head like a god descending from heaven, and immediately came directly to the people who were blown away and started to collect them. An unlucky guy was just shaken to the ground and fell flat on his face. Just as he was about to stand up, Lu Yun came up to him. Then he stretched out his hand, and before the unfortunate fellow could react, he pulled out a blue crystal from his arms and placed it in front of his own crystal. Buzz! As a buzzing sound was heard, the points in the unlucky guy's blue crystal were instantly reset to 0, and all the points were transferred to Lu Yun's blue crystal. Grass! The unlucky guy was stunned for a few breaths before he reacted. He suddenly looked up and cursed at Lu Yun. However, before he could finish writing the word, Lu Yun crushed his blue crystal. Buzz! Suddenly, a force of space enveloped the unlucky guy, and he was teleported out of the copy in an instant. After doing all this, Lu Yun acted as if nothing had happened and flashed to the front of the other unlucky guys. Take out the blue crystal. Transfer points. Then crush the crystal. The whole set of movements was smooth and flowing. In less than a minute, 10 unlucky guys were successfully sent away by Lu Yun. He's so damn arrogant, everyone, help subdue him. After a brief silence, someone finally reacted and pointed at Lu Yun and shouted loudly. When the others heard this, they all raised their eyebrows in anger. There are so many of us here, and you actually dared to attack us. You're still collecting points as if nothing happened. Do you really think we don't exist? We don't want to save face. Just because you have a mythical profession, can you be so rampant? After everyone reacted, they immediately displayed the characteristics of their respective professions. At this moment, the people from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school cooperated with each other tacitly. Of course they want to fight for Lu Yun's points, but before that they must subdue Lu Yun first. The wizard immediately used his power to summon countless vines to bind Lu Yun's limbs to the ground. There were also warriors holding shields and rushing towards Lu Yun. The huge force directly pressed Lu Yun to the spot and made him unable to move. Everyone played all their cards without holding back. Just when everyone thought that Lu Yun had been tied up and unable to move, and had completely become a lamb to be slaughtered, Lu Yun smiled evilly, and then his whole body suddenly burned with a red flame. The moment this red flame burned, the restraining effect that everyone had put on Lu Yun disappeared instantly. Tang Man was burned to ashes. The frost melted instantly. Even things like shields were burned into a pool of molten iron. At this moment, the whole audience was stunned. Everyone suddenly felt that what they had done before could be perfectly summarized in one sentence. He acts as fierce as a tiger at first glance, but upon closer inspection he seems like an idiot. Chapter 56, invulnerable to water and fire, swords and guns. We can't suppress this guy, so everyone attack together. Since we can't suppress him, we should beat him until he surrenders and hands over the blue crystal. Suddenly someone reacted and spoke loudly again. In fact, when Lu Yun broke free from everyone's restraining skills, many people had already noticed that something was wrong. But the arrow has been shot and they have no choice but to continue. An epic flame mage stepped forward decisively to take charge of the overall situation. Because the fire mage has high burst damage, and the key is area damage, it has become an essential damage type profession in dungeons. Fire and rain. After this person stood up, he clenched his hands and muttered for a while, then suddenly stretched out his palm and gently waved it towards the sky. Boom! Suddenly, a red cloud appeared in the space above Lu Yun. The cloud looked like a burning flame, and soon after it appeared, heavy rain began to fall. However, these heavy downpours were not actually rain, but rain condensed from flames. These raindrops were like molten lava, pouring down from the sky, so dense that it was impossible to dodge. This is Li Fan from number 6 middle school. Apart from Yumi, this guy is also considered a genius in number 6 middle school. The burst damage of the flame mage in the early stage is very high, and the damage of the fire attribute itself is explosive. This guy is finished. Seeing Li Fan take action, someone quickly stood up to explain. When this person's explanation came out, the others became extremely excited. Under this attack, even if Lu Yun could successfully resist it, he would probably be in a very embarrassing situation, right? When the time comes, they will take action again and will surely capture Lu Yun successfully. In ancient times, 3 heroes fought against Lu Bu. They are now a group of heroes fighting legends. When the molten lava rain fell, a terrifying heat wave swept across the 4 directions, and people who were a little closer could feel the heat in the space. Even when the molten rain fell on the ground, the entire ground was hot and smoking. From this it is not difficult to see the horrific high temperature. But when the molten rain fell on Lu Yun, the damage he suffered was minimal. Even Lu Yun didn't use any means to resist and just let the rain fall on him. Lu Yun took a deep breath, then spread his hands and closed his eyes, his face full of comfort and enjoyment. It seemed as if what was falling was not a rain of fire, but a spring rain in March. Swish! The scene fell into dead silence again. Is this guy a monster? The rain contained such horrific high temperatures that even a monster would grimace in pain and scream if touched by it, but Lu Yun seemed like nothing had happened. Is he invulnerable to swords and guns and immune to water and fire? In fact, if you look closely, you will find that there is a faint red barrier on the surface of Lu Yun's body. It is this barrier that blocks most of the damage from the rain of fire. 70% fire damage reduction is no joke. Fuck! Is this guy even human? Seeing that his attack had no effect on Lu Yun, Li Fan was stunned for a moment. He felt like he was dreaming and all this was so unrealistic. I just don't believe this. At this moment, another man holding a 9-ring broadsword stood up. This man was wearing black armor, and the 9-ring broadsword in his hand was extremely conspicuous. Because this big sword is almost taller than this person. He is the genius He Junhong from number 3 middle school. He has awakened the epic class Chaos Blade Master, which is considered to be a relatively strong class among sword masters. It is also an explosive class, and its attacks have a true damage effect. When this person stood up, his identity was immediately recognized by others. Although Chaos Blade Master is only an epic class, he is even more terrifying than Flame Mage. Because the Chaos Blade's attacks can bring true damage, and the true damage will become higher and higher as the level increases. In the later stages, although the strength of the Chaos Blade Master cannot be compared with the mythical professions, it is not weaker than some legendary professions. Swords and sabers. He Junhong grasped the handle of the 9-ring sword with both hands, shouted loudly, and then chopped towards Lu Yun with both hands. But what was surprising was that this time Lu Yun still did not dodge the attack and just let the 9-ring sword chop him. This blow landed solidly on Lu Yun. He Junhong raised his lips and was about to laugh, but the next moment his face froze before the smile could even bloom. He did hit the target with this blow, but it did not cause any harm to Lu Yun because the blow landed on the Dragon Fortress. At the critical moment, Lu Yun blocked the attack with the Dragon Fortress in his hand. When a sharp metal collision sound was heard, and then a huge recoil force came over, and He Junhong suddenly felt his hands holding the handle of the knife go numb. A bloody cut suddenly appeared at the base of his thumb, and blood gushed out like a fountain. He Junhong looked at the cut on his hand, then looked at Lu Yun who was standing there unharmed and even looking at him with a smile. It's a mess. Hiss, I didn't expect that even this guy is no match for Lu Yun. What kind of monster is this guy? This is real damage. Are mythical professions really that awesome? I don't accept it. Seeing that the two geniuses were unable to do anything to Lu Yun despite their successive attacks, everyone's emotions were somewhat broken. Lu Yun is so powerful that it makes people despair. In fact, compared to the previous Flame Mage, He Junhong's attack is indeed the most threatening to Lu Yun. It's a pity that Lu Yun has the platinum level equipment Dragon Fortress, and he himself has strong defense and recovery capabilities. The so-called real damage has almost no effect. These two geniuses are the most representative figures in the two high schools besides Jiang Shishir and Yumi. Now seeing that they were unable to do anything to Lu Yun, the others began to hesitate and simply did not dare to take action. Everyone stared at each other, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward for a moment. Didn't we agree that this guy would be killed in the fight? Isn't it said that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands? How come this doesn't follow the script? Seeing that everyone was silent and not taking any action, Lu Yun touched his nose and then broke into a brilliant smile. Since you guys won't take action, it's my turn now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yun directly used righteous taunting. Buzz. The guys standing in the front row were instantly enveloped by a pale yellow light, and then they were horrified to find that their bodies were walking towards Lu Yun uncontrollably. Ridicule. Although righteous taunt is a taunt skill, it has a relatively high priority and can hardly be interrupted. At the moment when everyone was being ridiculed, Lu Yun instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of everyone. Chapter 57: A Magical Reversal. At this moment, the taunting time was over, and everyone found that they could move freely. After confirming that there was no damage to their bodies, they prepared to attack Lu Yun. But when they saw what Lu Yun was holding, the people who were about to take action froze in place again. How come their blue crystal ended up in Lu Yun's hands? Dead silence. There was deathly silence in the air again. This world seems to be frozen. Everyone stared at the pile of blue crystals in Lu Yun's hand in a trance. Why are these blue crystals in Lu Yun's hands? Of course, Lu Yun got it when they were being ridiculed. After getting these crystals, Lu Yun first transferred the points to himself, and then squeezed them hard. Fuck. You can't. Seeing that Lu Yun was about to crush his crystal, these unlucky guys panicked instantly and tried to stop him, but it was too late. They didn't even have time to finish their words to stop it. As the crystal was crushed, their surroundings were suddenly blocked by a force of space. The next moment, he disappeared from where he was. Just like that, it was teleported out. The whole place fell into silence again. Ever since Lu Yun appeared, everyone's worldview had been overturned countless times. They have seen geniuses and can imagine how powerful geniuses are. But Lu Yun was beyond everyone's understanding. This can no longer be described as genius, this is clearly a monster. So powerful that it's despairing. Almost all the students from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school who were taking the test were here. Together they outnumbered Lu Yun by several hundred times, yet they were unable to do anything to the other side. This is outrageous. In addition to being shocked, many people looked at Yumi and Jiang Shishir and suddenly understood their difficulties. Previously, everyone ignored the two women's advice and thought they were making a big deal out of it. Now they realized that they were just superficial. This Lu Yun is really strong. To attack like this and try to snatch this guy's points, isn't this dancing on the edge of a knife? Fuck. Are mythical classes so scary? After seeing Lu Yun's methods, Zhao Qingsong lost his composure. Before entering the gate of marriage and becoming a dragon knight, Lu Yun's life had always been very difficult, but now his hardship has finally paid off. With his current strength, Lu Yun will definitely receive focused training from above, and his life will definitely get better and better in the future. Perhaps it won't be long before Lu Yun becomes someone he can only look up to. As close friends, Zhao Qingsong naturally hopes that Lu Yun will get better and better. Everyone in number 1 middle school was also quite surprised. They had come all the way here to tip off Lu Yun, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. Lu Yun's strength is so terrifying that even if they didn't come here, the people from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school would not be able to do anything to him. Who else? Lu Yun glanced around, raised his head slightly and asked lightly. As soon as these words came out, an invisible domineering aura was released, and Lu Yun seemed to have his own aura, and people dared not look directly at him. This is Lu Yun's character. Although he is steady, even too cautious sometimes, he will never be timid when he needs to be arrogant. These guys all want to team up to snatch my points, so I don't need to be nice to them. You are awesome. We admit defeat. Let's end this matter here. At this moment, He Junhong sighed, put the 9-ring broadsword on his shoulder and shook his head sadly. I had originally thought of stealing Lu Yun's points to become famous, but now I realize how ridiculous my idea was. Steal other people's points? So funny. It turned out that he was no match for the other party at all. That's it? Lu Yun smiled upon hearing this and said, You wanted to steal my points before, but now that you find you can't beat me, you want to make a big deal out of a small matter? Have you asked for my opinion? What do you mean by that? Even though we are no match for you, we have so many of you. Even a desperate dog will do anything. Do you still want to attack us? Hearing Lu Yun's words, He Junhong frowned immediately. There were so many of them here, if Lu Yun really wanted to take action by force, he will definitely suffer. If the person who just made the move hands over all the points, I can forgive him for what happened. Otherwise, I will have to do it myself. Lu Yun fumbled with his fingers, glanced at everyone present, and uttered these words with his lips slightly opened. But just these words made everyone's face change drastically. No one expected that Lu Yun would be so domineering. This group of people failed to rob someone and were robbed by Lu Yun instead. Isn't the reversal of things too magical? Lu Yun, let's stop here. After all, we are all students of Jinsha City. Yumi suddenly spoke up to persuade. The officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps? They can rob me, but I can't rob them? Lu Yun felt amused. These words left Yumi speechless, because Lu Yun was not wrong, and even his approach was not wrong. At most, it's just a matter of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Jiang Shishir also wanted to persuade Lu Yun, but after thinking about it, she finally didn't say it out loud. Last time, she was able to save her life thanks to Lu Yun. Now there was nothing wrong with what Lu Yun did, and she had no right to advise him. Alas, this is all your own fault. You should bear the consequences yourself. Jiang Shishir sighed, then quietly stepped aside. Her action immediately made everyone in number 3 middle school despair. Originally, after seeing that Lu Yun was serious, they still hoped that Jiang Shishir would be able to help them deal with Lu Yun. Who would have thought that the top genius of number 3 middle school would just give up? At this moment, everyone in number 6 middle school looked at Yumi at the same time. You didn't listen to my advice in the first place. Now that things have come to this, I can't do anything about it. You should deal with the trouble you have caused yourself. Yumi also shook her head, then stepped aside and stopped interfering. Because she knew that even if she took action, she couldn't change anything. This guy could sweep the monster refresh points, and his combat power was definitely much stronger than hers. As the two women stepped back and said they would not interfere in the matter, the people from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school became quite desperate, and many of them began to regret their previous recklessness. But some people did not want to sit and wait for death, so they united and launched a surprise attack on Lu Yun. It's a pity that everyone's offensive was full of loopholes in front of Lu Yun, and a righteous mockery made everyone stand still. Then Lu Yun easily dealt with these guys, snatched their points and crushed their crystals. After seeing this scene, how could the others dare to have any other thoughts? Knowing that they could not escape, they immediately put on a gloomy face and voluntarily handed over their blue crystals. Immediately, such a strange scene appeared on the scene. Chapter 58. You're a bastard if you don't take advantage of an opportunity. The students from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school lined up like elementary school students and handed in their blue crystals. Whenever someone gave their blue crystal to Lu Yun would transfer all the points and then crush the crystal. In the blink of an eye, everyone's crystals had been handed in, crushed by Lu Yun and teleported out directly. As a result, Lu Yun's points reached 55123. Now the changes in the ranking list above the copy include Lu Yun, Jiang Shishir, Yumi and many students from number 1 middle school. The names of the rest were erased from the list at the same time. Because they don't have any points left. Yumi and Jiang Shishir looked at each other, then looked at Lu Yun with complicated expressions. Then, after a slight hesitation, Yumi took out her blue crystal and prepared to give it to Lu Yun, but was stopped by Lu Yun. I am a principled person. I took their points because they wanted to steal my points. You didn't attack me just now. We are all classmates from Jinsha City, so I will not make things difficult for you. Lu Yun waved his hand and said. The two women's expressions became more complicated after hearing this. This guy is indeed very principled. It would be great if they could have him as a companion. On the contrary, it would be quite scary if they became his opponent. It's a pity that those idiots couldn't see the situation clearly and insisted on making enemies with such people. The current consequences can only be said to be a result of one's own actions. Alas, our number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school are going to lose face in this assessment. Jiang Shishir sighed, then crushed the crystal and teleported away. Yumi followed closely behind, crushing the crystal and leaving. They all have complicated feelings now. Among the students taking the exam this time, only the two of them have scored points. The points of the rest of the people were manually cleared by Lu Yun. I don't know what expressions the principals of number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school would have when they learned about this. But you can tell without a doubt that it will be quite exciting. After everyone from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school had left, Lu Yun looked at the many students from number 1 middle school who had come forward to report the news. Thank you so much for this time. Lu Yun nodded to everyone. Lu Yun had witnessed what happened below from the air before, so he naturally knew that everyone was there to give a tip off. Naturally, I am very grateful. Look at what you said. Although it is true that we came to help you, we did not help you at all, so you don't need to thank us. Zhao Qingsong came up to Lu Yun, patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Yes, Master Lu, the reason why you were able to resolve the current crisis was entirely due to your own strength and has nothing to do with us, so there is no need to say thank you. The others also echoed. There was no flattery in their words, they came completely from the heart. Lu Yun has conquered this group of people with practical actions. This sentence of Lord Lu is truly worthy of the name. Lu Yun shook his head and said with a smile, no matter what, I am still very grateful to you. You can give up hunting monsters and come all the way to inform me of the situation here. I naturally can't let you make a wasted trip. Lu Yun thought about it and said, how about this, I have quite a lot of points, bring the crystals here and I'll give you some. Master Lu, this is serious. These points are related to the final exam. What will we do if you give them to us? After hearing Lu Yun's words, many people immediately began to refuse. Although they also coveted these points, they all knew what these points meant. But what no one expected was that as soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, Zhao Qingsong smiled and handed his crystal to Lu Yun. Everyone was stunned for a moment. You are really not polite at all. Even Lu Yun's mouth twitched. Although what he said was not a joke, this guy was too straightforward. As if he had noticed the strange looks from everyone, Zhao Qingsong rolled his eyes and said, you are all stupid. This guy was recommended by Mo University. Points are dispensable to him. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you are a bastard. If you don't want it, I will take it myself. After he finished speaking, Zhao Qingsong winked at Lu Yun again and said, brother, this assessment depends entirely on you. These points are useless to you anyway, so why not give me more? The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched, and then he took the guy's crystal. After a flash of light, 3,000 more points appeared in Zhao Qingsong's blue crystal. Fuck. Bro, you're awesome. Seeing these 3,000 points, Zhao Qingsong suddenly had the urge to hug Lu Yun and kiss him. With these 3,000 points, I will be able to pass the subsequent final examination. The others were also tempted when they saw this. Just as Zhao Qingsong said, these points were very important to them, but they were basically meaningless to Lu Yun. Since Lu Yun took the initiative to offer to share some points with them, they would naturally not refuse it. Soon the rest of the people stopped pretending and lined up in front of Lu Yun to get points. Lu Yun did not hesitate and distributed all the 55,123 points to everyone, not keeping any for himself. Because these points are really useless to him, it is enough to just make sure these points are in the hands of a middle school student. When all the points were distributed, everyone was very excited. They expressed their gratitude to Lu Yun, then crushed the crystal and left. There are less than 5 minutes left before the end of the assessment. There is no point in staying any longer. It is better to leave. After everyone left, Lu Yun looked at his empty blue crystal and smiled slightly, then crushed the crystal. At the same time, Li Zhang is going down with the two principals. At this moment, a teacher from number 1 middle school suddenly came over in a hurry to report the situation. Principal Li, this assessment is over. Li Zhang's eyes lit up immediately when he heard this. The other two principals were also quite excited. Ha, it looks like the results are out. If that's the case, don't just stand there and go take a look at the situation and see who's at the bottom this time. Lin Jipang laughed heartily, and was the first to stand up and leave. Oldly, the mythical profession is indeed very strong, but the school's comprehensive evaluation does not only focus on Lu Yun. Wang Qingwei, the principal of number 3 middle school, also patted Li Zhang on the shoulder and left immediately after him. Li Zhang was originally quite confident in Lu Yun, but after hearing what the two said, he immediately became a little uncertain. At the beginning of the assessment, the three principals can see the score ranking of each student in the copy, but in order to ensure the fairness of the assessment. When the assessment enters the midterm, the outside world can no longer see the ranking situation. Therefore, none of them know what the current ranking of the 3 high schools is. But at this moment, the teacher from number 1 middle school called Li Zhang and said with a complicated expression, Principal Li, something big has happened in this assessment. Chapter 59, 0 points? Something serious happened? Did some kid not perform well? Li Zhang frowned for a moment, but then thought of Lu Yun, shook his head and smiled. It doesn't matter, Lu Yun will bring honor to our number 1 middle school. After saying this, Li Zhang left without looking back. In the early days, Lu Yun's points were already over 7,000, which was a record-breaking result. Even if other students in number 1 middle school did not perform well this time, it would not be a big deal. Looking at Li Zhang's back, the teacher from number 1 middle school felt like crying but had no tears. Who said that number 1 middle school performed poorly this time? He had already seen the crystal playbacks of other students, and originally wanted to say that something big had happened in this assessment, as Lu Yun had directly taken away all the points of all the students from the other 2 high schools. He originally wanted to tell Li Zhang about this matter so that Li Zhang could think of how to explain it to the other 2 principals. Who would have thought that the other party completely misunderstood what he meant? Many students who had just been teleported out of the copy had gathered on the playground of number 1 middle school. In the past, after each assessment, everyone would heatedly discuss their previous performance and what kind of results they expected to achieve in terms of points. But this time was an exception. After everyone appeared, they were all silent, and their expressions were even uglier than if their parents had died. All the points have been taken away, it would be strange if they didn't feel sad. At this time, the 2 principals finally arrived here and saw this strange scene. "Why are you so lifeless?" Lin Jipeng came up to his students and frowned, saying, "Those from number 6 middle school, cheer me up. Since this is an assessment, there may be situations where you don't perform well. In any case, this is only a mid-term assessment. Even if you perform poorly this time, there will still be another chance." Wang Xingwei also came over and glanced at everyone and said, "Students, the mid-term assessment can only help us build an advantage. What can really change your future path is the final assessment. That is the sprint stage. Even if you perform poorly now, you still have a chance to make up for it. As long as you do your best, the school will not blame you." I originally thought that many students would feel a little relieved after hearing my encouragement. Who would have thought that after they said this, everyone remained silent, and their expressions even became uglier. The 2 principals naturally could not imagine that their students just performed poorly, they clearly exploded. There were no points at all. This was the first time in the assessment records of the 3 universities in Jinsha City. The reason why everyone didn't dare to speak was that they felt too embarrassed. "Huh? Why aren't you talking? Could something unexpected have happened in this assessment?" Lin Jipeng frowned as he noticed something was wrong. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shishir and Yumi were also teleported out. The 2 principals' attention was also attracted by the 2 girls. After all, they were the most outstanding geniuses in their 2 high schools. So both principals were very curious about their performance. "Shishir, how many points did you get in this assessment?" Wang Xingwei came to Jiang Shishir and asked curiously. "A little over 3,000. The performance wasn't very good," Jiang Shishir said in a low voice. "More than 3,000? Wang Xingwei suddenly burst into laughter. Currently, the best scores in the midterm exams of the 3 high schools are just over 2,000 but less than 3,000. Excluding the monster Lu Yun, Jiang Shishir's score of more than 3,000 points can be considered a record. He felt that Jiang Shishir was being deliberately modest. If more than 3,000 points were considered a poor performance, then no one could perform well. Seeing that Sanjong performed so well, Lin Jipeng hurriedly asked nervously, "Yumi, how was your performance this time?" "With only 2,564 points, I can't compare to Sister Shishir," Yumi said truthfully. In fact, if she hadn't chosen to follow Lu Yun halfway, she might have been able to reach 3,000 points. But it doesn't matter anymore, because even if she has more than 3,000 points, she is still a younger brother in front of Lu Yun. Compared with Lu Yun's points, the points of both of them combined are nothing. 2,564 points is not bad, but if nothing unexpected happens, you should be ranked 3rd in this assessment. Principal Lin Jipeng breathed a sigh of relief. He was right about Yumi. He was already quite satisfied with such results. Although they all knew that Lu Yun's points were even better than theirs, no matter how many points he had, he could not change the assessment results of other people from the 3 universities. They have confidence in their students. Just at this moment, Li Zhangkai arrived at the scene late. However, as soon as he arrived at the scene, he was teased by the 2 principals. "Oldly, it seems that your number 1 middle school is really in trouble in this assessment. All the students from our 2 middle schools have come out, but the students from your number 1 middle school have not come out yet. It seems that they know that the points are too few, so they are still working hard to hunt monsters. It seems that Lu Yun is the only one who is good among you." It's a pity that no matter how many points he has, it doesn't mean much. We need to consider the performance of other students in your number 1 middle school. If the performance is mixed, it will affect the school rating. After listening to the two principals' words, Li Zhang's expression kept changing. It turns out something really happened. It is indeed difficult to change the situation relying on Lu Yun alone. At the moment, it seems that his number 1 middle school may really be at the bottom. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, it seems that the title of number 1 middle school this time belongs to our number 3 middle school. Wang Xingwei had a proud smile on his face. As the principal, he was naturally very happy when his students performed well. The people from my number 1 middle school haven't come out yet, so it's hard to say what the result will be. Li Zhang said calmly with a pursed lip. Having said that, he is ready for everything. At this moment, a light suddenly appeared in front, and then the people from number 1 middle school were teleported out. When the students from number 1 high school appeared, they immediately formed a sharp contrast with the students from the other 2 high schools. The people in number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school were in a dead silence, not even daring to raise their heads. In contrast, the people in number 1 middle school were talking and laughing, looking quite excited. Seeing this scene, Li Zhang's hope was rekindled. Did he perform well this time? Lu Yun, how did you perform this time? You had over 7,000 points in the early stages of the assessment. Are your points over 10,000 now? Li Zhang hurried to Lu Yun and asked expectantly. The principals of number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school also pricked up their ears to hear Lu Yun's answer. Although they all felt that number 1 middle school would definitely be at the bottom this time, Lu Yun was a mythical professional after all, so it was inevitable that people were curious about his final performance. But Lu Yun's answer made the 3 principals drop their jaws. My performance this time was just average and I didn't get any points at all. Lu Yun said awkwardly, scratching his head. All of his more than 50,000 points had been distributed, and he didn't keep any for himself, so naturally he didn't have any points left. Chapter 60 Lingqi in public. Although this was the process, Li Zhang didn't know it yet. He almost fainted when he heard Lu Yun's words. Grass. You are a mythical profession after all, but in the end you don't have any points at all? What about the more than 7,000 points? Lost it? If he didn't know that Lu Yun was from number 1 middle school, he would even suspect that Lu Yun was deliberately playing him. Mythical professions are the top professional level, but in the end, there is no points at all. Even if the mythical professions don't perform well in the early stages, it shouldn't be so outrageous, right? If this matter were to be told to others, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Are you sure you are not kidding me? The principal is old and can't stand such jokes. Where are your points at the beginning? Where did they go? Li Zhang held Lu Yun's shoulder and wanted to confirm nervously. But Lu Yun's answer made his heart sink to the bottom. Principal Li, there's really no need for me to joke about this. I really don't have any points. My points have already been distributed to other people. Li Zhang froze in place, and suddenly he had the urge to explode on the spot. As for Lin Jipeng and Wang Qingwei, they just laughed like crazy. Ha, Lali, it looks like you guys are really going to be at the bottom this time. Lin Jipeng almost got a stitch in his side laughing. A mythical genius with 0 points? Although I don't know what happened in the later stage of the assessment, it was still the first time that something so shocking happened. Old Li, I don't think you need to be too sad. Victory and defeat are common in the military. It's no big deal. Wang Qingwei also came over, seemingly trying to comfort her, but in fact he was full of ridicule. However, just when Li Zhang was doubting his life, a teacher from number 1 middle school suddenly ran over in a hurry with a special stone. Principal Li, the points are counted. The teacher shouted at Li Zhang from a distance. But what puzzled the 3 principals was that the teacher's eyes were full of shock and astonishment. It was like seeing something earth-shattering. In fact, it was no wonder that the teacher was so shocked. It was because Lu Yun's performance was too shocking. People outside are indeed unable to view the situation in the copy in real time, but there is a special crystal that can record everything that happens in the copy and play it back in full. This crystal is called a replay crystal. Whenever there is a copy of a game or something like that, this replay crystal will be available to view the details. For example, checking whether students are cheating or not, etc. This time, everything Lu Yun and others did after entering the copy was recorded in the playback crystal. When the copy was closed and everyone was teleported out, the teacher in charge of checking the playback crystal began to check the situation, verify whether there was any cheating, and count the changes in the scores of many students. As a result, many teachers saw Lu Yun's astonishing performance. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he blocked the fountain and hunted monsters frantically. His points were far ahead of others. When seeing this scene, many teachers thought they were seeing things, even a teacher from number 1 middle school who was older. After seeing this scene, I was so excited that I almost had a heart attack and left this beautiful world. The other teachers were also shocked and could not believe that this was true. Not to mention other places, at least in the many assessments in Jinsha City, it was the first time they saw students so bold as to gamble on the fountain water at the monster refresh point. I thought blocking the springs was already very awesome, but who would have thought that after blocking the first spring, Lu Yun started to block more springs? Lu Yun swept through all the monster refresh points in all areas of the dungeon. The matter should have ended like this, but who would have thought that Lu Yun would not be at all inferior to the combined forces of many students from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school? He showed up on his own initiative before the other party even found him. First he showed his super strength, and then he directly snatched away all the points of this group of people. This is no longer just a simple perversion, this trip to the dungeon is more like Lu Yun's one-man show. He just did whatever he wanted from the beginning to the end. But before the teacher from number 1 middle school had the chance to explain the situation to Li Zhang, they subconsciously believed that Lu Yun and others had performed really poorly. It is very likely that all of Lu Yun's points were taken away. As a result, I felt even worse and was not in the mood to even follow the report. You don't have to say anything, I already know the result. After listening to what Li Jingyi said, the teacher was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly realized. He is worthy of being the principal of his school. His insight is so sharp. He hadn't even told the result yet, but he didn't expect the other party to already know it. At this moment, Li Zhang suddenly turned around and looked at the students of number 1 middle school, with a serious expression and a sonorous and powerful voice. My fellow students, everyone has their share of bad performances. You don't need to be too sad. This is just a midterm exam. What is truly important to your life is the subsequent final exam. Your current failure is only temporary. I believe that as long as you work hard, each of you will have a day to excel in the future. When these words were spoken, the middle school student was stunned. Poor performance? Their performance this time wasn't good enough? Working together to save Lu Yun caused the people from the other 2 high schools to lose almost all their points. Not only did they retain the title of number 1 middle school, they also gave 2 other high schools a slap in the face. Such performance is already shocking compared with previous assessments. The teacher holding the playback crystal also had a frozen expression. The performance of number 1 middle school this time was quite brilliant, and the unity at the critical moment was unmatched by the other 2 high schools. Especially Lu Yun, who truly demonstrated the horror of a mythical profession. Principal Li, actually. The teacher came to his senses and wanted to explain something. But Li Zhang stopped him by waving his hand. No need to say anything, it's just a failure, right? I can afford to lose in number 1 middle school, there's nothing much to say. But the other 2 principals waved their hands and said with a smile, Mr. Li, what you said is wrong. Although your number 1 middle school ranked last this time, you should at least watch the replay so that we can help you analyze where your students made mistakes. The 2 principals already thought that their students had defeated a middle school student. At this moment, they felt as if they were bathed in spring breeze and their faces were flushed. But they didn't notice that their students all had complicated expressions. Well, principal, actually. Zhang Shishir gritted her teeth and wanted to tell the truth. Except for number 1 middle school, the performances of number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school were really poor this time. If everything in the copy were to be replayed in public, it would be tantamount to public torture for these 2 high schools. But Wan Qingwei waved his hand and said, Shishir, you don't have to say anything. We are all alumni of Jinsha City. Since number 1 middle school did not perform well this time, we naturally have the obligation to help them analyze the key to their failure.